Beggars and Choosers by Nancy Kress. Read by Nick Sullivan. Beggars and Choosers. Prologue. 2106. The clanging of the Priority 1 override alarm ripped through the cavernous backstage dressing room. Drew Arlen, the only occupant, jerked his head toward the holo terminal beside his dressing table. The screen registered his retina scan, and Lisha Camden's face appeared. "Drew, have you heard?" The man in the power chair, upper body fanatically muscled above his crippled legs, turned back to putting on his eye makeup. He leaned into the dressing table mirror. "Heard what?" "Did you see the 6 o'clock Times?" "Lisha, I go on stage in 15 minutes. I haven't listened to anything." He heard the thickening in his own voice and hoped she didn't. Even after all this time, even at just the sight of her holo. Miranda and the Supers. Miranda. Drew, they've built an entire island off the coast of Mexico using nanotech and the atoms in seawater, and almost overnight. An island, Drew repeated. He frowned into the mirror, rubbed at his makeup, applied more. Not a floating construct, an actual island that goes all the way down to the continental shelf. Did you know about this? Lisha, I have a concert in 15 minutes. You did, didn't you? You knew what Miranda was doing. Why didn't you tell me? Drew turned his power chair to face Lisha's golden hair, green eyes, Jean Maud perfect skin. She looked 35. She was 98 years old. He said, "Why didn't Miranda tell you?" Lisha's expression quieted. "You're right. It was Miranda's place to tell me. And she didn't. There's a lot she doesn't tell me, isn't there, Drew?" A long moment passed before Drew said softly, "It isn't easy being on the outside for a change, is it, Lisha?" She said equally softly, "You've waited a long time to be able to say that to me, haven't you, Drew?" He looked away. In the corner of the huge, silent room, something rustled. A mouse, or a defective bot. Lisha said, "Are they moving to this new island? All 27 supers?" "Yes." No one in the scientific community even knew nanotech had reached that capability. Nobody else's nanotech has. Lisha said, "They're not going to let me on that island, are they? At all." He listened to the complex undertones in her voice. Lisha's generation of Sleepless, the first generation, could never hide their feelings. Unlike Miranda's generation, who could hide anything. "No," Drew said. "They're not. They'll shield the island with something that Terry Mwakambe invents, and you'll be the only non-super ever allowed to know what they're doing there." He didn't answer. A technician stuck his head diffidently in the door. 10 minutes, Mr. Arlen, sir." "Yes, I'm coming." "Huge crowd tonight, sir, all pumped up." "Yes, thank you." The tech's head disappeared. "Drew," Lisha said, her voice splintering, "she's as much a daughter to me as you are a son. What is Miranda planning out on that island?" "I don't know," Drew said. And it was both a lie and not a lie, in ways that Lisha could never understand. "Lisha, I have to be on stage in 9 minutes." "Yes," Lisha said wearily, "I know. You're the lucid dreamer." Drew stared again at her hollow image, the lovely curve of cheek, the unaging sleepless skin, the suspicion of water in the green eyes. She had been the most important person in his world, and in the larger public world, and now, although she didn't know it yet, she was obsolete. "Yes," he said, "that's right. I'm the lucid dreamer." The hollow stage blanked, and he went back to his makeup for the stage. 1. July 2114. Concern for man himself and his fate must always form the chief interest of all technical endeavors. Concern for the great unsolved problems of the organization of labor and the distribution of goods, in order that the creations of our mind shall be a blessing and not a curse to mankind. Albert Einstein, Address to California Institute of Technology, 1931. 1. Diana Covington, San Francisco. For some of us, of course, nothing would be enough. That sentence can be taken two ways, can't it? But I don't mean that having nothing would ever be satisfactory to us. It isn't even satisfactory to livers, no matter what pathetic claims they lay to an aristo life of leisure. Yes, right. There isn't a single one of us that doesn't know better. We donkeys could always recognize seething dissatisfaction. We saw it daily in the mirror. My IQ wasn't boosted as high as Paul's. My parents couldn't afford all the gene mods Aaron got. My company hasn't made it as big as Karen's. My skin isn't as small-pored as Gina's. My constituency is more demanding than Luke's. Do the blood-sucking voters think I'm made of money? My dog is less cutting-edge gene mod than Stephanie's dog. It was, in fact, Stephanie's dog that made me decide to change my life. I know how that sounds. There's nothing about the start of my service with the Genetic Standards Enforcement Agency that doesn't sound ridiculous. Why not start with Stephanie's dog? It brings a certain satiric panache to the story. I could dine out on it for months. If, of course, anyone were ever going to dine out again. Panache is such a perishable quality. Stephanie brought her dog to my apartment in the Bayview Security Enclave on a Sunday morning in July. The day before, I'd bought pots of new flowers from Bio Farms in Oakland, and they cascaded over the terrace railing, a riot of blues much more varied than the colors of San Francisco Bay, 6 stories below. Cobalt, robin's egg, aquamarine, azure, cyan, turquoise, cerulean. I lay on my terrace chaise, eating anise cookies and studying my flowers. The gene geniuses had shaped each blossom into a soft, fluttery tube with a domed end. The blossoms were quite long. Essentially, my terrace frothed with flaccid blue vegetable penises. David had moved out a week ago. "Diana," Stephanie said, through the Y energy field spanning the space between my open French doors. "Knock, knock." "How'd you get into the apartment?" I said, mildly annoyed. I hadn't given Stephanie my security code. I didn't like her enough. "Your code's broken. It's on the police net. Thought you'd like to know." Stephanie was a cop. Not with the district police, which was rough and dirty work down among the livers. Not our Stephanie. She owned a company that furnished patrol bots for enclave security. She designed the bots herself. Her firm, which was spectacularly successful, held contracts with a sizable number of San Francisco enclaves, although not with mine. Telling me my code was on the botnet was her ungraceful way of needling me because my enclave used a different police force. I lounged back on my chaise and reached for my drink. The closest blue flowers yearned toward my hand. "You're giving them an erection," Stephanie said, walking through the French doors. "Oh, anise cookies. Mind if I give one to Catus?" The dog followed her from the cool dimness of my apartment and stood blinking and sniffing in the bright sunshine. It was clearly, aggressively, illegally gene mod. The Genetic Standards Enforcement Agency may allow fanciful tinkering with flowers, but not with animal phyla higher than fish. The rules are very clear, backed up by court cases whose harsh financial penalties make them even clearer. No gene mods that cause pain. No gene mods that create weaponry, in its broadest definition. No gene mods that alter external appearance or basic internal functioning such that a creature deviates significantly from other members of not only its species, but also its breed. A collie may pace and singlefoot, but it better still look like Lassie. And never, never, never any gene mod that is inheritable. Nobody wants another fiasco like the Sleepless. Even my penile flowers were sterile. And gene mod human beings, we donkeys, were all individually handcrafted, in vitro one-of-a-kind collector's items. Such is order maintained in our orderly world. So saith Supreme Court Chief Justice Richard J. Milano, writing the majority opinion for Lindbecker versus Genetic Standards Enforcement Agency. Humanity must not be altered past recognition, lest we lose what it means to be human. 2 hands, 1 head, 2 eyes, 2 legs, a functioning heart, the necessity to breathe and eat and shit. This is humanity in perpetuity. We are the human beings. Or in this case, the dogs. And yet, here was Stephanie, theoretically an officer of the law, standing on my terrace, flanked by a prison sentence GSEA violation in pink fur. Catus had 4 adorable pink ears, identically cocked, oral rockets. It had an adorable pink fur rabbit's tail. It had huge brown eyes, 3 times the size of any dog's eyes Justice Milano would approve, giving it a soulful, sorrowing look. It was so adorable and vulnerable looking, I wanted to kick it, which might have been the point, although that too might be construed as illegal. No modifications that cause pain. I heard that David moved out, Stephanie said, crouching to feed an anise cookie to the quivering pink fur. Oh, so casual. Just a girl and her dog, my illegal Gene Mod pet. I live on the edge like this all the time, don't you know? I wondered if Stephanie knew that Katous was Arabic for cat. Of course she did. David moved out, I agreed. We came to the place where the road forked. And who's next on your road? Nobody. I sipped my drink without offering Stephanie one. I thought I'd live alone for a while. Really? She touched an aquamarine flower. It wrapped its soft, tubular petal around her finger. Stephanie grinned. Quel dommage. What about that German software dealer you talked to such a long time at Paul's party? What about your dog? I said pointedly. Isn't he pretty illegal for a cop's pet? But so cute. Katous, say hello to Diana. Hello, Katous said. Slowly, I lowered my glass from my mouth. Dogs couldn't talk. The vocal equipment didn't allow it. The law didn't allow it. The canine IQ didn't allow it. Yet Katous's growled hello was perfectly clear. Katous could talk. Stephanie lounged against the French doors, enjoying the effect of her bombshell. I would have given anything to be able to ignore it, to go on with a neutral, uninterested conversation. I could not manage that. Katous, I said, how old are you? The dog gazed at me from enormous, sorrowful eyes. Where do you live, Katous? No answer. Are you Gene Mod? No answer. Is Katous a dog? Was there a shade of sad puzzlement in its brown eyes? Katous, are you happy? Stephanie said, his vocabulary is only 22 words, although he understands more than that. Katous, would you like a cookie? Cookie, Katous? He wagged his ridiculous tail and pranced in place. There were no claws on his toes. Cookie, please. I held out a cookie, which was from the Proust's Madeleines franchise and were wonderful. Crunchy, fragrant with anise, rich with butter. Katous took it with toothless pink gums. Thank you, lady. I looked at Stephanie. He can't defend himself, and he's a mental cripple. Smart enough to talk, but not smart enough to understand his world. What's the point? What's the point of your spermatic flowers? God, they're salacious. Did David give them to you? They're wonderful. David didn't give them to me. You bought them yourself? After he left, I would guess. A replacement? A reminder of male fallibility. Stephanie laughed. She knew I was lying, of course. David was never fallible in that department, or any other. His leaving was my fault. I am not an easy person to live with. I needle, pry, argue, search compulsively for weaknesses to match my own. Worse, I only admit this well after the fact. I looked away from Stephanie and gazed through a gap in the flowers at San Francisco Bay, my drink frosty in my hand. It is, I suppose, a serious flaw in my character that I can't stand to be in the same room for 10 minutes with people like Stephanie. She's intelligent, successful, funny, daring. Men fall all over her, and not just for her Gene Mod looks, red hair and violet eyes and legs a yard and a half long. Not even for her enhanced intelligence. No, she has the ultimate attraction for jaded males. No heart. She's a perpetual challenge, an infinite variety that custom doesn't stale because the tariff is always about to be revoked. She can't really be loved, and can't really be hurt, because she doesn't care. Indifference, coupled with those legs, is irresistible. Every man thinks he'll be different for her, but he never is. Her face launched 1,000 ships. Big deal. There's always another fleet. If pheromone Gene Mods weren't illegal, I'd swear Stephanie had them. Jealousy, David always said, corrodes the soul. I'd always answered that Stephanie was soulless. She was 28, 7 years my junior, which meant 7 years more advancement in the allowable technological evolution of Homo sapiens. They had been a fertile 7 years. Her father was Harve Brunel, of Brunel Power. For his only daughter, he had bought every Gene Mod on the market, and some of that hadn't quite arrived there legally. Stephanie Brunel represented the penultimate achievement of American science, power, and values, right behind Katous. She plucked a penile blue flower and turned it idly in her hands. She was making me choke on my curiosity about Cattouse. So, it's really over with you and David. Incidentally, I glimpsed him last night at Anna's water fete, from a great distance. He was out on the lily pads. I asked casually, "Oh, with whom?" "Quite alone, and looking very handsome. I think he had his hair replaced again. It's curly and blonde now." I stretched and yawned. The muscles in my neck felt hard as Duragem chains. "Stephanie, if you want David, go after him. I don't care." "Don't you? Do you mind if I send your rather primitive house bot for another pitcher? You seem to have drunk this whole one without me. At least your bot works. The breakdown rate on the cop bots has accelerated yet again. I'd think the parts franchises were all owned by crooks, if they weren't owned by some of my best friends. What's your bot's name?" "Hudson," I said. "Another pitcher." It floated off. Cattouse watched it fearfully, backing into a corner of the terrace. The dog's absurd tail brushed a hanging flower. Immediately the flower wrapped itself around the tail, and Cattouse yelped and jumped forward, quivering. I said, "A gene-mod dog with some self-awareness, but afraid of a flower. Isn't that a little cruel?" "It's supposed to be an ultra-pampered beastie. Actually, Cattouse is a beta test prototype for the foreign market, allowable under the Special Exemption Act for Economic Recovery, Section 14C, non-agricultural domestic animals for export." I thought the president hadn't signed the Special Exemption Act. Congress had been wrangling over it for weeks. Economic crisis, unfavorable balance of trade, strict GSEA controls, threat to life as we know it, all the usual. "He'll sign it next week," Stephanie said. I wondered which of her lovers had influence on the Hill. "We can't afford not to. The Gene Mod lobby gets more powerful every month. Think of all those Chinese and EC and South American rich old ladies who will just love a nauseatingly cute, helpless, unthreateningly sentient, short-lived, very expensive lapdog with no teeth." "Short-lived? No teeth?" "GSEA breed specifications will be waived for export animals. Meanwhile, I'm just beta testing for a friend. Ah, here's Hudson." The bot floated through the French doors with a fresh pitcher of vodka scorpions. Cattouse scrambled away, his 4 ears quivering. His scramble brought him sideways against a bank of flowers, all of which tried to wrap themselves around him. One long flaccid petal settled softly over his eyes. Cattouse yelped and pulled loose, his eyes wild. He shot across the terrace. "Help!" he cried. "Help, Cattouse!" On that side of the terrace, I had planted moon dust in shallow boxes between the palings to make a low border that wouldn't obstruct the view of the bay. Cattous's frightened flight barreled him into the moon dust's sensor field. It released a cloud of sweet-smelling blue fibers, fine as milkweed. The dog breathed them in and yelped again. The moon dust cloud was momentarily translucent, a fragrant fog around those enormous, terrified eyes. Cattouse ran in a ragged circle, then leaped blindly. He hurled between the wide-set palings and over the edge of the terrace. The sound of his body hitting the pavement below made Hudson turn its sensors. Stephanie and I ran to the railing. At our feet, the moon dust released another cloud of fibers. Cattouse lay smashed on the sidewalk, 6 stories down. "Damn!" Stephanie cried. "That prototype cost $250,000 in R&D. Hudson said, "There was an unregistered sound from the lower entranceway. Shall I alert security?" What am I going to tell Norman? I promised to babysit the thing and keep it safe. Repeat, there was an unregistered sound from the lower entranceway. Shall I alert security? "No, Hudson," I said. "No action." I looked at the mass of bloody pink fur. Sorrow and disgust swept through me. Sorrow for Cattouse's fear. Disgust for Stephanie and myself. "Ah, well," Stephanie said. Her perfect lips twitched. "Maybe the IQ did need enhancing. Can't you just see the liver tabloid headlines? Dumb dog dives to death, panicked by penile posy." She threw back her head and laughed, the red hair swinging in the breeze. "Mercurial," David had once said of Stephanie. "She has intriguingly mercurial moods." Personally, I've never found liver tabloid headlines as funny as everyone else seems to, and I'd bet that neither penile nor posy was in the liver vocabulary. Stephanie shrugged and turned away from the railing. "I guess Norman will just have to make another one. With the R&D already done, it probably won't bankrupt them. Maybe they could even take a tax write-off. Did you hear that Jean-Claude rammed his write-off through the IRS for the embryos he and Lisa decided not to implant in a surrogate after all? He discarded them and wrote off the embryo storage for 7 years as a business depreciation on the grounds that an heir was part of long-term strategic planning, and the IRS auditor actually allowed it. 9 fertilized embryos, all with expensive gene mods. And then he and Lisa decide they don't want kids after all. I gazed at the throwaway pile of pink fur on the sidewalk, and then out at the wide blue bay. And I made my decision, in that moment, as quickly and irrationally as that. Like most of the rest of my life. Do you know Colin Kowalski? I asked Stephanie. She thought briefly. She had eidetic recall. Yes, I think so. Sarah Goldman introduced us at some theater a few years ago. Tall with wavy brown hair? Minimal gene mod, right? I don't remember him as handsome. Why? Is he your replacement for David? No. Wait a minute. Isn't he with the GSEA? Yes. I think I already mentioned, Stephanie said stiffly, that Norman's company had a special beta test permit for Catus? No, you didn't. Stephanie chewed on her flawless lower lip. Actually, the permit is pending. Diana... Don't worry, Stephanie. I'm not going to report your dead violation. I just thought you might know Colin. He's giving an extravagant 4th of July party. I could get you an invitation. I was enjoying her discomfort. I don't think I'd be interested in a party hosted by a Purity Squad agent. They're always so stuffy. Guys who wrap up genetic rigidity in the old red, white, and blue and never see that the result looks like a national prick. Or a nightstick beating down innovation in the name of fake patriotism. No thanks. You think the idealism is fake? Most patriotism is. Either that or liver sentimentality. God, the only thing bearable about this country comes from gene mod technology. Most livers look like shit and behave worse. You yourself said you can't stand to be around them. I had said that, yes. There were a lot of people I couldn't stand to be around. Stephanie was on a political roll, the kind that never made it to campaign holovids. Without the gene mod brains in the security enclaves, this would be a country of marching morons incapable of even basic survival. Personally, I think the best act of patriotism would be a lethal gene mod virus that wiped out everybody but donkeys. Livers contribute nothing and drain off everything. I said carefully, did I ever tell you that my mother was a liver? Who was killed fighting for the United States in the China conflict? She was a master sergeant. Actually, my mother had died when I was 2. I barely remembered her. But Stephanie had the grace to look embarrassed. No, and you should have before you let me give that tirade. But it doesn't change anything. You're a donkey. You're a gene mod. You do useful work. This last was either generous or bitchy. I have done a variety of work, none of it persistently useful. I have a theory about people who end up with strings of short-term careers. It is, incidentally, the same theory I have about people who end up with strings of short-term lovers. With each one, you inevitably hit a low point, not only within the purported love affair, or fresh occupation, but also within yourself. This is because each new lover job reveals fresh internal inadequacy. With one, you discover your capacity to be lazy. With another, to be shrewish. With a third, to engage in frenzied, hungry ambition that appalls you with its pathetic neediness. The sum of too many careers, or too many lovers, then, is the same. A composite of personal low points. A performance scattergram, sinking inevitably to the bottom right quadrant. All your weaknesses stand revealed. What one lover or occupation missed, the next will draw forth. In the last 10 years, I have worked in security, in entertainment holovids, in county politics, in furniture manufacture franchises, more than one, in bought law, in catering, in education, in applied syncography, in sanitation. Nothing ventured, nothing lost. And yet David, who was after Russell, who was after Anthony, who was after Paul, who was after Rex, who was after Eugene, who was after Claude, never called me mercurial, which is certainly indicative of something. I hadn't reacted to Stephanie's jibe, so she repeated it, smiling solicitously. You're a donkey, Diana. You do useful work. I'm about to, I said. She poured herself another drink. Will David be at this Colin Kowalski's party? No, I'm sure not. But he'll be at Sarah's campaign fundraiser on Saturday. We both accepted weeks ago. And are you going? I don't think so. I understand. But if David and you are really finished with each other, go after him, Stephanie. I didn't look at her face. Since David moved out, I'd lost 7 pounds and 3 friends. So, say I joined the GSEA because I was jilted. Say I was jealous. Say I was disgusted with Stephanie and everything she represented. Say I was bored with my life at that extremely boring moment. Say I was just looking for a new thrill. Say I was impulsive. I'm going to be out of town for a while, I said. Oh? Where are you going? I'm not sure yet. It depends. I gave a last look over the railing at the smashed, semi-sentient, pathetic, and expensive dog. The ultimate in American technology and values. Say I was a patriot. The next morning, I flew down to Colin Kowalski's office in a government complex west of the city. From the air, buildings and generous landing lots formed a geometric design, surrounded by free-form swaths of bright trees bearing yellow flowers. I guessed the trees were gene-mod to bloom all year. Trees and lawn stopped abruptly at the perimeter of the Y field security bubble. Outside that charmed circle, the land reverted to scrub, dotted by some livers holding a scooter race. From my air car, I could see the entire track, a glowing yellow line of Y energy about a meter wide and 5 twisting miles long. A platform scooter shot out of the starting pod, straddled by a figure in red jacks that, at its speed and my height, was no more than a blur. I had been to scooter races. The scooter's grabs were programmed to stay exactly 6 inches above the track. Y cones on the bottom of the platform determined the speed. The sharper the tilt away from the energy track, the faster the thing could go, and the harder it became to control. The driver was allowed only a single handhold, plus a pommel around which he could wrap one knee. It must have been like riding side saddle at 60 miles per hour. Not that any liver would ever have heard of a side saddle. Livers don't read history, or anything else. Spectators perched on flimsy benches along the scooter track. They cheered and screamed. The driver was halfway through the course when a second scooter shot out of the pod. My car had been cleared by the government security field, which locked onto my controls and guided me in. I twisted in my seat to keep the scooter track in view. At this lower altitude, I could see the first driver more clearly. He increased the tilt of his scooter, even though this part of the track was rough, snaking over rocks and depressions and piles of cut brush. I wondered how he knew the second scooter was gaining on him. I saw the first driver race toward a half-buried boulder. The yellow line of track snaked over it. The driver threw his weight toward center, trying to slow himself down. He'd waited too long. The scooter bucked, lost its orientation toward the track, and flipped. The driver was flung to the ground. His head hit the edge of the boulder at over a mile a minute. A moment later, the second scooter raced over the body, its energy cones a perfect 6 inches above the crushed skull. My car descended below the treetops and landed between 2 beds of bright gene-mod flowers. Colin Kowalski met me in the lobby, a severe neo-Wrightian atrium in a depressing gray. My God, Diana, you look pale. What is it? Nothing, I said. Scooter deaths happen all the time. Nobody tries to regulate scooter races, least of all the politicians who pay for them in exchange for votes. What would be the point? Livers choose that stupid death, just as they choose to take sunshine or drink themselves to oblivion or waste their little lives destroying the countryside marginally faster than the bots can clean it up. Envirobots used to be able to keep up when there was enough money. Stephanie was right about one thing. I don't care what livers do. Why should I? Whatever my mother might have done 40 years ago, today livers are politically and economically negligible. Ubiquitous, but negligible. It was just that I had never seen a scooter death that close before. The crushed skull had looked no more substantial than a flower. You need fresh air, Colin said. Let's go for a walk? A what? I said, startled. I just had fresh air. What I wanted was to sit down. Didn't the doctor recommend easy walks, in your condition? Colin took my arm, and this time I knew better than to say, my what? The old training returns fast. Colin was afraid the building wasn't secure. How could a government complex under a maximum security Y field not be secure? The place would be multi-shielded, jammed, swept constantly. There was only one group of people who could even remotely be suspected of developing monitors so radically undetectable. I was surprised at myself. My heart actually skipped a beat. Apparently, I could still feel an interest in something besides myself. Colin walked me past a lovely meditation garden out to an expanse of open lawn. We walked slowly, as befitted someone with my condition, whatever it was. Colin, darling, am I pregnant? You have Graveson's disease, diagnosed just 2 weeks ago at the John C. Fremont Medical Enclave, from your repeated complaints of dizziness. There's no complaint files in my medical records. There are now. 3 complaints over the last 4 months. 1 misdiagnosis of multiple sclerosis. Your medical problems are one reason David Madison left you. Despite myself, I flinched at the sound of David's name. Some locales are full of gleaming skyscrapers built on infertile, treacherously shifting ground. Japan, for instance. And then there are places like the Garden of Eden, lush, warm, vibrant with color, where only bitterness is built. Whose fault? The garden dwellers? Obviously. They certainly couldn't claim deprived childhoods. Nothing is more bitter than to know you could have had Eden, but turned it into Hiroshima. All by your 2 unaided selves. Colin and I walked a little farther. The weather under the dome was mild and fresh-smelling without wind. Colin's hand on my arm felt pleasant. Stephanie was wrong. He was handsome, even if his looks weren't Gene-mod. Thick brown hair, high cheekbones, a strong body. Too bad he was such a prig. Religious reverence for one's own job, even if the job is worth doing, is a sexual turnoff. I could picture Colin inspecting his naked lovers for GSEA violations, and then turning them in. I said, "You're rushing ahead, darling. Why the medical record changes? I haven't even said I'm willing to play." We need you, Diana. You couldn't have contacted me at a better time. Washington has cut our funds again, a 10% drop from, spare me the political lecture call. What do you need me for? He looked slightly offended. A prig. But of course his funds had been cut. Everybody's funds had been cut. Washington is a binary system. Money can only go in and out. More was going out than was coming in. Lots more. Supporting a nation of livers was expensive when the USA no longer held the only world patents for the cheap Y energy that had made it possible in the first place. Plus, aging industrial machinery, long kept under-repaired, was breaking down at an accelerating rate. Even Stephanie, with all her money, had complained about that. The public sector must feel it even more, and deficit spending had been illegal for nearly a century. Didn't Colin think I knew all that? He said stiffly, "I didn't mean to lecture. I need you for surveillance. You're trained, you're clean. Nobody will be tracking your moves electronically. And if they do come to anybody's attention, Graveson's disease is the perfect cover." This was true as far as it went. I was trained because 15 years ago I'd taken part in an unrecorded training program so secret its agents had never actually been used for anything, or at least I hadn't. But then I dropped out before the end. Claude had come along. Or maybe it had been somebody else. Colin Kowalski had also been in that program, which marked the start of his government career. I was clean because nothing about the program appeared in anybody's databanks, anywhere. But there was something Colin wasn't telling me. Something slightly wrong in his manner. I said, "Who specifically is it that I won't come to the attention of?" But I think I already knew. Sleepless. Neither Sanctuary nor that group on Huevos Verdes. La Isla, I mean. Huevos Verdes. Green eggs. I bent over and pretended to adjust my sandal to hide my grin. I'd never heard that Sleepless had a sense of humor. I said, through rising excitement, "Why does Graveson's disease provide the perfect cover? What is Graveson's disease?" "A brain disorder. It causes extreme restlessness and agitation." "And immediately you thought of me. Thank you, darling." He looked annoyed. "It often leads to aimless travel. Diana, this isn't a joking matter. You're the last of the underground agents who we're positive doesn't show up on any electronic record anywhere before Sanctuary cultured these so-called super sleepless on their protected orbital. Well, it's not protected anymore. We've got it crawling with GSEA personnel. The labs we dismantled completely. Sanctuary will never pull those dangerous gene mod tricks again. And that treacherous Jennifer Sharifi and her revolutionary cell will never get out of jail." Colin's words struck me as understatement. A peculiarly gray-toned, governmental sort of understatement. What he'd called Jennifer Sharifi's dangerous gene mod tricks had been a terrorist attempt to use lethal altered viruses to hold 5 cities hostage. This incredible, daring, insane terrorism had been an attempt to coerce the United States into letting Sanctuary secede. The only reason Sanctuary hadn't succeeded was that Jennifer Sharifi's granddaughter, Miranda, from God knows what twisted family politics, had betrayed the terrorists to the feds. This had all happened 13 years ago. Miranda Sharifi had been 16 years old. She and the other 26 children in on the betrayal had supposedly been so genetically altered they don't even think like human beings anymore. A different species. Exactly what the GSEA was supposed to prevent. Yet here the 27 super sleepless were, walking around alive, a fait accompli, and not even here. A few years ago, the supers had all moved to an island they'd built off the coast of Yucatan. That was the word, built. 1 month it was international ocean, no there. The next month, there existed a genuine island. It wasn't a floating construct, like the artificial islands, but rock that went all the way down to the continental shelf, which was not especially shallow at that point. Luckily, nobody knew how the Sleepless had developed the nanotechnology to do it. A lot of people passionately wanted to know. Nanotechnology was still in its infancy. Mostly, nanoscientists could take things apart, but not build them. This was apparently not true on La Isla. An island, says international law, which predates the existence of people who can create one, is a natural feature. Unlike a ship or an orbital, it doesn't fall under the Artificial Construct Tax Reform Law of 2050, and it doesn't have to be chartered under a national flag. It can be claimed by or for a given country, or can be assigned to it as a protectorate by the UN. The 27 supers, plus hangers-on, settled on their island, which was shaped roughly like two interlocking ovals. The United States claimed La Isla. The potential taxes on super sleepless corporate businesses were enormous. However, the UN assigned the island to Mexico, 20 miles away. The UN was collectively unhappy with Americans in one of those downward cycles of international opinion. Mexico, which had been getting fucked over by the United States regularly for several centuries, was happy to receive whatever monies La Isla paid to leave the inhabitants strictly alone. The supers built their compound under cover of the most sophisticated energy fields in existence. Impenetrable. Apparently, the supers, with their unimaginably boosted brain power, weren't geniuses at only gene modification. They included among their number geniuses at everything. Y-energy, electronics, grav tech. From their island, officially if unimaginatively named La Isla, they have sold patents throughout a world market on which the U.S. can offer only the same tired recycled products and inflated prices. The U.S. has 120 million non-productive livers to support. La Isla has none. I'd never before heard it called huevos verdes, which translated as green eggs, but in Spanish slang meant green testicles. Fertile and puissant balls. Did Colin know this? I stooped to pick a blade of very green gene mod grass. Colin, don't you think that if the supers wanted Jennifer Sharifi and their other grandparents out of prison, they'd get them out? Obviously, the successful counter-revolutionaries want the senior gang right where you've got them. He looked even more annoyed. Diana, the super sleepless are not gods. They can't control everything. They're just human beings. I thought the GSEA says they're not. He ignored this. Or maybe not. You told me yesterday you believed in stopping illegal gene mod experiments. Experiments that could irrevocably change humanity as we know it. I pictured Catus lying smashed on the sidewalk, Stephanie laughing above. Cookie, please. I had indeed told Colin that I believed in stopping genetic engineering, but not for reasons as simple as his. It wasn't that I objected to irrevocable changes to humanity. In fact, that frequently seemed to me like a good idea. Humanity didn't strike me as so wonderful that it should be forever beyond change. However, I had no faith in the kinds of alterations that would be picked. I doubted the choosers, not the fact of choice. We'd already gone far enough in the direction of Stephanie, who considered sentient life forms as disposable as toilet paper. A dog today, expensive and non-productive livers tomorrow. Who the next day? I suspected Stephanie was capable of genocide, if it served her purposes. I suspected many donkeys were. There were times I'd thought it of myself, although not when I genuinely thought. The non-thought appalled me. I doubted Colin could understand all this. That's right, I agreed. I want to help stop illegal gene mod experiments. And I want you to know that I know that under that flip manner of yours, there's a serious and loyal American citizen. Oh, Colin, not even boosted IQ let him see the world other than binary. Acceptable, not acceptable. Good, bad, on, off. The reality was so much more complicated. And not only that, he was lying to me. I'm good at detecting lies, far better than Colin at implying them. He wasn't going to trust me with anything important in this project, whatever it was. I was too hastily recruited, too flip, too unreliable. That I had left my training before its completion was de facto unreliability, disloyalty, unacceptability for anything important. That's the way government types think. Maybe they're right. Whatever surveillance Colin gave me would be strictly backup, triple redundancy. There was a theory for this in surveillance work: cheap, limited, and out of control. It started as a robot engineering theory, but pretty soon carried over into police work. If there are a lot of investigators with limited tasks, they won't cohere into a single premature viewpoint about what they're looking for. That way, they might turn up something totally unexpected. Colin wanted me for the equivalent of a wild card. I didn't mind. At least it would get me out of San Francisco. Colin said, for the last 2 years, the supers have been entering the United States in ones and twos, heavily disguised, both cosmetically and electronically. They travel around to various liver towns or donkey enclaves, and then go home to La Isla. We want to know why. I murmured, maybe they have Graveson's disease. I'm sorry, what did you say? I said, have you made any progress penetrating Huevos Verdes? No, he said. But then he wouldn't have told me if they have. The sexual innuendo he missed completely. And who will I be keeping under surveillance? The excitement was a little bubble in my throat now, still surprising. It had been a long time since anything had excited me. Except David, of course, who had taken his sexy shoulders and verbal charm and sense of superiority to hold in readiness for plunking down temporarily in the middle of some other woman's life. He said, you'll be following Miranda Sharifi. Ah, I have full ID information and kit for you in a locker at the Gravrail station. You'll pass as a liver. This was a slight insult. Colin was implying my looks weren't spectacular enough to absolutely mark them as Jean Maud. I let it pass. Colin said, she's only made one trip off the island herself. We think. When the next one happens, you go with her. How will you be sure it's her? If they're using both cosmetic and electronic disguises, she could have different features, hair, even brain scan projection all masking her own. True. But their heads are slightly misshapen, slightly too big. That's hard to disguise. I knew that, of course. Everybody did. 13 years ago, when the supers had first come down from Sanctuary, their big heads had given rise to a lot of bad jokes. The actuality was that their revved-up metabolism and altered brain chemistry had caused other abnormalities, the human gene mod being a very complex thing. Supers are not, I remembered, and especially handsome people. I said, their heads aren't that big, Colin. In some lights, it's even hard to tell at all. Also, their infrared body scans are on file, from the trial. You can't move the position of your liver or mask the digestive rate of your duodenum, which are both pretty generic anyway. Infrared scans aren't even admissible in court as identity markers. They're too unreliable. Still, it was better than nothing. All of this was better than the nothing with David, the nothing of Stephanie, the something of Catus. Thank you, lady. Colin said, the trips off Huevos Verdes are increasing. They're planning something. We need to find out what. Si, senor, I said. He wasn't amused. We'd walked nearly to the perimeter of the security bubble. Beyond its faint shimmer, a body pod had arrived for the dead scooter racer. I could just see some livers loading him into the pod at the very edge of my range of Gene Mod enhanced vision. The livers were crying. They got the body into the pod, and the pod started down the track. After 15 feet, there was a sudden grinding sound, and the pod stopped. Livers pushed. The pod didn't move. The funeral machinery, like so much other more important machinery lately, had apparently broken down. The livers stood staring at it, bewildered and helpless. I walked with Colin inside Building G14, looking dizzy, as a victim of Graveson's disease occasionally should. 2. Billy Washington, East Oleanta, New York. When I found out, about the rabid raccoon, first thing I did was run straight down to the cafe to tell Annie Francie. I ran all the way, That ain't so easy no more. All I could think was maybe Lizzie was already safe, with Annie in the kitchen. Maybe Lizzie wasn't in the woods. Maybe. Run, old man! Run, old fuck! A kid yelled from the alley between the hotel and the warehouse. They stood there, the stomps, when the weather was nice. The weather was nice. I forgot that they'd be there, or I'd have gone around the long way by the river. But this afternoon, they was too lazy or too splintered to chase me. I didn't tell them shit about the raccoon. At the servo entrance to the cafe, where only bots supposed to go, I pounded, as hard as I could, and the hell with who heard. Annie Frenchie, let me in! The bushes to my right rustled, and I almost keeled over me. The coons come there for the stuff that drops off the delivery bots. But it was only a snake. Annie, it's me, Billy. Let me in. The low door swung open. I crawled through on hands and knees. It was Lizzie, who figured out how to get the servo entrance to open without no bot signal. Annie could no more do that than grow leaves. They were both there. Annie was peeling apples, and Lizzie was tinkering with the bot that was supposed to peel apples, which ain't worked in a month. Not that Lizzie could fix it. She was smart, but she was still only 11 years old. Billy Washington? Annie said. You're shaking, you. What happened? Rabid raccoons, I gasped. My heart was going, like a waterfall. 4 of them, reported on the area monitor by the river where Lizzie goes to play. Shh, Annie said. Shh, dear heart, Lizzie's here now. She's safe, Annie put her arms around me where I sat panting on the floor like some humping bear. Lizzie watched with her big black eyes wide and sparkly. She probably thought a rabid raccoon was interesting. She ain't never seen one, I have. Annie was big and soft, a chocolate-covered woman with breasts like pillows. She wouldn't tell me, how old she was. But of course all I had to do was ask the terminals at the cafe or the hotel. She was 35. Lizzie didn't look nothing like her mother. She was light-skinned and skinny, with reddish hair and tight braids. She didn't have no hips or breasts yet. What she had was brains. Annie worried about that a lot. She couldn't remember a time when we was just people, not livers. I could remember me. At 68, you can remember a lot. I could remember a time when Annie might have been proud of Lizzie's brains. I could remember a time when being held by a woman like Annie would have meant more than panting from a bad heart. You all right, dear heart? Annie said. She took her arms away, and right away I missed them. I'm an old fool, me. Now, tell us again real slow. I had my breath back. 4 rabid raccoons. The area monitor was wailing like death. They must have come down them from the mountains. The monitor showed them by the river, moving toward town. The bio warnings was flashing deep red. Then the monitor quit again, and this time nothing couldn't get it started again. Jack Sawicki kicked it, and so did I. Them coons could be anywhere. Did the warden bot get sent to kill them, before the monitor quit? The warden bots broke too. Shit. Annie made a face. Next time I'm voting me against Samuelson. You think it'll make any difference? They're all alike. But you keep Lizzie inside you until somebody does something about them coons. Lizzie, you stay inside, you hear me? Lizzie nodded. Then, being Lizzie, she argued, But who, Billy? Who what? Who will do something about them raccoons, if the warden bots broke? Nobody answered. Annie picked up her knife, and went back to peeling apples. I settled myself more comfortable against the wall. No chairs, of course. Nobody's supposed to be in the cafe kitchen except bots. Annie broke in, for the first time last September. She didn't bother the bots while they prepared food for the food belt. She just took a bit of sugar here, some soy synth there, some of the fresh fruit from the servo bin shipments, and cooked up things. Delicious things. Nobody could cook like Annie. Fruit cobblers that made your mouth fill with sweet water just to look at them. Meatloaf hot and spicy. Biscuits like air. She added them, right onto the food belt cubbies going out into the cafe to be clicked off on people's meal chips. Fools probably didn't even notice them, how much better her dishes tasted than the usual stuff going round and round on the belt day and night. And of course, with the holo terminal going full blast and the dance music playing all the time, nobody would have heard her and Lizzie back here even if they was blowing up the whole damn kitchen. Annie liked to cook, she said. Liked to keep busy. I sometimes thought, that for somebody trying so hard to bring up Lizzie to be a good liver, Annie herself was more than a little bit donkey. Of course I didn't say that, to Annie. I wanted to keep my head. Annie started to hum her while she peeled apples. But Lizzie don't give up on questions. She said again, "Who will do something about them raccoons?" Annie frowned. "Maybe somebody'll come to fix the warden bot." Lizzie's big black eyes didn't blink. It's spooky sometimes how she can stare so hard without never blinking. Nobody came to fix the peeler bot. Nobody came to fix the cleaner bot in the cafe. You said yesterday, that you didn't think the donkeys would send nobody even if the mainline soy synth bot broke. Well, I didn't mean it, me, Annie said. She peeled faster. That breaks and nobody in this town eats. They could share them. Share the food that people took off the food belt before it broke. Annie and I looked at each other. Once I saw a town, where a cafe broke down. 6 people ended up killed. And that was when the grav rail worked regular, so people could leave them for another town in the district. Yes, dear heart, Annie said. People could share them. But you and Billy don't think they would, them? Annie didn't answer. She don't like to lie to Lizzie, her. I said, "No, Lizzie, a lot of people wouldn't share them." Lizzie turned her bright black eyes on me. Why wouldn't they share? I said, "'Cause people out of the habit of sharing them. They expect stuff now. They got a right to stuff, that's why they elect politicians. The donkey politicians pay their taxes, them, and the taxes are the cafes and warehouses and med units and baths that let livers get on with serious living." Lizzie said, "But people shared more, them, when you was young, Billy. They shared more then?" "Sometimes. Mostly they worked, them, for what they wanted." "That's enough," Annie said sharply. "Don't you go filling her head with what's past, Billy Washington. She's a liver. Don't go talking you like you was a donkey yourself. And you, Lizzie, don't you talk about it no more." But nobody can't stop Lizzie when she started. She's like a grav rail. Like a grav rail used to be before this last year. School says I'm lucky, me, to be a liver. I get to live like an aristo while the donkeys got to do all the work, them. Donkeys serve livers. Livers hold the power, us, by votes. But if we hold the power, us, how come we can't get the cleaner bot and the peeler bot and the warden bot fixed? "Since when you been at school?" I joked, trying to derail Lizzie, trying to keep Annie from getting madder. "I thought you just played, you, down by the river with Susie Mastro and Carlina Terrell. You're an aggro liver, you." She looked at me, her, like I was a broken bot myself. Annie said shortly, "You are lucky, you, to be a liver. And you say so if anybody asks you." "Like who?" "Anybody. You shouldn't go to school so much anyway. You don't never see the other children, you, going so much. Do you want to be a freak?" She scowled. Lizzie turned to me. "Billy, who's going to do something about them rabid raccoons if nobody fixes the warden bot?" I glanced at Annie. I got to my feet, me, puffing. "I don't know, Lizzie. Just stay inside, you, all right?" Lizzie said, "But what if one of them raccoons bites somebody?" I had the sense, me, to stay quiet. Finally, Annie said, "The med unit still works." "But what if it breaks?" "It won't break." "But what if it does?" "It won't." "How do you know?" Lizzie said. And I finally saw, me, that this was some sort of private scooter race between mother and daughter. I didn't understand it, me, but I could see Lizzie was ahead. She said again, "How do you know, you, that the med unit won't break too?" "Because if it did, Congresswoman Land would send somebody her to fix it. The med unit is part of her taxes." "She didn't send nobody to fix the cleaning bot, or the peeler bot, or the med unit's different," Annie snapped. She hacked at an apple so hard that pulp flew off the table I stole for her from the cafe. Lizzie said, "Why is the med unit so different?" "Because it just is. If the med unit breaks, people could die, them. No politician is going to let livers die. They'd never get elected again." Lizzie considered this. I thought, me, that the scooter race was over, and I breathed more easy. Lately, it seemed like they fought all the time. Lizzie was growing up, her, and I hated it. It made it harder to keep her safe. She said, "But people could die from rabid raccoons, too. So how come you said District Supervisor Samuelson probably won't send nobody to fix the warden bot, but Congresswoman Land would send somebody to fix the med unit bot?" I laughed. I couldn't help it. She was so smart, her. Annie scowled at me, and right away I was sorry I laughed. Annie snapped, "So maybe I was wrong, me. Maybe somebody'll fix the warden bot. Maybe I don't know nothing, me. Lizzie said calmly. Billy said to him that nobody would fix it. Billy, how come you? I said, because even donkeys don't get the money, that they used to have to pay taxes with. And too much stuff gets broke nowadays. They got to make choices, about what to fix. Lizzie said, but why do the donkey politicians got less money for taxes, And how come more stuff gets broke? Annie flung her peeled apples into a belt dish and dumped dough on them like it was mud. Because other countries make cheap Y-energy now. 20 years ago, we was the only ones, us, who could make it, and now we're not. But the stuff's breaking, Annie burst out. You believe them lies politicians say on the grids? Land and Samuelson and Drinkwater? Piss water. All lies. Every time one of them opens their mouth, it's lies. They just want to get out of paying their rightful taxes. The taxes we earned, us, with our votes. And I told you not to fill up the child's head with them second-hand donkey lies, Billy Washington. Ain't lies, I said. But I hated having Annie mad at me worse than I hated having her mad at Lizzie. It hurt my heart. Old fool. Lizzie saw it. She was like that, her, all pushing and pushing one minute, all sweetness the next. She put her arms around me. It's all right, Billy. She ain't mad her at you. Nobody's mad at you. We love you, us. I held her, me. It was like holding a bird, thin bones and fluttery heart in your hand. She smelled of apples. My dead wife Rosie and me never wanted kids. I don't know, me, what we was thinking. But all I said out loud was, you don't go outside, you, until them rabid raccoons are killed by somebody. Annie shot me a look. It took me a minute to figure out, she was afraid, that Lizzie was just going to start all over again. Killed by who, Billy? But Lizzie didn't start. She just said, sweet as berries, I won't, me. I'll stay inside. But now it was Annie who couldn't let it go. I don't understand, mothers, me. Annie said, and you stay away from school for a while too, Lizzie. You ain't no donkey, you. Lizzie didn't answer. Annie only wanted what was best for Lizzie. I knew that, me. Lizzie had to live in East Oleanta, join a lodge, go to scooter races, hang around the cafe, choose her lovers here, have her babies here. Annie wanted Lizzie to belong, like an agro liver, not some weird, fake donkey freak nobody would want. Any mother would. Annie might sneak her into the kitchen of the Congresswoman Janet Carroll Land Cafe to do some cooking, but she was still all liver, all the way through. And Lizzie wasn't. A long time ago, when I was in school myself, me, and the country was different, I learned something. It's fuzzy now, but it keeps hanging in my head. It was from before donkeys and livers, before cafes and warehouses, before politicians paid taxes to us instead of the other way around. It was from back when they were still making Sleepless, and you could read about them in newspapers, when there was newspapers. This thing was a word about gene mod, but it meant something that wasn't gene mod, was natural. Lizzie learns at school that donkeys are inferior then because donkeys have to be made gene mod so they can be put to work providing all the things livers need. But this word wasn't about the kind of natural that makes us livers superior to donkeys. It was about a different kind of natural. A kind that happens by itself, but makes you different from other natural livers around you. The word explained why Lizzie asked so many donkey questions when she wasn't no donkey and didn't have no donkey gene mods, although the word was in her genes. How could that be? Like I said, I was fuzzy, me, about the word and about how it worked, but I remembered it. The word was throwback. I watched Lizzie watch her mother put the apple dish on the food belt. It went under the flash heater and out through the wall into the cafe. Somebody would choose it on their Senator Mark Todd Ingalls meal chip. Annie went on to cooking something else. Lizzie sat on the floor, with the pieces of the broken peeler bought. When her mother wasn't looking, she studied each one, figuring out how it might go together. And when she grinned at me, her black eyes sparkled and darted, shiny as stars. That night we had a meeting, us, in the cafe, to talk about the rabid raccoons. 40 people, not counting kids. Paulie Sanverno actually seen one of the sick raccoons, hind legs twitching like it was splintered, mouth foaming, down near the State Senator James Richard Langton scooter track on the other side of town from the river. Somebody said that we should put chairs in a circle to make a real meeting, but nobody did. At the other end of the cafe, the hollow terminal played and the dance music blasted. Nobody danced but the hollows, life-sized, smiling dolls made of light, pretty enough to be donkeys. I don't like them, me. Never did. You can see right through the edges. Turn down that music so we can hear ourselves talk, us, Paulie bawled. People slouching at the tables near the food belt didn't even look up at them, probably all doing sunshine. Paulie walked over him and turned down the noise. Well, Jack Sawicki said, what are we going to do, us, about those sick coons? Only a few people snickered them, and they were the dumbest ones. Like Annie said, somebody has to serve at meetings, even if serving is donkey work. Jack is mayor, him. He can't help it. East Oleanta ain't big enough to have a regular donkey mayor. No donkeys live here, and we don't want none. So we elected Jack, us, and he does what he has to do. Somebody said, call county legislator Drinkwater on the official terminal. Yeah, call Pisswater. District Supervisor Samuelson's got the warden franchise him. Then call Samuelson. Yeah, and while you're at it, you, make another town protest that the goddamn warehouse don't distribute it but once a week now. That was Seeley Kane. I ain't never seen her not angry. Yeah, Rutgers Corners, they still got distrib them twice a week. I had to wear those jacks 2 days in a row. I got sick, me, and missed a distrib, and we run out of toilet paper. Next election, District Supervisor Aaron Simon Samuelson was a squashed spider. But Jack Sawicki, he knew him how to serve a meeting. Okay, people, shut up now. This is about the sick coons, not about warehouse distrib. I'm going me to just call up our donkeys. He unlocked the official terminal. It sits way in the corner of the cafe. Jack pulled his chair him right up close to it, so his belly almost rested on his knees. A few stomps from the alley gang swaggered into the cafe, carrying their wooden clubs. They headed them for the food belt, laughing and smacking each other drunk on sunshine. Nobody told them to shut up. Nobody dared. Terminal, activate, Jack said. He didn't mind him talking donkey in front of us. None of this fake shit about I don't carry out orders, I give them, I'm an agro-liver me. Jack was a good mayor. But I'm careful me not to tell him so. Terminal activated, the terminal said. For the first time I wondered what we'd do if the thing was as broke as Annie's apple peeler bot. Jack said, message for District Supervisor Aaron Simon Samuelson. Copy to County Legislator Thomas Scott Drinkwater. Copy to State Senator James Richard Langton. Copy to State Representative Claire Amelia Forrester. Copy to Congresswoman Janet Carroll Land. Jack licked his lips. Priority 2. 1! Seeley Kane shouted. Make it a 1, you bastard! I can't, Seeley, Jack said. He was patient, him. 1 is for disasters like attack, or fire, or flood at the Y plant. That was supposed to make us smile. A Y plant can't catch fire, can't break down no way with its donkey shields. Can't nothing get in, and only energy can get out. But Seeley Kane don't know how to smile, her. Her daddy, old Doug Kane, is my best friend, but he can't do nothing with her neither. Never could, not even when she was a child. This is a disaster, you shithead! One of them coons kills a kid of mine, and I'll tear you apart myself, Jack Sawicki. Hey, stay together, Seeley, Paul Sinverno said. Somebody muttered bitch. The door opened, and Annie came in, her holding Lizzie's hand. The stomps at the food belt were still shouting and shoving. The terminal said, please hold, linking with District Supervisor Samuelson's mobile unit. A minute later, the hollow appeared, not life-sized, like on the HT, but a tiny 8-inch high Samuelson seated at his desk and dressed in a blue uniform. He looked him about 40, but of course with donkey gene mods you can't never tell. He had thick gray hair and big shoulders and crinkly blue eyes. Handsome, like all of them. A few people shuffled their feet then. If voters don't watch the donkey channels, then the only people they ever see not dressed in jacks are Samuelson's techs at the warehouse distrib twice a week. Once a week now. Suddenly I wondered if that was Samuelson. Maybe the hollow was just a tape. Maybe the real Samuelson was someplace dressed up for a party, or in jacks, if donkeys ever wore jacks then, or even naked him taking a shit. It was weird to think about. Yes, Mayor Sawicki, Samuelson said. How can I serve you, sir? There's at least 4 rabid raccoons in East Oleanta, Supervisor, maybe more. The area monitor picked them up, before it broke. We seen the coons right in town. They're dangerous. I told you 2 weeks ago that the game warden bot broke. Samuelson said, Game warden duties have been franchised to the Celica Corporation. I notified them, sir, as soon as you notified me. But Jack wasn't taking any of that shit. Like I said, he was a good mayor. We don't care, us, who's supposed to do the job. It's your responsibility that it gets done, Supervisor. That's why we elected you, us. Samuelson didn't change expression. That's when I decided that he was a tape. I'm sorry, Mayor, you're quite right. It is my responsibility. I'll take care of it right away, sir. That's what you said 2 weeks ago, when the warden first broke it. Yes, sir. Funding has been... Yes, you're quite right, sir. I am sorry. It won't be neglected again, sir. People nodded at each other. Damn right. Behind me, Paulie Sinverno muttered, Got to be firm, us with donkeys. Remind 'em who pays the votes. Jack said, Thank you, Supervisor. And one more thing. Hey! A stomp screamed at the other end of the cafe. The food belt stopped it! Dead silence fell. The hollow of Samuelson said sharply, What is it? What's the problem? For a minute, he almost sounded him like a person. The stomp screamed again. Fucking thing just stopped it! Ate my meal chip and stopped! The food cubbies don't open them! He yanked at all the plastic clear cubby doors and none budged. But of course they don't never budge them unless you put your chip in the slot. The stomp slammed on them with his club, and that didn't help neither. Plasticlear don't break. Jack ran him across the cafe, his belly bouncing under his red jacks. He stuck his own meal chip into the slot and pressed a cubby button. The chip disappeared, and the cubby didn't open. Jack ran back to the terminal. It's broke, Supervisor. The goddamn food belt's broke, Eating chips and not giving out no food. You got to do something real quick. This can't go no 2 weeks. Of course not, Mayor. As you know, the cafe isn't part of my taxes. It's funded and maintained by Congresswoman Land. But I'll notify her myself immediately, and a technician will be there from Albany within the hour. Nobody will starve within an hour, Mayor Sawicki. Keep your constituents calm, sir. Seeley Kane shrilled. Fixed like the warden bot, you mean? If my kids go hungry even a day, you mule bastard... Shut up, Paulie Sinverno told her, murderously low. Paulie don't like to see donkeys abused to their faces. He says that they got feelings too. Within 1 hour, Jack said. Thank you for your help, Supervisor. Dialogue over. Dialogue over, Samuelson said. He smiled at us, the same smile like on his election hollows, chin up and crinkly eyes bright. The hollow pushed a button on his desk. The picture disappeared. But something must have gone wrong, because the voice didn't disappear, only it sounded all different. Samuelson still, but no Samuelson we never seen or heard campaigning us. Christ, what next? These morons and imbeciles, I'm tempted to just... Oh. The terminal yelped and went dead. A woman at a far table screamed. The stomp with the biggest wooden club had grabbed her food and was eating it. Jack and Paulie and Norm Frazier charged over them and jumped the kid. His buddies jumped back. Tables crashed over and people started running. Somebody had just changed HT channels, and a scooter race in Alabama roared by, life-size. I grabbed Annie and Lizzie and shoved them to the door. Get out! Get out! Outside, the Y lights made Main Street bright as day. I could feel my heart banging, but I didn't slow up me. Angry people got no sense. Anything could happen. I panted me alongside Annie, she running with those big breasts bouncing, Lizzie running quick and quiet as a deer. In Annie's apartment on J Street, I collapsed me on a sofa. It wasn't none too comfortable, not like sofas I remembered from when I was young, the soft ones you kept around long enough to take the shape of a person's body. But on the other hand, plasticynth don't never get vermin. Lizzie said, her eyes bright, Do you think a donkey will come, them, to fix the food belt in an hour? I gasped, Lizzie, hush you. But what if in an hour no donkey don't come to... Annie said, You be quiet, Lizzie, or you'll wish them donkeys will come to fix you. Billy, you better stay here, you, for tonight. No telling what them fools at the cafe might do. She brought me a blanket, one of those she'd embroidered her with bright yarns from the warehouse. More embroideries hung on the wall, woven with bits of pop can the young girls make jewelry out of, with torn-up jacks, with any other bright thing Annie could find. All the J Street apartments look alike. They was all built at the same time about 10 years ago when some senator came up from way behind and needed a big campaign boost. Small rooms, foam-cast walls, plasticynth furniture from a warehouse distrib, but Annie's is one of the few that looks to me like a home. Annie made Lizzie go to bed. Then she came her and sat on a chair close by my sofa. Billy, did you see that woman in the cafe? What woman? It was nice, her sitting so close. The one standing her off by the back wall wearing green jacks. She don't live her in East Oleanta. So? I snuggled under Annie's pretty blanket. We get travelers sometimes, us, though not as many as we used to, now that the grav rail don't work so regular. Meal chips are good any place in the state. They come from United States senators. And it didn't used to be hard to get an interstate exchange chip. Maybe it still ain't. I don't travel much. She looked different, Annie said. Different how? Annie pressed her lips tight together, thinking. Her lips were dark and shiny as blackberries, the lower ones so full that pressing them together only made it look juicier. I had to look away, me. She said slowly, different like a donkey. I sat up on the sofa. The blanket slid off. You mean Jean Maud? I didn't see me nobody like that. Well, she wasn't Jean Maud pretty. Short, with squinchy features and low eyebrows and a head a little too big. But she was a donkey, her. I know it. Billy, you think she's a FBI spy? In East Oleanta? We ain't got no underground organizations, us. All we got is rotten stomps that want to spoil life for the rest of us. Annie kept on pressing her lips together. County legislator Thomas Scott Drinkwater runs our police franchise. He contracts him with an outfit that has both bots and donkey officers. We don't see them much. They don't keep the peace on the streets, and they don't bother them about thefts, because there's always more in the warehouse. But when we have an assault us, or a murder, or a rape, they're there. Just last year, Ed Jensen was Gene-fingered for killing the oldest flag girl when a lodge dance got too rough. Jensen took him up to Albany for 25 to life. On the other hand, nobody never stood trial for the bow shooting of Sam Taggart out in the woods 2 years ago. But I think we had a different franchise us back then. FBI is a whole other thing. All them federal outfits are. They don't come to livers unless something donkey is threatened, and once they come, they don't let go. Well, Annie said stubbornly, all I know, me, is that she was a donkey. I can smell them. I didn't want to argue, me, but I didn't want her to worry neither. Annie, ain't no reason for FBI to be in East Oleanta. And donkeys don't have big heads and squinchy features, them. They don't let their kids get born that way. Well, I hope you're right, you. We don't need no visiting donkeys in East Oleanta. Let them stay them in their places and us in ours. I couldn't help it. I said real soft, Annie, you ever hear of Eden? She knew that I didn't mean the Bible. Not in that voice. She snapped, no, I never heard of it, me. Yes, you did. I can tell, me, by your voice. You heard of Eden. And what if I did? It's garbage. I couldn't let it go, me. Why is it garbage? Why? Billy, think you. How could there be a place, even in the mountains, that donkeys don't know about? Donkeys serve everything, them, including mountains. They got air cars and planes to see everything. Anyway, why would a place without donkeys ever come to be? Who would do the work? Bots, I said. Who would make the bots? Maybe us? Livers work? But why, in God's name? We don't got to work, us. We got donkeys to do all that for us. We got a right to be served by donkeys in their bots. We elect them. Why would we want to go, us, to some place without public servants? She was too young, her. Annie don't remember a time before the voting came on HT and the franchises made cheap bots, and the mission for holy living was all over the place, them, contributing lots of money to all the churches, and explaining about the lilies of the field, and the sacredness of joy, and the favor of God to Mary over Martha. Annie don't remember her all the groups for all the kinds of democracy, each showing us how in a democracy the common man was the real aristo and master of his public servants. Schools for democracy. Irish Americans for democracy. Hoosiers for democracy. Blacks for democracy. I don't know, me. The bots took over the hard work and we were happy, us, to give it to them. The politicians started talking them about bread and circuses, and calling voters sir and ma'am, and building the cafes and warehouses and scooter tracks and lodge buildings. Annie don't remember her. She likes to cook and sew, and she don't spend all her time at races and brainy parties and lodge dances and lovers, like some. But she still ain't never held an axe in her hand and swung it. Or a hoe, or a hatchet, or a hammer. She don't remember. And then suddenly I knew, me, what an old fool I really was, and how wrong. Because I did swing heavy tools, me, on road crews in Georgia, when I was just a few years older than Lizzie. And when I wasn't being an ass, I could remember, me, how my back ached like it was going to break, and my skin blistered under the sun, and the black flies bit them on the open sores where they'd bit before, and at night I was so tired and hurting me, I'd cry for my mother into my pillow where the older men couldn't hear me. That's the work we did, us, not some quiet, clean assembling of donkey bots. I remembered the fear of losing that lousy job when there wasn't no Congresswoman Janet Carroll Land Cafe. No Senator Mark Todd Ingalls Mule Chip. No Senator Calvin Guy Winthrop J Street apartment block. The fear was like a knife behind your eyes when the foreman come over him on a Friday to say, "That's it, Washington, you through." And all you wanted to do was take that knife out from behind your eyes and drive it hard through his heart, because now how you going to eat? Pay the rent. Stay alive. I remembered me how it was, all in a second, after I opened my big mouth to Annie. "You're right," I said, not looking at her. "There ain't no eatin' for us. I should go home now, me." "Stay," Annie said kindly. "Please, Billy, in case there's trouble at the cafe." Like anybody could break into a phone-cast apartment, or like a broke-down old man could be any real help to her or Lizzie. But I stayed. In the darkness, I could hear me how Annie and Lizzie moved in their bedrooms, walking around, laying down, turning and settling into sleep. Sometime in the night, the temperature must have dropped, because I heard the Y energy heater come on. I listened, to their breathing, a woman and a child, and pretty soon I slept. But I dreamed about dangerous raccoons, sick and full of death. 3. Drew Arlen, Huevos Verdes. I never get used to the way other people don't see colors and shapes. No, that's not right. They see them. They just don't see them in the mind where it matters. Other people can't feel colors and shapes, can't become colors and shapes, can't see through the colors and shapes to the trueness of the world as I do, in the shapes it makes in my mind. That's not it either. Words are hard for me. I think words were hard even before the operation that made me the lucid dreamer. But the pictures are clear. I can see myself as a dirty, dumb, hungry 10-year-old traveling alone halfway across the country to Lisha Camden, the most famous Sleepless in the world. I can see her face as I ask her to make me be somebody, me. I can see her eyes when I boasted, "Someday, me, I'm gonna own Sanctuary." Sanctuary, the orbital where all the Sleepless except Lisha Camden and Kevin Baker had exiled themselves. My grandfather, a dumb laborer, had died building Sanctuary, and I thought, in my pathetic 10-year-old arrogance, that I could own it. I thought that if I learned to talk like donkeys and Sleepless, learned to behave like them, learned to think like them, I could have what they had: money, power, choices. When I picture that child now, the shapes in my mind are sharp and small, as if seen through the wrong end of a telescope. The shapes are the pale lost gold of remembered summer twilight. Miranda Sharifi will inherit a controlling interest in Sanctuary stock. When her parents, Sleepless, eventually die, if they ever do. "What belongs to me belongs to you, Drew," Miranda said. She has said it several times. Miranda, a super Sleepless, often explains things to me several times. She is very patient. But even with her explanations, I don't understand what Miri and the supers are doing at Huevos Verdes. I thought I did 8 years ago when the island was created, but since then, there have been a lot more words. I can repeat the words, but I can't feel their shapes. They're words without solid form. Auxotropes, allosteric interactions, nanotechnology, photophosphorylation, loss and conversion formulas, neo-Marxist assisted evolution. Most of the time I just nod and smile. But I am the lucid dreamer. When I float on stage and put a raucous liver crowd into the lucid dreaming trance, and the music and words and combination of shapes flow from my subconscious through my super-designed hardware, I touch their minds in places they didn't know they had. They feel more deeply, exist more blissfully, become more whole, for at least the length of the concert. And when the concert's over, my audience is subtly changed. They might not realize it. The donkeys who pay for my performances, considering them bread and circus occult trash for the masses, don't realize it. Lisha doesn't realize it. But I know I've controlled my audience and changed them, and that I am the only one in the world with that power. The only one. I try to remember that when I am with Miranda. Lisha Camden sat across the table from me and said, "Drew, what are they doing at Huevos Verdes?" I sipped my coffee. On a plate were fresh Gene Mod grapes and berries, with small buttery cookies smelling of lemon and ginger. There was fresh cream for the coffee. The library in Lisha's New Mexico compound was airy and high-ceilinged, its light, earthy colors echoing the New Mexico desert beyond the big windows. Here and there among the monitors and bookshelves stood stark, graceful sculptures by artists I didn't know. Some sort of delicate, old-fashioned music played. I said, "What's that music?" "Claude Debussy." "Never heard of him." "Her. A 16th century composer for the lute." Lisha said this impatiently, which only showed how tense she was. Usually the shapes she made in my mind were all clean and hard-edged, rigid, glowing with iridescence. "Drew, you're not answering me. What are Miri and the Supers doing at Huevos Verdes?" "I've been answering you for 8 years. I don't know." "I still don't believe you." I looked at her. Sometime in the last year she had cut her hair. Maybe a woman got tired of caring for her hair after 106 years. She still looked 35. Sleepless didn't age, and so far they didn't die, except through accidents or murder. Their bodies regenerated, an unexpected side effect of their bizarre genetic engineering. And the first generation of Sleepless, unlike Miranda's, hadn't been so complexly altered that physical appearance couldn't be controlled. Lisha would be beautiful until she died. She had raised me. She had educated me to the limits of my intelligence, which might once have been normal, but could never compare to the gene-mod-boosted IQ of donkeys, let alone Sleepless. When I became crippled in a freak accident at the age of 10, Lisha had bought me my first power chair. Lisha had loved me when I was a child, and had declined to love me when I became a man, and had given me to Miranda, or Miranda to me. She put both palms flat on the table and leaned forward. I recognized what was coming. Lisha was a lawyer. "Drew, you never knew my father. He died when I was in law school. I adored him. He was the most stubborn human being I ever met. Until I met Miri, anyway." The spiky pain shapes again. When Miri came down from Sanctuary 13 years ago, she came to Lisha Camden, the only Sleepless not financially or ethically bound to Miri's horror of a grandmother. Miri came to Lisha for help in starting a new life, just as I once had. Lisha said, "My father was stubborn, generous, convinced he was always right. He had boundless energy. He was capable of incredible discipline, manic reliance on will, complete obsessiveness when he wanted something. He was willing to bend any rules that stood in his way, but he wasn't a tyrant. He was just implacable." Does that sound like anybody you know? Does that sound like Miri? "Yes," I said. Where do they get all these words, Lisha and Miri and the rest of them? But these particular words fit. "It sounds like Miranda." "And another thing about my father," Lisha said, looking directly at me. "He wore people out. He wore out 2 wives, 1 daughter, 4 business partners, and finally his own heart. Just wore them out. He was capable of destroying what he passionately loved just by applying his own impossible standards toward improving it." I put down my coffee cup. Lisha put her palms flat on the table and leaned toward me. "Drew, I'm asking for the last time. What is Miri doing at Huevos Verdes? You have to understand, I'm scared for her. Miri's not like my father in one important way. She's not a loner. She's desperate for a community growing up the way she did on Sanctuary, with Jennifer Sharifi for a grandmother. But that's not the point. Or maybe it is. She yearns to belong the way only an outsider can, and she doesn't. She knows that. She put her grandmother and that gang in jail, and so the Sleepless have rejected her. She's so superior to the donkeys they can't accept her on principle. She's too much of a threat. And the idea of her trying to find common ground communicating with livers is ludicrous. There's no common language. I looked carefully away, out the window at the desert. You never see that clear crystalline light anywhere else. Like the air itself, the light is both solid and yet completely transparent. Lisha says, "All Miri has outside of you is 26 other super Sleepless. That's it. Do you know what makes a revolutionary, Drew? Being an outsider looking in, coupled with the idealistic desire to create the one, true, just community, coupled with the belief that you can. Idealists on the inside don't become revolutionaries. They just become reformers, like me. Reformers think that things need a little improvement, but the basic structure is sound. Revolutionaries think about wiping everything out and starting all over. Miri's a revolutionary with super intelligent followers, unimaginable technology, huge amounts of money, and passionate ideals. Do you wonder that I'm scared? What are they doing in Huevos Verdes?" I couldn't meet Lisha's eyes. So many words pouring out of her, so much argument, so many complicated definitions. The shapes in my mind were dark, confused, angry, with dangerous, trailing cables hard as steel. But they weren't Lisha's shapes. They were mine. Drew, Lisha said softly now, the outsider pleading with me. Please tell me what she's doing. I don't know, I lied. 2 days later, I sat in a skimmer speeding over the open sea toward Huevos Verdes. The sun on the Gulf of Mexico was blinding. My driver, a freckled kid of about 14, whom I'd never seen before, was young enough to enjoy skimming water. He edged the grav boat's nose downward to just touch the ocean, and blue-white spray flew. The kid grinned. The second time he did it, he suddenly turned his head to make sure I wasn't getting wet, sitting in my power chair in the back of the skimmer. Clearly, he'd forgotten I was there. Sudden guilt and the new angle changed his face, and I recognized him. One of Kevin Baker's great-grandchildren. Not wet at all, I said, and the kid grinned again. A Sleepless, of course. I could see that now in the shape of him in my mind, compact and bright-colored and brisk-moving. Born owning the world, and of course, no security risk for Huevos Verdes. But with their defenses, Huevos Verdes wouldn't be risking security even if passengers were being ferried by the director of the Genetic Standards Enforcement Agency. I had worked hard to understand the triple shield security around Huevos Verdes. The first shield, a translucent shimmer, rose from the sea a quarter-mile out from the island. Spherical, the shield extended underwater, cutting through the rock of the island itself, an all-enveloping egg. Terry Mwakambe, the super's strangest genius, had invented the field. Nothing else like it existed anywhere in the world. It scanned DNA, and nothing not recorded in the databanks got through. Not dolphins, not Navy frogmen, not seagulls, not drifting algae. Nada. The second shield, 100 yards beyond, stopped all non-living matter not accompanied by DNA that was stored in the databanks. No unmanned bot vessel carrying anything, sensors, bombs, spores, passed this field, no matter how small. If there wasn't a registered DNA code accompanying it, it didn't get through. We skimmed through the shield's faint blue shimmer as if through a soap bubble. The third shield, at the docks, was manually controlled and visually monitored. The registered DNA had to be alive and talking. I don't know how they checked for a drugged state. Nothing touched us, at least nothing I felt. The design was Terry Mwakambe's. The monitoring was shared by everybody in shifts. The paranoia was Miri's. Unlike her grandmother, she didn't want the supers to secede permanently from the United States. But like her grandmother, she'd nonetheless constructed a defended refuge that government officials couldn't touch. A sanctuary. She'd just done it better than Jennifer Sharifi had. Permission to dock, the freckled kid said seriously. He gave a little half-mocking salute and grinned. This was still an adventure for him. Hi, Jason, Christy Demetrios said. Hello, Drew. Come on in. Jason Reynolds. That was the kid's name. I remembered now. Kevin's granddaughter, Alexandra's son. Something about him tugged at my memory, a nervous, quick shape like a string of beads. I couldn't remember. Jason docked the boat expertly. They all did everything expertly. And we went ashore, Jason with quick bounds and me in my power chair. 100 feet of gene-mod greenery, flowers and bushes and trees, all of it part of the project. Plants grew right to the water's edge. When the sea threatened, a Y shield switched on, capable of protecting even the most fragile gene-mod rose from a hurricane. Beyond the garden, the compound walls rose abruptly, thin as paper, stronger than diamonds. Miri told me they were only a dozen molecules thick, constructed by second-generation nanomachines that had themselves been made from nanomachines. In my mind, I saw the wall's glossy whiteness, to which no dirt could adhere, as hot, dark red motion, thick and unstoppable as lava. Nothing here was stoppable. Drew! Miri ran to meet me, wearing white shorts and a loose shirt, her masses of dark hair tied back with a red ribbon. She had put on red lipstick. She still looked more like 16 than 29. She threw her arms around me in my chair, and I felt the quick beating of her heart against my cheek. Super metabolism is revved up a lot higher than ours. I kissed her. She murmured into my hair, This time was too long. 4 months. It was a good tour, Miri. I know. I watched 16 performances on the grid, and The performance stats look good. She nestled into my lap. Jason and Christy had discreetly vanished. We were alone in the bright, newly created garden. I stroked Mary's hair, not wanting to hear just yet about performance stats. Mary said, "I love you." "I love you too." I kissed her again, this time to keep from looking at her face. It would be blinding, white-hot with love. It always was when she saw me. Always. For 13 years. He was capable of complete obsessiveness, Lisha had said about her father. He just wore people out. "I miss you so much when you're away, Drew." "I miss you too." This was true. "I wish you could stay longer than a week." Me too. This was not true, but there were no words. She looked at me then, a long moment. Something shifted behind her eyes. Carefully, so as not to hurt my crippled legs, she climbed off my lap, held out her hands, and smiled. "Come see the lab work." I recognized this for what it was, Mary offering me the best she had, the most valuable present in the world, the thing I desperately wanted to be part of, even though I wouldn't understand it, because not to be part of it was to be unimportant, insignificant. She was offering me what I needed most. I couldn't do less. I pulled her back onto my lap, forced my hands to move over her breasts. "Later. Can we be alone first?" Her face was the curving shape of joy, too bright to be any color at all. Mary's bedroom, like every other bedroom at La Isla, was Spartan. Bed, dresser, terminal, an oval green rug made of some soft material Sarah Sorelli had invented. On the dresser was a green pottery vase of fragrant Jean Maud flowers I didn't recognize. These people, who could command all luxury, rarely indulged in any. The only jewelry Mary ever wore was the ring I had given her, a slim gold band set with rubies. I had never seen the other Sleepless wear any jewelry at all. All their extravagances, Mary had told me once, were mental. Even the light was ordinary, flat, without shadows. I thought of the library in Lisha's New Mexico house. Mary unbuttoned her shirt. Her breasts looked the same as they had at 16, full, milky, tipped with pale brown aureoles. She pulled down her shorts. Her hips were full, her waist chunky. Her pubic hair was bushy and wiry and the same black as the hair on her head, where it was confined by a red ribbon. I reached up and pulled the ribbon free. "Oh, Drew, I've missed you so much." I hoisted myself from my power chair to her narrow bed and then pulled her on top of me. Her breasts spread over my chest, soft on hard. On tour or not, I exercised my upper body fanatically to make up for my crippled legs. Mary loved that. She liked to feel my arms crush her against me. She liked my thrusts to be hard, definite, even ramming. I tried to give her that, but this time I stayed soft. She looked at me questioningly, brushing the wild black hair back from her face. I didn't meet her eyes. She reached down and took me in her hand, massaging gently. This had happened only a few times, all of them recent. Mary massaged harder. "Drew." "Give me a minute, love." She smiled uncertainly. I tried to concentrate, and then not to concentrate. "Drew." "Shh, just a minute." The gray shapes of failure snapped their teeth in my mind. I closed my eyes, pulled Mary closer, and thought of Lisha. Lisha in the New Mexico twilight, a dim golden shape against the sunset. Lisha singing me to sleep when I was 10 years old. Lisha running across the desert, slim and swift, tripping in a kangaroo rat hole and twisting her ankle. I had carried her back to the compound, her body light and sweet in my 18-year-old arms. Lisha at her sister's funeral, tears making her eyes reflect all light, naked to sorrow. Lisha naked, as I had never seen her. "Ah," Mary crooned triumphantly. I rolled us both over so that I was on top. Mary preferred it that way. I thrust hard, then harder. She liked it really rough. Eventually, I felt her shudder under me, and I let myself go. Afterward, I lay still, my eyes closed. Mary curled against me with her head on my shoulder. For a brief, piercing moment, I remembered how love was between us a decade ago, in the beginning, when just the touch of her hand could turn me shivery and hot. I tried not to think, not to feel any shapes at all. But making a void in the mind is impossible. I suddenly remembered the thing that had tugged at my mind about Jason Reynolds, Kevin Baker's great-grandson. Last year, the kid had nearly drowned. He had taken a skimmer out on the Gulf straight into Hurricane Julio. Huevos Verdes had found him only because Terry Umwakambe had developed some esoteric homing devices, and Jason had been brought back from death only by using on him some part of the project that hadn't even been tested yet. When he revived, Jason admitted knowing the hurricane was coming. He wasn't trying to commit suicide, he said earnestly. Everyone believed him. Sleepless don't commit suicide. They're too much in love with their own minds to end them. With all of them hanging over his bed, his parents and Kevin and Lisha and Mary and Christy and Terry, Jason had said in a small voice that he hadn't known the sea would get quite that rough, quite that fast. He just wanted to feel the boat get pitched around a lot. He just wanted to watch the huge angry sky and feel the rain lash him. He, a Sleepless, just wanted to feel vulnerable. Miranda whispered, "Nobody ever makes me feel like you do, Drew. Nobody." I kept my eyes closed, pretending to sleep. In the late afternoon, we went to the labs. Sarah Sorelli and Jonathan Markowitz were there, dressed in shorts, barefoot. One of the requirements of the project was that at no stage did anything need to be sterile. "Hello, Drew," John said. Sarah nodded. Their concentration on their work made closed, muddy shapes in my mind. A blob of living tissue sat in a shallow open tray on a lab bench, connected to machines by slender tubes and even more slender cables. Dozens of display screens ringed the rooms. Nothing on any of them was comprehensible to me. The tissue in the tray was flesh-colored, a light dun, but no particular form. It looked as if it could change shape, oozing into something else. On my last visit, Miri had told me it couldn't do that. No Sleepless are squeamish. I'm not either, but the shapes that crawled in and out of my mind as I looked at the thing were pale and speckled and smelled of dampness, although diamond precise on their edges, like the nano-built walls of Huevos Verdes. I said, stupidly, "It's alive." John smiled. "Oh, yes, but not sentient. At least not—" He trailed off, and I knew he couldn't find the right words. It should have made a bond between us. It didn't. John couldn't find the right words because any words that he picked would be too easy, too incomplete for his ideas, and still too hard for me to follow. Miri had told me that John, more than any of the others except Terry Umwakambe, thought in mathematics, but it was the same with all of them, even Miri. Her speech was a quarter beat too slow. I had caught myself talking like that only a month ago. It had been to Kevin Baker's 4-year-old great-grandson. Mary tried. "The tissue is a macro-level organic computer, Drew, with limited organ simulation programming, including nervous, cardiovascular, and gastrointestinal systems. We've added Strethers self-monitoring feedback loops and submolecular self-reproducing single-arm assemblers. It can experience programmed biological processes and report on them minutely, but it has neither sentience nor volition." "Oh," I said. The thing moved a little in its tray. I looked away. Miri saw, of course. She sees everything. She said quietly, "We're getting closer. That's what it means. Ever since the breakthrough with the bacteriorhodopsin, we're getting much closer." I had made myself look at the thing again. Faint capillaries pulsed below the surface. The pale, damp shapes in my mind crawled like maggots over rock. Miri said, "If we pour a nutrient mixture into the tray, Drew, it can select and absorb what it needs and break it down for energy." "What kind of nutrient mixture?" I had learned enough on my last visit to be able to ask this question. Miri made a face. "Glucose protein, mostly. There's still a way to go." "Have you solved the problem of getting nitrogen directly from the air?" I had memorized this question. It made a tinny, hollow shape in my mind. But Miri smiled her luminous smile. "Yes and no. We've engineered the microorganisms, but tissue receptivity is still foundering on the Tollers-Hilbert factor, especially in the epidermal fibrils, and on the nitrogen receptor, mediated endocytosis problem. No progress." "Oh," I said. "We'll solve it," Miri said, a quarter beat too slow. "It's just a matter of designing the right enzymes." Sarah said, "We call the thing Galwat." She and John laughed. Miri said quickly, For Galatea, you know, and Aaron Galway, and John Galt, that fictional character who wanted to stop the motor of the world, and, of course, Worthington's transference equations. Of course, I said. I had never heard of Galatea or Aaron Galway or John Galt or Worthington. Galatea's from a Greek myth, a sculptor. Let me see my performance stats now, I said. Sarah and John glanced at each other. I smiled and held out my hand to Miri. She grasped it hard, and I felt hers tremble. Quick, fluttery shapes filled my mind, fine as paper, a dozen molecular levels thick. They settled on a rock, rough and hard and old as the earth. The fluttering grew faster and faster. The fine, light paper grew red-hot, and the rock shattered. At its heart was frozen, milky whiteness, pulsing with faint veins. Miri said, "Don't you want to see Nikos's and Alan's latest work on the cell cleaner? It's coming along much faster than this, and Christie and Toshio have had a real breakthrough in error-checking protein assembler programming." I said, "Let me see the performance stats now." She nodded once, twice, 4 times. "The stats look good, Drew, but there's a funny jag in the data in the second movement of your concert. Terry says you need to change direction there. It's rather complicated." "Then you'll explain it to me," I said evenly. Her smile was dazzling. Again, Sarah and John glanced at each other and said nothing. The first time Miri showed me how the supers communicated with each other, I couldn't believe it. It was 13 years ago, right after they came down from Sanctuary. She had led me into a room with 27 hollow stages on 27 terminal desks. Each had been programmed to speak a different language based on English, but modified to the thought strings of its owner. Miri, 16 years old, had explained one of her own thought strings to me. "Suppose you say a sentence to me. Any single sentence." "You have beautiful breasts." She blushed, a maroon mottling of her dark skin. She did have beautiful breasts and beautiful hair. They offset a little the big head, knobby chin, awkward gait. She wasn't pretty, and she was too intelligent not to know it. I wanted to make her feel pretty. She said, "Pick another sentence." "No, use that sentence." She did. She spoke it to the computer, and the hollow stage began to form a 3-dimensional shape of words, images, and symbols, linked to each other by glowing green lines. See, it brings out the associations my mind makes based on its store of past thought strings and on algorithms for the way I think. From just a few words, it extrapolates and predicts and mirrors. The programming is called mind mirroring, in fact. It captures about 97% of my thoughts about 92% of the time, and then I can add the rest. And the best part is, you think like this for every sentence? Every single sentence? Some of the associations were obvious. Breasts, linked to a nursing baby, for instance. But why was the baby linked to something called Hubble's constant? And why was the Sistine Chapel in that string? And a name I didn't recognize. Chidiock Tichborne? "Yes," Miri said, "but the best part, you all think this way, all the supers?" "Yes," she said quietly, "although Terry and John and Ludi think mostly in mathematics. They're younger than the rest of us, you know. They represent the next cycle of IQ re-engineering." I looked at the complex pattern of Miri's thoughts and reactions. You have beautiful breasts. I would never know what my words actually meant to her, in all their layers. Not any of my words. Ever. "Does this scare you, Drew?" She looked levelly at me. I could feel her fear and her resolution. The moment was important. It grew and grew in my mind, a looming white wall to which nothing could adhere, until I found the right answer. "I think in shapes for every sentence." Her smile changed her whole face, opening and lighting it. I had said the right thing. I looked at the glowing green complexity of the hollow stage, a slowly turning 3-dimensional globe jammed with tiny images and equations, and most of all, words. So many complicated words. "We're the same, then," Miri said joyfully, and I didn't correct her. "The best part," Miri had burbled on, completely at ease now, "is that after the extrapolated thought string forms and is adjusted as necessary, the master program translates it into everybody else's thought patterns and it appears that way on their holo stage, on all 27 terminals simultaneously. So, we can bypass words and get the full ideas we're each thinking across to each other more efficiently. Well, not the full ideas. There's always something lost in translation, especially to Terry and John and Ludi. But it's so much better than just speech, Drew. The way your concerts are better than just unassisted daydreaming. Daydreaming. The only kind of dreaming Super Sleepless knew anything about. Until me. When a Sleepless went into the lucid dreaming trance, the result was different from when a liver did, or even a donkey. Livers and donkeys can dream at night. They have that connection with their unconscious, and I direct and intensify it in ways that feel good to them. Peaceful and stimulated both. While lucid dreaming, they feel, sometimes for the first time in their lives, whole. I take them farther along the road into their true selves, deeper behind the waking veil, and I direct the dreams to the sweetest of the many things waiting there. But Sleepless don't have night dreams. Their road to the unconscious has been genetically severed. When Sleepless go into a lucid dreaming trance, Mary told me, they see insights they wouldn't have seen before. They climb around their endless jungle of words and come out of the trance with intuitive solutions to intellectual problems. Geniuses have often done that during sleep, Mary said. She gave me examples of great scientists. I have forgotten the names. Looking at the complex verbal design on her holostage, I could feel it in my mind. It made a shape like a featureless pale stone, cool with regret. Mary would never see this shape in my mind. Worse, she would never know she didn't see it. She thought because we both saw differently from donkeys that we were alike. I had wanted to be part of what was happening at Huevos Verdes. Already, even then, I could see that the project would change the world. Anyone not an actor in the project could only be acted on. Yes, Mary, I said, smiling at her. We're the same. On a work table in yet another lab, Mary spread out the performance stats from my concert tour. The hard copy was for me. Supers always analyzed directly from screens or holos. I wondered how much had been left out or simplified for my benefit. Terry Mwakembe, a small dark man with long, wild hair, perched motionless on the open windowsill. Behind him the ocean sparkled deep blue in the waning light. See here, Mary said, midway during your performance of The Eagle, the attention level measurements rose, and the attitudinal changes right after the performance were pretty dramatic in the direction of risk-taking. But then, the follow-up stats show that by a week later, the subject's attitudinal changes had eroded more than they did for your other performance pieces. And by a month later, almost all risk-taking changes have disappeared. When I give a concert, they hook volunteer fans to machines that measure their brainwave changes, breathing, pupil variations, a lot of things. Before and after the concert, the volunteers take virtual reality tests to measure attitudes. The volunteers are paid. They don't know what the tests are for, or who wants them. Neither do the people who administer the tests. It's all done blind, through one of Kevin Baker's many software subsidiaries, which form an impenetrable legal tangle. The results are transmitted to the master computer at Huevos Verdes. When the stats say so, I change what and how I perform. I have stopped calling myself an artist. The Eagle just isn't working, Mary said. Terry wants to know if you can compose a different piece that draws on subconscious risk-taking imagery. He wants it by your broadcast a week from Sunday. Maybe Terry should just write it for me. You know none of us can do that. Then her eyes sharpened and her mouth softened. You're the lucid dreamer, Drew. None of us can do what you do. If we seem to be directing you too much, it's only because the project requires it. The whole thing would be impossible without you. I smiled at her. She looked so concerned, filled with so much passion for her work, so resolute. Implacable, Lisha had said of her father, willing to bend anything that stood in his way. She said, You do believe that we know how important you are, Drew? Drew? I said, I know, Mary. Her face broke into shards of light like swords in my mind. Then you'll compose the new piece? Risk-taking, I said. Presented as desirable, attractive, urgent. Right. By a week from Sunday. It's really necessary, Drew. We're still months away from a prototype in the lab, but the country... She picked up another set of hard copy. Look, grav train breakdowns up 8% over last month. Reports to the FCC of communications interruptions, up another 3%. Bankruptcies, up 5%. Food movement, this is crucial, performing 16% less efficiently. Industrial indicators falling at the same dismal rate. Voter confidence in the basement. And the Duragem situation. For once, her voice lost its quarter beat behind slowness. Look at these graphs, Drew. We can't even locate the origin of the Duragem breakdowns. There's no one epicenter. And when you run the data through the Lawson conversion formulas... Yes, I said, to escape the Lawson conversion formulas. I believe you. It's bad out there and getting worse. Not just worse. Apocalyptical. My mind fills with crimson fire and navy thunder surrounding a crystal rose behind an impenetrable shield. Miri grew up on Sanctuary. Necessities and comforts were a given. All the time, for everybody, without question or thought. Unlike me, Miranda never saw a baby die of neglect, a wife beaten by a despairing and drunk husband, a family existing on unflavored soy synth, a toilet that didn't work for days. She didn't know these things were survivable. How would she recognize an apocalypse? I don't say this aloud. Terry Mwakambe jumped down from the windowsill. He hadn't said a single word the whole time we'd been in the room. His thought strings, Miri said, consisted almost entirely of equations. But now he said, "Lunch?" I laughed. I couldn't help it. Lunch. The one tie between Terry Mwakambe and Drew Arlen. Food. Surely even Terry and Miri must see the joke, standing here in this room, this building, this project. Lunch. Neither of them laughed. I felt the shape of their bewilderment. It was a rain of tiny, tear-shaped droplets, falling on everything, falling on the apocalypse in my mind, falling on me, light and cold and smothering as snow. 4. Diana Covington, Kansas. One night in another lifetime, Eugene, who came before Rex and after Claude, asked me what the United States reminded me of. That was the sort of question to which Gene was given, inviting metaphorical grandiosity, which in turn invited his scorn. I replied that the United States had always seemed to me like some powerful innocent beast, lushly beautiful, with the cranial capacity of a narrow-headed deer. Look how it stretches its sleek muscles in the sunlight. Look how it bounds high. Look how it runs gracefully straight into the path of the oncoming train. This answer had the virtue of being so inflatedly grandiose that to object to it on those grounds became superfluous. It was beside the point that the answer was also true. Certainly from my grav rail I could see enough of the lush, mangled carcass. We'd come over the Rockies at quarter speed so the liver passengers could enjoy the spectacular view. Purple mountain majesties and all that. Nobody else even glanced out the window. I stayed glued to it, savoring all the asinine superiority of genuine awe. At Garden City, Kansas, I changed to a local, zipping through gorgeous countryside at 250 miles an hour, crawling through crappy little liver towns at nothing an hour. Why not just fly to Washington? Colin Kowalski had said, incredulous. You're not supposed to be pretending to be a liver after all. I'd told him I wanted to see the liver towns whose integrity I was defending against potential artificial genetic corruption. He hadn't liked my answer any better than Gene had. Well, now I was seeing them. The mangled carcass. Each town looked the same. Streets fanning out from the Gravrail station. Houses and apartment blocks, some pure foam cast and some foam cast added onto older buildings of brick or even wood. The foam cast colors were garish, pink and marigold and cobalt, and a very popular green like lobster guts. Aristocratic liver leisure did not confer aristocratic taste. Each town boasted a communal cafe the size of an airplane hangar, a warehouse for goods, various lodge buildings, a public bath, a hotel, sports fields, and a deserted-looking school. Everything was plastered with hollow signs. Supervisor S.R. Elect Me Warehouse. Senator Francis Fay Family Money Cafe. And beyond the town, barely visible from the Gravrail, the Y Energy plant and shielded robo-factories that kept it all going. And, of course, the scooter track, inevitable as death. Somewhere in Kansas, a family climbed onto the train and plunked themselves down on the seats across from me. Daddy, Mommy, 3 little livers, 2 with runny noses, everybody in need of a diet, and Jim. Rolls of fat bounced under Mommy Liver's bright yellow jacks. Her glance brushed me, traveled on, reversed like radar. "Hey," I said. She scowled and nudged her mate. He looked at me and didn't scowl. The cubs gazed silently, the boy, he was about 12, with a look like his daddy's. Colin had warned me against even trying to pass for a liver. He said there'd be no way I could fool Sleepless. I'd said I didn't want to fool Sleepless. I only wanted to blend into the local flora. He said I couldn't. Apparently he was right. Mommy Liver took one look at my Jean Maud long legs, engineered face, and Anne Boleyn neck that cost my father a little trust fund, and she knew. My poison green jacks, soda can jewelry, very popular, you made it yourself, and shit brown contact lenses made not a bit of difference to her. Daddy and son weren't so sure, but then they didn't really care. Breast size, not gene scan, was on their mind. "I'm Darla Jones, me," I said cheerfully. I had a lock pocket full of various chips under various names, some of which the GSEA had provided, some of which they knew nothing about. It's a mistake to let the agency provide all of your cover. The time might come when you want cover from them. All of my identities were documented in federal databases, looking as if they had long pasts, thanks to a talented friend the GSEA also knew nothing about. "Going to Washington, me?" "Arnie Shaw," the man said eagerly. "The train, it break down yet?" "Nah," I said. "Probably will, though, it." "What can you do?" "Nothing. Keeps things interesting." "Arnie," Mommy Liver said sharply, interrupting this mild conversational excursion. "Back here, us. There's more seats." She gave me a look that would scorch plasticine. "Plenty of seats up here, Dee." "Arnie?" "Bye," I said. They walked away, the woman muttering under her breath. Bitch. I should let the super Sleepless turn her descendants into 4-armed, tailless guard dogs, or whatever they had in mind. I leaned my head against the back of the seat and closed my eyes. We slowed down for another liver town. As soon as we left it, the littlest Shaw was back. A girl of about 5, she crept along the aisle like a kitten. She had a pert little face and long, dirty brown hair. "You got a pretty bracelet, you." She looked longingly at the soda can atrocity on my wrist, all curling jangles of some lightweight alloy, bendable as warm wax. Some besotted voter had sent it and the matching earrings to David when he was running for state senator. He'd kept it as a joke. I slipped the bracelet off my wrist. "You wanted you?" "Really?" Her face shone. She snatched the bracelet from my outstretched fingers and scampered back down the aisle, blue shirt tail flapping. I grinned. Too bad kittens inevitably grow up into cats. A minute later, Mommy Liver loomed. "Keep your bracelet, you. Desdemona, she got her own jewelry." Desdemona. Where do they ever hear these names? Shakespeare doesn't play at scooter tracks. The woman looked at me from very hard eyes. "Look, you keep you to your own kind and we keep to ours. Better that way all around. You understand, you?" "Yes, ma'am," I said, and popped out my lenses. My eyes are an intense Jean Maud violet. I gazed at her calmly, hands folded on my lap. She waddled away, muttering. I caught the words, "these people." "If I find I can't pass for a liver," I'd told Colin, "I'll pass for a semi-crazy donkey trying to pass for a liver. I wouldn't be the first donkey to go native. You know, the working-class person pathetically trying to pass for an aristo. Hide in plain sight." Colin had shrugged. I'd thought he already regretted recruiting me, but then I realized that he hoped my antics would draw attention away from the real GSEA agents undoubtedly headed for Washington. The Federal Forum for Science and Technology, popularly known as the Science Court, was hearing market request number 1892A. What made this market request different from numbers 1 through 1891 was that it was being proposed by Huevos Verdes Corporation. For the first time in 10 years, the Super Sleepless were seeking government approval to market a patented Jean Maud invention in the United States. They didn't have a fish's chance on the moon, of course, but it was still pretty interesting. Why now? What were they after? And would any of the 27 show up personally at the Science Court hearing? And if anybody did, Would I be able to keep him or her under surveillance? I gazed out the train window at the robo-tended fields. Wheat, or maybe soy, I wasn't sure what either looked like, growing. In 10 minutes, Desdemona was back. Her face appeared slowly between my outstretched legs. She'd crawled along the floor under the seats, through the mud and spilled food and debris. Desdemona raised her little torso between my knees, balancing herself with one sticky hand on my seat. The other hand shot out and closed on my bracelet. I unfastened it and gave it to her again. The front of her blue jacks was filthy. No cleaning bought on this train? She clutched the bracelet and grinned. It dyed him. I laughed. The next minute, the grav rail broke down. I was thrown to the floor where I swayed on hands and knees, waiting to die. Under me, machinery shrieked. The train shuddered to a stop, but didn't tip over. Damn, Desdemona's father shouted. Not again! Can we get some ice cream, us? A child whined. We're stopped now. Third time this week, fucking donkey train. We never get no ice cream. Apparently, the trains didn't tip over. Apparently, I wasn't going to die. Apparently, this shrieking machinery was routine. I followed everyone else off the train. Into another world. A fever wind blew across the miles of prairie, warm, whispering, intoxicating. I was staggered by the size of the sky. Endless bright blue sky above, endless bright golden fields below, and all of it caressed by that blood-warm wind, impregnated with sunlight, gravid with fragrance. I, a city lover to equal Sir Christopher Wren, had had no idea. No hollow had ever prepared me. I resisted the mad idea to kick off my shoes and dig my toes into the dark earth. Instead, I followed the grumbling livers along the tracks to the front of the train. They gathered around the hollow projection of an engineer, even though I could hear his canned speech being broadcast inside each car. The hollow stood on the grass, looking authoritative and large. The franchise owner was a friend of mine. He believed that 7-foot-high, swarthy-skinned males were the ideal projection to promote order. There is no reason to be alarmed. This is a temporary malfunction. Please return to the comfort and safety of your car, and in a few moments, complimentary food and drinks will be served. A repair technician is on the way from the railroad franchise. There is no need to be alarmed. Desdemona kicked the hollow. Her foot passed through him, and she smirked, a pointless, saucy smile of triumph. The hollow looked down at her. Don't do that again, kid. You hear me, you? Desdemona's eyes widened, and she flew behind her mother's legs. Don't be so scaredy, you. It's just interactive, Mommy Liver snapped. Let go, you, of my legs. I winked at Desdemona, who stared at me sullenly and then grinned, rattling our bracelet. To the comfort and safety of your car, and in a few moments, complimentary food. More people approached the engine, all but two complaining loudly. The first was an older woman, tall, plain-faced, and angled as a tesseract. She wore not jacks, but a long tunic, knitted of yarn in subtle muted shades of green, too uneven to be machine-made. Her earrings were simple polished green stones. I had never before seen a liver with taste. The other anomaly was a short young man with silky red hair, pale skin, and a head slightly too large for his body. The back of my neck tingled. Inside the cars, server bots emerged from their storage compartments and offered trays of freshly synthesized soy snacks, various drinks, and sunshine in mild doses. Compliments of State Senator Cecilia Elizabeth Dawes, it said over and over. So nice to have you aboard. This diversion took half an hour. Then everyone went back outside and resumed complaining. The kind of service you get these days? Vote next time me for somebody else. Anybody else. A temporary malfunction. Please return to the comfort and safety of... I walked over the scrub grass to the edge of the closest field. The Sleepless, in inadequate disguise, stood watching the crowd, observing as pseudo-casually as I was. So far, he had taken no special notice of me. The field was bounded by a low-energy fence, presumably to keep the agrobots inside. They ambled slowly between the rows of golden wheat, doing whatever it was they did. I stepped over the fence and picked one up. It hummed softly, a dark sphere with flexible tentacles. On the bottom, a label said, Canco Robots, Los Angeles. Canco had been in the Wall Street Journal online last week. They were in trouble. Their agrobots had suddenly begun to break down all over the country. The franchise was going under. The warm wind whispered seductively through the sweet-scented wheat. I sat on the ground, cross-legged, my back to the energy fence. Around me, adults settled into games of cards or dice. Children raced around, screaming. A young couple brushed past me and disappeared into the wheat, sex in their eyes. The older woman sat by herself reading a book, an actual book. I couldn't imagine where she'd gotten it. And the big-headed Sleepless, if that's what she was, stretched out on the ground, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. I grimaced. I've never liked self-serving irony, not in other people. After 2 hours, the server bots again brought out food and drinks. Compliments of State Senator Cecilia Elizabeth Dawes. So nice to have you aboard. How much soysynth did a liver gravrail carry? I had no idea. The sun threw long shadows. I sauntered to the woman reading. Good book? She looked up at me, measuring. If Colin had sent me to the science court in Washington, he probably had sent some legitimate agents as well. And if Big Head was a Sleepless, he might have his own personal tale. However, something in the reading woman's face convinced me it wasn't her. She wasn't Gene Mod, but it wasn't that. You can find donkey families who refuse even permitted gene mods, and then go on existing very solidly corporate, but on the fringe, socially. She wasn't that either. She was something else. It's a novel, the woman said neutrally. Jane Austen. Are you surprised there are still livers who can read, or want to? Yes. I smiled conspiratorially, but she only gave me a level stare and went back to her book. A renegade donkey didn't arouse her contempt or indignation or fawning. I genuinely didn't interest her. I felt unwitting respect. Apparently, I didn't know as much about the variety of livers as I'd thought. The sunset ravished me. The sky turned lucid and vulnerable, then streaked with subtle colors. The colors grew aggressive, followed by wan and valedictory pastels. Then it grew cold and dark. An entire love affair, Empyrean, in 30 minutes. Claude, Eugene, Rex, Paul, Anthony, Russell, David. No repair technician appeared. The prairie cooled rapidly. We all climbed back onto the train, which turned on its lights and heat. I wonder what would have happened if those systems or the server bots had failed as well. Someone said, not loudly and to no one in particular, "My meal chip, it came late from the Capitol last quarter." Pause. I sat up straighter. This was a new tone, not complaint, something else. "My town got no more jacks. The warehouse donkey says that there's a national shortage." Pause. "We're going, us, on this train to get my old mother from Missouri. Heat blower in her building broke and nobody else took her in. She got no heat, her." Pause. Someone said, "Does anybody know them how far it is to the next town? Maybe we could walk, us." "We ain't supposed to walk, us. They supposed to fix our fucking train." Mommy Liver, exploding in rage and saliva. The quiet tone was over. "That's right! We're voters, us. My kids can't walk to no next town. What are you, a fucking donkey?" I saw the big-headed man gazing from face to face. The hollow of a tall, swarthy engineer appeared suddenly inside the car, standing in the center aisle. "Ladies and gentlemen, Morrison Gravrail apologizes once more for the delay in service. To make your wait more enjoyable, we are privileged to present a new entertainment production, one not yet released to the hologrids, compliments of Congressman Wade Keith Finley, Drew Arlen, the lucid dreamer, in his brand new concert, The Warrior. Please watch from the windows on the left side of the Gravrail." Livers looked at one another. Instantly, happy babble replaced rage. Evidently, this was something new in breakdown diversions. I calculated the cost of a portable holo projector capable of holos big enough to be seen from windows the length of a train, plus the cost of an unreleased vid from the country's hottest liver entertainer. I compared the total to the cost of a competent repair team. Something was very wrong here. I knew nothing about Hollywood, but an unreleased concert from Drew Arlen must be worth millions. Why was a Gravrail carrying it around as emergency diversion to keep the natives from getting so restless? The big-headed man quietly watched his fellow travelers press their faces to the left windows. A long rod snaked from the roof of the car behind ours, which sat in the center of the train. The rod rose at an obtuse angle to the ground and extended almost to the wheat field. Light fanned from the end of the rod downward, forming a pyramid. Everyone went, "Ooh." Portable projectors never deliver the clarity of a good stationary unit, but I didn't think this audience would care. The hollow of Drew Arlen appeared in the center of the pyramid, and everyone went, "Ooh," again. I slipped out of the train. In the dark and up close, the hollow looked even stranger. A 15-foot-high, fuzzy-edged man sitting in a power chair, backed by miles of unlit prairie. Above, cold stars glittered immensely high. I unfolded a plastic cloth jacket from the pocket of my jacks. The hollow said, "I'm Drew Arlen, the lucid dreamer. Let your dreams be true." I'd seen Arlen perform live once in San Francisco when I'd been slumming with friends. I was the only person in the Congressman Paul Jennings, Missouri concert hall not affected. Natural hypnotic resistance, my doctor said. Your brain just doesn't possess the necessary fine-tuned biochemistry. Do you dream at night? I have never been able to recall a single one of my dreams. The pyramidal light around Arlen changed somehow, flickered oddly. Subliminal patterns. The patterns coalesced slowly into intricate shapes, and Arlen's voice, low and intimate, began a story. Once, there was a man of great hopes and no power. When he was young, he wanted everything. He wanted strength, him, that would make all other men respect him. He wanted sex, him, that would make his bones melt with satisfaction. He wanted love. He wanted excitement. He wanted him for every day to be filled with challenges only he could meet. He wanted, oh, please, talk about crudely tapping into basic desires. And even some donkeys called this stomp an artist. The shapes were compelling, though. They slid past Arlen's power chair, folding and unfolding, some seemingly clear, and some flickering at the very edge of conscious perception. I felt my blood flow more strongly in my veins, that sudden surge of life you sometimes get with spring, or sex, or challenge. I was not immune to subliminals. These must have been wicked. I peered into the grav-rail car. Livers stood motionless with their faces pressed to the glass. Desdemona watched with her mouth open, a small pink pocket. Even Mommy Liver's face hinted at the young girl she must have been on some forgotten Liver summer night decades ago. I turned back to Arlen, still spinning his simple story. His voice was musical. The story was a sort of pseudo-folk tale without subtlety, without resonance, without detail, without irony, without art. The words were merely the bare bones over which the graphics shimmered, calling forth the real meaning from the watcher's hypnotized minds. I'd been told that each person experienced a Drew Arlen concert differently, depending on the symbols freed and brought forward from whatever powerful childhood experiences stocked each mind. I'd been told that, but I hadn't believed it. I walked along the outside of the train, in the dark, scanning the liver faces behind the windows. Some were wet with tears. Whatever they were experiencing, it looked more intense than anything I had felt in the Sistine Chapel, at Louis Darrell's King Lear, during the San Francisco Philharmonic's Beethoven Festival. It looked more intense than sunshine, or even nerve wash, as intense as orgasm. Nobody regulated lucid dreaming. Arlen had a host of shoddy imitators. They never lasted long. Whatever Drew Arlen was doing, he was the only person in the whole world who knew how to do it. Most donkeys ignored him. A manipulative con artist, having as much to do with real art as those hollows of the Virgin Mary that suddenly manifested during religious festivals. Leaving that home he loved, Arlen's low musical voice said, walking away alone, him, into a dark forest. Nobody regulated lucid dreaming, and Drew Arlen, as the whole world knew, was Miranda Sharifi's lover. He was the only sleeper who went in and out of Huevos Verdes at will. The GSEA followed him constantly, of course, along with enough reporters to fill a small town. It was only his concerts they didn't take seriously. I walked back along the grav rail and climbed into my car. The big-headed man was the only one not pressed to the windows. He lay stretched out on a deserted seat, sleeping, or pretending to sleep. In order not to be hypnotized? In order to better observe the effects of Arlen's performance? The concert wore on. The warrior took the usual risks, won the usual triumphs, exulted the usual exultations. Simplistic power trip ideation. When it ended, people turned to each other with emotional hugs, laughing and crying, and then spilled out onto the cold prairie toward the hollow of Drew Arlen. It sat 15 feet high, a handsome crippled man in a power chair smiling gently down on his disciples. The surrounding shapes had vanished, unless they were flickering subliminally, which was possible. A few livers stuck their hands into the hollow, trying to touch what had no substance. Desdemona danced inside the pyramid and laid her head against the blanket over Arlen's knees. Daddy Liver said abruptly, "I bet we could walk us to the next town." "Well," somebody said. Other voices chimed in. "If we follow the track, us, and stay together, see if any of the roof lights are portable. Some people should stay, them, with the old people." The big-headed man watched carefully. That's the moment I was sure. The entire grav-rail breakdown in this techno-forsaken place had been a setup to gauge the effect of Arlen's concert. How? By whom? No, those weren't the right questions. The right question was, what was the effect of Arlen's concert? "You stay here then, Eddie, with the old people. You, Cassie, tell the people in the other cars. See who wants them to go with us. Tasha?" It took them 10 minutes of arguing to get organized. They pried the roof lights off 6 cars. The lights were portable. People who stayed gave extra jackets to people who left. The first group was just starting down the rail when a light flashed in the sky. A second later, I could hear the plane. The livers turned silent. The plane held a single grav-rail technician flanked by 2 security bots, the no-fucking-around kind that both projected a personal safety shield and carried weapons. The crowd watched in silence. The tech's handsome gene-mod face looked strained. Techs are a strained group anyway, gene-mod for appearance, but without the IQ and ability enhancements, which cost prospective parents a lot more money. You find them repairing machinery, running warehouse distribs, supervising nursing or childcare bots. Techs certainly aren't livers, but although they live in the enclaves, they aren't exactly donkeys either, and they know it. "Ladies and gentlemen," the tech said unhappily, "Morrison Gravrail Incorporated and Senator Cecilia Elizabeth Dawes apologize for the delay in repairing your train. Circumstances beyond our control." "And I'm a politician, me," someone yelled bitterly. "Why do we vote, us, for you scum?" "Better tell the senator she lost votes her on this here train." "The service we deserve." The tech walked resolutely toward the engine, eyes down, paced by his bots. I caught the faint shimmer of a Y energy field as he passed, but a few of the livers, 6 or 7, glanced down the track, stretching away in the windy darkness, their eyes bright with what I would have sworn was regret. It took the tech all of 13 minutes to fix the grav rail. Nobody molested him. He left in his plane and the train started up again. Livers played dice, grumbled, slept, tended their cranky children. I walked through all the cars, searching for the big-headed man. He had vanished while I was watching the liver's reaction to the donkey tech. We must have left him behind on the windy prairie in the concealing dark. 5. Billy Washington, East Oleanta. Every once in a while, I need me to go off in the woods. I didn't used to tell nobody. But now when I go, 2-3 times a year, I tell Annie and she fixes me up some raw stuff from the kitchen. Apples and potatoes and soy synth that ain't been made into dishes yet. I stay out there alone me for 5 or 6 days, away from all of it. The cafe and hollow dancers and blasting music and warehouse distribs and stomps with clubs, and even the Y energy. I build fires, me. Some people ain't left East Oleanta in 20 years, except to go by gravrail to another town just like it. The deep woods might as well be in China. I think they're scared, them, of hearing themselves out there. I was supposed to leave for the woods the morning after the cafe kitchen broke, and we talked, us, to Supervisor Samuelson on the official terminal. But I sure wasn't leaving Annie and Lizzie without food, and I sure wasn't going no place, me, that had rabid raccoons and a broken warden bot. Lizzie stood by my couch in her nightshirt, a bright pink blot on my morning sleep. "Billy, you think that kitchen is fixed yet?" Annie came out from her bedroom yawning, still in her plastic-cloth nightdress. "Leave Billy alone, Lizzie. You hungry, you?" Lizzie nodded. I sat up, me, on the sofa with one arm shielding my eyes from the morning sun at the window. "Listen, Annie, I've been thinking, if they do get that kitchen fixed, we should start taking all the food we can, us, and storing it here, in case it breaks again. We can take right up to the meal chip limit every day. Lizzie and you don't ever hardly do that, and me neither some days. And then raw stuff from the kitchen, potatoes and apples and stuff. Annie pressed her lips together. She ain't a morning person, her. But it felt so good to be waking up at Annie's place that I forgot that me. She said, the food would rot in just 2-3 days. I don't want me to have a lot of half-rotten stuff around here. It ain't clean. Then we'll throw it out, us, and get some more. I spoke gentle. Annie don't like things to be different than they've always been. Lizzie said, Billy, you think that kitchen is fixed yet? I said, I don't know, sweetheart. Let's go look, us. Better get dressed. Annie said, she got to go her to the baths first. She stinks. Me too. You walk us, Billy? Sure. What good did she think an old wreck like me'd be against rabid coons? But I'd have walked Annie past them demons she believes in. Lizzie said, Billy, you think that kitchen is fixed yet? There wasn't no raccoons near the baths. The men's bath was empty, except for Mr. Keller, who's so old I don't think even he remembers if he's got a first name, and 2 little boys, who shouldn't have been there alone, them. But they were having themselves a wonderful splashing time. I liked watching them meet. They cheered up the morning. Mr. Keller told me the cafe kitchen was fixed. I walked Annie and Lizzie, sweet clean as berries in the dew, to get our breakfast. But the cafe was full, not just with livers eating, but of donkeys making a hollow of Congresswoman Janet Carroll Land. It was her, all right. No tape. She stood in front of the food belt, which offered the usual soy-synth eggs, bacon, cereals, and breads, plus some fresh Gene Mod strawberries. I don't like Gene Mod strawberries, me. They might keep for weeks, but they never taste like them little wild sweet berries that grow on the hillsides in June. Serving her people with the best she has, no matter the need, no matter the hour, no matter the emergency, said a handsome donkey into a camera bot. Janet Carroll Land, on the spot to serve East Oleanta, on the spot to serve you, a politician who deserves those memorable words from the Bible, well done, good and faithful servant. Land smiled. She was a looker, her, the way donkey women are when they're not young. Fine, soft skin and pink lips and hair in pretty silver waves. Too skinny, though, not like Annie, who pressed her dark berry lips together like she was going to squeeze cider with them. Land said to the handsome man, Thank you, Royce. As you know, the cafe is the heart of any aristo town. That's why when a cafe malfunctions, I move heaven and earth to get it operable again, as these good citizens of East Oleanta can attest. Let's talk to some of them, Royce said, showing all his teeth. He and Land walked to a table where Jack Sawicki sat him, looking cornered. Mayor Sawicki, what do you think of the service Congresswoman Land provided your town today? Paul Sinverno looked up him from where he ate at the next table. With him was Seeley Kane. Annie's lower lip trembled itself into a half-grin, half-wince. Jack said miserably, We're awful happy, us, that the food belt's fixed, and we— When you fuckers gonna get them rabid raccoons killed? Seeley demanded. Royce's face froze, I don't think— You better think you and think hard about them coons, or you and the Congresswoman gonna be thinking about new jobs. Cut, Royce said. Don't worry, Janet, we'll edit it. His smile looked like it was foamed onto his face, but I saw his eyes, me, and I looked away. My fighting days are over, unless I have to fight for Annie or Lizzie. Royce took the Congresswoman's elbow hem and steered her toward the door. Seeley shrilled, I mean it, me! It's been days now, and you guys done shit! Public servants! You ain't nothing but— Seeley, Jack and Polly both said. Land broke free of Royce. She turned back her to Seeley. Your concern for your town's safety is natural, ma'am. The warden bot and any sick wildlife are not in my jurisdiction. They fall to District Supervisor Samuelson. But when I return to Albany, I'll do everything in my power to see that the problem is solved. She looked straight into Seeley's eyes, real steady, and it was Seeley who looked away first, her. Seeley didn't say nothing. Land smiled, her, and turned to her crew. I think we're done here, Royce. I'll meet you outside. She walked to the door, back straight, head high. And the only reason I ever saw anything different was because of where I stood, me, sideways to the door, between Annie and any trouble. Congresswoman Land reached the door and she was a smiling, pretty, cocksure politician, her. Then she went through the door, and she was a woman with tired, tired eyes. I glanced at Annie to see if she saw, but she was clucking at Celie Kane. Annie might have grinned her at Celie's balls, but deep down inside, Annie don't approve of sassing public servants. They can't help being donkeys. I could almost hear her say at me. Lizzie said in her clear young voice, "That congresswoman can't really help get the Wardenbot fixed in Albany, can she? She was just pretending her." "Oh, hush," Annie said. "You never will learn, you, when to keep your mouth quiet and when not." 2 days later, 2 days of everybody staying inside us and no Wardenbot tech from Albany, we made a hunting party. It took hours of talk that went around and around in dizzies, but we made it. Livers ain't supposed to have no guns, us. No warehouses stock a District Supervisor Tara Eleanor Schmidt .22 rifle. No political campaigns give away a Senator Jason Howard Adams shotgun, or a County Legislature Terry William Monahan pistol. But we got them, us. Paulice Inverno dug up his granddaddy's shotgun, him, from a plastisynth box behind the school. Plastisynth keeps out damn near everything: dirt, damp, rust, bugs. Eddie Rollins and Jim Swikehart and old Doug Kane had their daddy's rifles, them. Sue Rollins and her sister Crystal Mandor said they'd share a family Matlin. I didn't see me how that could work. 2 men I didn't know had shotguns. Al Rauber had a pistol. 2 of the teenage stomps showed up, grinning, not armed. Just what we needed, us. Altogether we were 20. "Let's split us into pairs and set out in 10 straight lines from the cafe," Jack Sawicki said. "You sound like a goddamn donkey," Eddie Rollins said in disgust. The stomps grinned. "You got a better idea, you?" Jack said. He held his rifle real tight over his bulging green jacks. "We're livers," Crystal Mandor said. "Let us go where we want, us." Jack said, "And what if somebody gets shot, them? You want the police franchise down on us?" Eddie said, "I want to hunt raccoons, me, like an aristo. Don't give me no orders, Jack." "Fine," Jack said. "Go ahead, you. I'm not saying another goddamn word." After 10 minutes of arguing, we set off in pairs, us, in 10 straight lines. I walked with Doug Kane, Celie's father. 2 old men, us, slow and limping. But Doug still knew him how to walk quiet in the woods. Off to my right, I heard somebody whooping and laughing. One of the stomps. After a while, the sound died away. The woods were cool and sweet-smelling, so thick overhead that the floor wasn't much overgrown. We stepped, us, on pine needles that sent up their clean smell. White birches, slim as Lizzie, rustled. Under the trees, moss grew dark green, and in the sunny patches there was daisies and buttercups and black-eyed Susans. A mourning dove called, the calmest sound in the whole world. "Pretty," Doug said, so quiet that a rabbit upwind didn't even twitch its long ears. Toward noon, the trees got skimpier and the underbrush thicker. I smelled blackberries somewheres, which made me think of Annie. I figured me that we come at least 6 hard miles from East Oleanta. All we seen was rabbits, a doe, and a mess of harmless snakes. No coons. And any rabbit coons out this far, killing them wouldn't do the town no good anyway. It was time to turn back. "Gotta sit down, me," Doug said. I looked at him, me, and my skin turned cold. He was pale as the birch bark. His eyelids fluttered like 2 hummingbirds. He dropped the rifle, him, and it went off. Old fool had the safety off. The bullet buried itself in a tree trunk. Doug clutched his chest and fell over. I'd been so busy, me, enjoying air and flowers, and I ain't even seen he was having a heart attack. "Sit down! Sit down!" I eased him onto a patch of some kind of ground cover, all shiny green leaves. Doug lay on his side, him, breathing hard. "Whew! Whew!" His right hand batted the air, but I knew, me, that his eyes didn't see nothing. They were wild. "Lay quiet, Doug. Don't move, you. I'll go get help, me. I'll make them bring the med unit. Whew! Whew! Whew!" Then the breathing noises stopped. I thought, he's gone. But his bony old chest still rose and fell, just shallow and quiet now. His eyes glazed. "I'll bring the med unit," I said again, turned, and nearly fell myself, me. Staring at me from not 10 feet away was a rabid coon. Once you seen a animal gone rabid, you don't never forget it. I could see, me, the separate specks of foam around the coon's mouth. Sunlight From between the trees sparkled on the specks like they was glass. The coon bared its teeth and hissed at me, a sound like I never heard no coon make. Its hindquarters shook. It was near the end. I raised Doug's rifle knowing that if it come for me, there was no way I was going to be fast enough. The coon twitched and lunged. I jerked up the rifle but I never even got it to shoulder height. A beam of light shot out from someplace behind me, only it wasn't light, but something else like light. And the coon flipped over backwards, in mid-lunge, and crashed to the ground, dead. I turned around very slow, and if I seen one of Annie's angels, I couldn't have been more surprised. A girl stood there, a short girl with a big head and dark hair tied back with a red ribbon. She wore stupid clothes for the woods, white shorts, thin white shirt, open sandals, just like we didn't have no deer ticks or black flies or snakes. The girl looked at me somber. After a minute, she said, "Are you all right?" Yes, ma'am. But Doug Kane there, I think his heart—" She walked over to Doug, knelt, and felt his pulse. She looked up at me. "I want you to do something, please. Drop this on the dead raccoon right on top of the body." She handed me a smooth gray disc the size of a coin. I remember coins, me. She kept on looking at me, not even blinking, and so I did it. I just turned my back, on her and Doug both, and did it. Why? Annie asked me later, and I didn't have no answer. Maybe it was the girl's eyes. Donkey and not. No Janet Carroll Land facing no camera with "Well done, good and faithful servant." The gray disc hit the coon's damp fur and stuck. It shimmered and in a second that coon was cased in a clear shell that went right down to the ground and, it turned out, sliced through an inch underground. Maybe Y energy, maybe not. A leaf blew against the shell and slid right off. I touched the shell. I don't know where I got the nerve. The shell was hard as foam cast. Made out of nothing. When I turned back, the girl was putting something in her shorts pocket, and Doug's eyes were coming clear. He gasped, him. "Don't move him yet," the girl said, still not smiling. She didn't look like she smiled much. "Go get help. He'll be safe until you get back." "Who are you, ma'am?" It came out squeaky. "What did you do to him, you?" "I gave him some medicine, the same injection the med unit would have given him, but he needs a stretcher to be carried back to your town. Go get help, Mr. Washington." I took a step, right toward her. She stood up. She didn't seem afraid, just went on looking at me with those eyes with no smile. After seeing the coon, it came to me that she had a shell, too. Not hard like the coon's, and maybe not away from her body, neither. Maybe close on it like a clear glove. But that was why she was out in the woods in shorts and flimsy sandals, and why she wasn't bit up, by no black flies, and why she wasn't afraid of me. I said, You're from Eden, ain't you? It's really here someplace, in these woods. It's really here." She got a funny expression on her face. I didn't know what it meant, and it came to me that I could better guess what a rabid coon was thinking than what this girl was. "Go get help, Mr. Washington. Your friend needs it." She stopped her. "And please tell the townspeople as little as you feel you can." "But, ma'am—" Doug moaned. Not like he was in pain, but like he was dreaming. I stumbled back to East Oleanta as fast as I could, puffing until I thought we'd have 2 heart attacks for the med unit. Just beyond the scooter track, I met Jack Sawicki and Crystal Mandor, hot and sweaty them, straggling back to town. I told them about old man Kane's collapse. They had to make me start over twice. Jack set off him by the sun. He's maybe the only other good woodsman East Oleanta's got. Crystal ran her for the med unit and more help. I sat down, to catch my breath. The sun was hot and blinding on the open field. The lake sparkled down past town, and I couldn't find no balance no place in my mind. Maybe I never did. Nothing ever looked the same to me after that day. The med unit found Doug Kane easy enough, skimming above the brush on its grav sensors, smelling me and Doug's trail in the air. 4 men followed them, and they carried Kane home. He breathed easy. That night, near everybody else in town gathered us in the cafe. There was dancing and accusing and yelling and a party. Nobody had shot no raccoons, but Eddie Rollins shot a deer, and Ben Radisson shot Paulie Sanverno. Paulie wasn't hurt bad, just a graze on the arm, and the med unit fixed him right up. I went to see Doug Kane, He didn't remember no girl in the woods. I asked him, while he lay on his plastisynth sleeping platform, propped up on extra pillows and covered with an embroidered blanket, like the one Annie made for her sofa. Doug loved the attention, him. I asked him, real careful, not exactly saying there was a girl in the woods, just hinting around the edges of what happened. But he didn't remember nothing, him, after he collapsed. And nobody who went to bring him home mentioned finding any raccoon in a hard shell. She must have just picked up the whole shell, her, safe as houses, and just walked off with it. The only person I told, was Annie, and I made sure Lizzie was nowhere near. Annie didn't believe me, her. Not at first. Then she did, but only because she remembered the big-headed girl in green jacks in a cafe 2 nights before. This girl had a big head too, her, and somehow, to Annie, that meant all the rest of my story was true. I told Annie not to say nothing to nobody, and she never did, not even to me. Said it gave her the willies, her, to think of some weird outcast donkeys living in the woods with gene mod machinery and calling it Eden. Blasphemous almost. Eden was in the Bible and no place else. Annie didn't want to think about it, her. But I thought about it, a lot. It got so for a while I couldn't hardly think about nothing else. Then I got a grip on myself, and went back to normal living. But the big-headed girl was still in my thoughts. We didn't have no more trouble that whole summer and fall with rabid raccoons. They all just disappeared then, for good. But machines kept breaking. 2. August 2114. He that will not apply new remedies must expect new evils, for time is the greatest innovator. Francis Bacon, of Innovations. 6. Diana Covington, Washington. The first person I saw at Science Court, walking up the broad, shallow white stone steps that were supposed to evoke Socrates and Aristotle, was Lisha Camden. Paul, who came before Anthony and after Rex, and I, used to enjoy intellectual arguments. He enjoyed them because he won. I enjoyed them because he won. This was, of course, before I understood how deeply rooted like a cancer was my desire to lose. At the time, the arguments seemed amusing, even daring. The people Paul and I knew considered it rather bad form to debate abstract questions. We donkeys, with our gene mod intelligence, were all so good at it, like showing off the fact that you could walk. No one wished to appear ridiculous. Much better to publicly enjoy body surfing, or gardening, or even, God help us, sensory deprivation tanks. Much better. But one night, Paul and I, daring nonconformists right up to our banal end, debated who should have the right to control radical new technology. The government? The technocrats, mostly scientists and engineers, who were the only ones who ever really understood it? The free market? The people? It was not a good night. Paul wanted to win more than usual. I, for reasons connected to a gold-eyed slut at a party the night before, was not quite as eager as usual to lose. Things got said, the kinds of embarrassing things that don't go away. Tempers ran high. My paternal grandfather's teak desk required a new panel, which never quite matched the others. Intellectual debate can be very hard on furniture. In a subtle way, I blamed the Sleepless for Paul's and my breakup. Not directly, but a désastre inoffensif, like the final small program that crashes an overloaded system. But then, for the last 100 years, what haven't we blamed on the Sleepless? They even caused the creation of the science courts, another désastre inoffensif. 100 years ago, nobody ever made a decision that it was acceptable to engineer human embryos to be sleepless. Gene mod companies just did it, the way they did all those other embryonic gene mods in the unregulated days before the GSEA. You want a kid who's 7 feet tall, has purple hair, and is encoded with a predisposition for musical ability? Here, you got yourself a basketball-playing punk cellist. Mazel tov. Then came the Sleepless, rational, awake, smart. Too smart. And long-lived, a bonus surprise. Nobody knew at first that sleep interfered with cell regeneration. Nobody liked it when they found out. Too many Darwinian advantages piling up in one corner. So, this being the United States and not some 16th century monarchy, or 20th century totalitarian state, the government just didn't outlaw radical genetic modifications outright. Instead, they talked them to death. The Federal Forum for Science and Technology follows due process. A jury composed of a panel of scientists, arguments and rebuttals, cross-examination, final written opinion with provision for dissenting opinions, the whole ROM. Science court has no power. It can only recommend, not make policy. Nobody on it can tell anybody to do or not do anything about anything. But no Congress, President, or GSEA board has ever acted contrary to a science court recommendation. Not once. Not ever. So I had all the force majeure of the status quo on my side that furniture-wrecking night when I declared that the government should control human genetic modification. Paul wanted absolute control by scientists. He was one. We both were right as far as actual practice. But of course, practice didn't matter. Neither did theory, really. What we'd really wanted was the fight. Did Lisha Camden ever wreck furniture, or put her fist through walls, or hurl antique wine glasses? Watching her walk into the white-columned Forum building on Pennsylvania Avenue, I thought not. Washington in August is hot. Lisha wore a sleeveless white suit. Her bright blonde hair was cut in short, shining waves. She looked composed, beautiful, cool. She reminded me, probably unfairly, of Stephanie Brunel. All that was missing was the pink, huge-eyed, doomed little dog. Oyez, oyez, the clerk called, as the technical panel filed in. And then they get huffy when the press calls it science court. Washington is Washington, even when it's rising to its feet for Nobel laureates. There were 3 of them this time, on an 8-person panel. Heavy artillery. Barbara Paluicus, chemical biology, a diminutive woman with hyper-alert eyes. Elias Malek, medicine, who radiated worried integrity. Martin Davis Exford, molecular physics, looking more like an overage ballet dancer. Nobody, of course, in genetics. The United States hasn't won there in 60 years. The panelists had been agreed to by the advocates for both sides. Panelists were presumed to be impartial. I sat in the press section, courtesy of credentials from Colin Kowalski. Credentials so badly faked that anybody who checked them would have to conclude they'd been faked by me, the person incapacitated by Graveson's disease, and not by some competent agency. There was a lot of press, live and robotic. Science court goes out on various donkey grids. After the panel sat down, I stayed standing, very gauche, to scan the spectators for livers. There might have been 1 or 2 in the gallery. The room was so big it was hard to tell. Please sit down, my seat said to me in a reasonable voice. Others may have trouble seeing over you. That I could believe. In my bright purple jacks and soda can and plastic jewelry, I was one of a kind in the press box. In the front of the chamber, behind a low antique wood railing and an invisible high-security Y-shield, sat the advocates, expert testimony, panel, and VIPs. Lisha Camden sat next to amateur advocate Miranda Sharifi, who had suddenly appeared in Washington from God knows where, not from Huevos Verdes. For days, the press had been watching the island with the avidity of moon-base residents monitoring dome leaks. So, from what geographical forehead had Miranda Sharifi sprung, helmeted to do battle for her corporation's product? She had refused a professional lawyer to argue her case. She'd even refused Lisha Camden, which had caused much snickering in the press bar. Apparently, they felt a super Sleepless was inadequate to convincingly present the technology her own people had invented. I never ceased to be amazed at the stupidity of my fellow IQ-enhanced donkeys. I studied Miranda carefully. Short, big-headed, low of brow. Thick, unruly black hair tied back with a red ribbon. Despite the severe, expensive black suit, she looked like neither a liver nor a donkey. I saw her furtively wipe the palms of her hands on her skirt. They must be damp. I'd seen pictures of the notorious Jennifer Sharifi, and Miranda had inherited none of her grandmother's coolness, height, or beauty. I wondered if she minded. "We're here today," began moderator Dr. Senta Youngers, a grandmotherly type with the perfect teeth of a grid star, "to determine the facts concerning Case 1892A. I would like to remind everyone in this chamber that the purpose of this inquiry is threefold. First, to identify agreed-upon facts concerning this scientific claim, including but not limited to its nature, actions, and replicable physical effects. Second, to allow disagreements about this scientific claim to be discussed, debated, and recorded for later study. And third, to fulfill a joint request from the Congressional Committee on New Technology, the Federal Drug Administration, and the Genetic Standards Enforcement Agency to create a recommendation for the further study, for the licensing within the United States, or for the denial of Case 1892A, which has already been awarded patent status. Further study, I may remind you, allows the patent's developers to solicit volunteers for beta testing of the patent. Licensing is virtually equivalent to federal permission to market. Youngers looked around the chamber gravely over the tops of her glasses, a currently fashionable affectation for donkeys with perfect vision, to emphasize the seriousness of this possibility. This is important, folks. You could get Case 1892A dumped square in your laps, as if anybody here didn't already realize that. I looked back at Miranda Sharifi, holding a thick printout, bound in black covers. It was clear to me that the Sleepless are a different species from donkeys and livers. I mention this only because of the large number of people to whom it is inexplicably not clear. Miranda undoubtedly understood everything in that stupendously complex printout, which was, after all, in her own field, and at least partly of her own devising. But she probably also understood everything important in my field, all my purported fields, pathetic kitchen gardens that they were. Plus, everything important in art history, in law, in early childhood education, in international economics, in Paleolithic anthropology. To me, that added up to a different species. Donkeys have brains fully adapted to their needs, but then so did the Stegosaurus. I was looking at a multi-adapted mammal. Feeling spiny, I watched a grid journalist in front of me flick a finger to direct his RoboCam to zoom in on the legend carved across the chamber's impressive dome, "The people must control science and technology." A nice journalistic touch, that. I approve of irony. The chief advocate for Case 1892A, continued Moderator Youngers, is Miranda Sharifi of Huevos Verdes Corporation, the patent holders. Chief opposition is Dr. Lee Chang, GSEA senior geneticist and holder of the Jeffrey Sprague Morling Chair in Genetics at Johns Hopkins. The following stipulations have already been agreed to by both sides. For details, please consult the furnished hard copy, the master screen at the front of the chamber, or channel 1640 FORURM on GovNet. The furnished hard copy was 400 pages of cell diagrams, equations, genome tables, and chemical processes, all with numerous journal citations. But in front was a one-page list somebody had prepared for the press. I would bet my purple jacks that its simplifications had been paid for in hours of screaming by technical experts who didn't want their precious facts distorted just so they could be understood. But here, the simplified distortions were ready for the news grids. Washington is Washington. Pre-agreed upon by both sides, read Moderator Youngers, are the following 9 points. 1. Case 1892A describes a nanodevice designed to be injected into the human bloodstream. The device is made of genetically modified, self-replicating proteins in very complex structures. The process which creates these structures is proprietary, belonging to Huevos Verdes Corporation. The device has been named by its creators the Cell Cleaner. This name is a registered trademark and must be indicated as such whenever used. Always good to have your commercial bases covered. I scanned the faces of the Nobel laureates. They showed nothing. 2. Under laboratory conditions, the Cell Cleaner has demonstrated the capacity to leave the bloodstream and travel through human tissue, as do white blood cells. Under laboratory conditions, the Cell Cleaner also has demonstrated the capacity to penetrate a cell wall, as do viruses, with no damage to the cell. No problem there. Even I knew that the FDA had already licensed a batch of drugs that could do those things. I switched my contact lenses to zoom and saw Miranda Sharifi's hand steal into Elisha Camden's. Bad move. Every grid journalist and online watcher could see it too. Didn't Miranda know any better than to show signs of weakness to the enemy? How had she brought down the entire pseudo-government of Sanctuary anyway? 3. Under laboratory conditions, the Cell Cleaner occupies less than 1% of a typical cell's volume. Under laboratory conditions, the Cell Cleaner has demonstrated the capacity to be powered by chemicals naturally present in cells. Youngers paused and looked challengingly around the room. I didn't know why. Did she expect any of us to challenge what 8 scientists had already stipulated? The Cell Cleaner could have been powered by gerbils on treadmills for all any of us laymen could prove. But only under laboratory conditions, of course. It was already clear where the opposition would attack. 4. Under laboratory conditions, the cell cleaner has demonstrated the capacity to replicate at slightly slower than the rate at which bacteria replicate, about 20 minutes per complete division. Under laboratory conditions, this replication has demonstrated the capacity to occur for several hours, using only those chemicals normally found in human tissue, plus those chemicals contained in the fluid of the original injection. Under laboratory conditions, the cell cleaner has demonstrated the capacity to stop replicating after several hours, and to then replicate only to replace damaged units. Go forth and multiply, but only to a predetermined point. Too bad the whole human race hadn't done that. The history of the previous century, and the cataclysmically Malthusian one before that, might have been entirely different. God forgot the off switch. Huevos Verdes didn't. 5. The cell cleaner contains a proprietary device referred to in Case 1892A as biomechanical nanocomputing technology. Under laboratory conditions, this technology has demonstrated the capacity to identify 7 cells of the same functional type from a mass of cells of varying functional types, and to compare the DNA from these 7 cells to determine what constitutes standard DNA coding for that type of cell. Furthermore, the cell cleaner is said to be able to enter subsequent cells and compare their DNA structure to its determined standard. If that was true, and there was no way the opposition would have agreed to it if there were the slightest doubt, it was astounding. No other biotech firm on Earth could do that. But I noticed the careful wording, "is said to be able." Stipulations were supposed to be demonstrated fact. Why were mere claims by Huevos Verdes allowed in at this point, unless they were necessary prerequisites to something that had been demonstrated? 6. Under laboratory conditions, the cell cleaner has demonstrated the capacity to destroy any cells whose DNA does not match what it has determined to be standard coding. Bingo. Even the journalists looked excited. In Washington. 7. Under laboratory conditions, the cell cleaner has demonstrated the capacity to thus destroy each of the following types of aberrant cells: cancerous growths, precancerous dysplasia, deposits on arterial walls, viruses, infectious bacteria, toxic elements and compounds, and cells whose DNA has been altered by viral activity resulting in DNA splices. Furthermore, it has been demonstrated that under laboratory conditions, such dissembled cells can be handled by normal bodily waste removal mechanisms. Cancer, arteriosclerosis, chickenpox, herpes, lead poisoning, turista, cystitis, and the common cold, all gone, dissembled and washed away by your own team of customized internal cleaning ladies. I felt a little dizzy. But what the hell could those laboratory conditions have been like? The spectators buzzed loudly. Moderator Youngers glared at us until the room quieted. 8. Under laboratory conditions, the cell cleaner has demonstrated the capacity to avoid destroying certain bacterial cells, even though their genetic fingerprint does not match the host tissue's DNA. These cells include, but are not limited to, bacteria normally found in the human digestive tract, vagina, and upper respiratory tract. It is noted for the record that Huevos Verdes Corporation attributes this selectivity in dissembling non-standard DNA to pre-programming the protein nanocomputer to recognize symbiotic bacterial DNA. Kill off the harmful, spare the useful. Huevos Verdes was offering the world's first immune system enhancer with computerized Darwinian morality, or maybe Arthurian morality. Replace might makes right with right makes life. I suddenly pictured legions of little cell cleaners in shining white armor, and I had to grin. The journalist in the next seat shot me an edgy look. 9. No significant studies have been carried out concerning the cell cleaner's performance or effects inside whole, living, fully functional human beings. There it was, the inevitable spoiler. Without long-term studies of its effects on real people, Huevos Verdes had no more chance of marketing Case 1892A than of marketing powdered unicorn horn. Even if the science court permitted further study, I was not going to have my own private cell cleaner anytime soon. I sat exploring how I felt about that. Another buzz swept over the audience. Disappointment? Satisfaction? Anger? It seemed to be all three. The following points, Moderator Youngers said, raising her voice, are in dispute. The chamber quieted. 1. The cell cleaner will cause no harm to healthy human cells, tissues, or organs. She stopped. That was it. 1 point in dispute. But that point, her face clearly said, was everything. who wanted a cleaned, repaired, dead body. The first opening argument will be presented by the opposition. Dr. Lee? There was another printout to summarize Dr. Lee's points, which was fortunate because he couldn't. Every sentence came trailing clouds of evidence, qualifiers, and equations, all of which he clearly considered glory. The technical panel listened closely, taking notes. Everybody else consulted the printout. It summarized his windy points. In dispute, the cell cleaner will cause no harm to healthy human cells, tissues, or organs. In rebuttal, there is no way to assure that the cell cleaner will not cause harm to healthy cells, organs, or tissues. Laboratory tests do not necessarily predict the effects of biosubstances on live functional human beings. See CDC Hypertext File 68164. No partial being studies have included the effect of the cell cleaner on the brain. Brain chemistry can behave much differently from grosser body tissue. See CDC Hypertext File 68732. The long-term effects submitted cover only 2 years. Many biosubstances reveal erratic side effects only after longer time periods. See CDC Hypertext File 88812. The list of so-called pre-programmed symbiotic bacterial DNA that the cell cleaner will not destroy may or may not be congruent with the complete list of useful foreign organisms in a living functional human being. The human body includes some 10,000 billion protein parts interacting in intensely complex ways, including hundreds of thousands of different kinds of molecules, some only partially understood. The so-called pre-programmed list could leave out vital organisms which the cell cleaner would then destroy, possibly causing tremendous functional upset, including death. Over time, the cell cleaner itself might develop replication problems. Since it introduces what is in essence competing DNA into the body, it displays the potential to become an artificially induced cancer. See CDC Hypertext File 4536. I wondered at the quirk in the printing program that had made the word cancer darker than the rest. Dr. Lee took the entire rest of the morning for his opening argument, which seemed shut pretty tight to me. At no point did I question his sincerity. The argument seemed to go like this. The cell cleaner couldn't be proved safe without a decade, at least, of tests on real whole human beings. I decided not to look up partial being studies. I didn't really want to know. It was, however, inhumane to subject real human beings to such risks. There was, therefore, no way to prove the cell cleaner safe, and if it was unsafe, the potential for widespread disaster was spectacular, including, in the curious phrasing of the printout, tremendous functional upset, including death. Therefore, the opposition would recommend that the cell cleaner not be licensed, not be approved for further study within the United States, and be placed on the banned list of the International Genetic Modification Advisory Council. Apparently, we had already left the fact-finding stage and were well into the political recommendation stage. Washington is Washington. Facts are political. Politics is a fact. It was 11:45 when Dr. Lee finished. Moderator Youngers leaned over her bench. Ms. Sharifi, it's nearly time to break for lunch. Would you prefer to postpone your opening statement until this afternoon? No, Madam Moderator. I'll be brief. Why hadn't Lisha Camden told Miranda to leave off the red hair ribbon? It gave her an Alice in Wonderland youthfulness that was a liability. Her voice was calm and dispassionate. The patent you are considering today is the greatest life-saving medical development since the discovery of antibiotics. Dr. Lee speaks of the dangers to the body if the cell cleaner nanomachinery fails, or is inaccurately programmed, or produces unknown side effects. He does not mention the people who will die premature or painful deaths without this innovation. You would rather keep one person from dying with the cell cleaner than have hundreds of thousands die without it. That is morally wrong. You are morally wrong, all of you. The whole purpose of this so-called scientific forum is to protect drug company profits at the expense of the sick and dying. You are moral fascists, using the strength of government to harm those already weak and powerless in order to keep them powerless and so keep yourselves in power. And I accept none of you from these charges, not even the scientists, who conspire with profit and power and so deliver science to them. With the cell cleaner, Huevos Verdes offers you life, even though you do not deserve to live. But Huevos Verdes does not distinguish between the deserving and the undeserving when it offers a product. You do every time your regulations stifle genetic or nanotech research, every time that lost research deprives someone of life. You are killers, all of you. Political and economic mercenaries, no better at judging true science than the jungle animals whose morality you emulate. Nonetheless, Huevos Verdes Corporation offers you the cell cleaner, and I will prove to you here its essential safety, even though I'm not sure any of you has the capacity to understand the science I will explain. And Miranda Sharifi sat down. The panel looked stunned, as well they might. More interestingly, Lisha Camden also looked stunned. Evidently, this was not what she'd expected to hear her protege say. She whispered frantically into Miranda's ear. I have never heard such unprofessional bullshit. Martin Davis Exford, Nobel laureate in molecular physics, on his feet behind the panelists' table. His powerful voice outshouted everyone else. Maroon veins pulsed below the surface of his neck. I deeply resent, Ms. Sharifi, your perversion of this forum. We're here to determine scientific fact, not indulge in ad hominem attacks. A journalist in fashionable yellow stripes yelled from the front row of the press box. Ms. Sharifi, are you trying to lose this case? Slowly, I turned my head in his direction. Hey, Miranda, look this way. A Liver Channel reporter, his robocam floating beside him. Smile pretty. Order, please, order. Moderator Youngers, her glasses gone, banging her metal water pitcher, since she had no gavel, because of course this wasn't really a court. Smile, Miranda. An outrage to professional discourse and... Please sit down, said several seats. Others may have trouble seeing over you. Please sit. I will have order in this forum. But the pandemonium grew. A man broke from the public section and charged down the inclined aisle toward the forum floor. I had a clear view of his face. It twisted with the terrible rigidity of hate, a rigidity that no amount of reason can relax, and that takes years to calcify. Miranda Sharifi's insults today hadn't created that face. The man ran toward her, pulling something from his jacket. 17 robocams and 3 security bots zoomed toward him. He hit the invisible Y energy shield in front of the participants' tables and spread-eagled against it with an audible crack of skull or other bone. Dazed, the man slid down the shield exactly as down a brick wall. A security bot dragged him away. Restore order to these proceedings now. A smile, Miranda, just one smile. Unwarranted assumption of moral superiority and contempt for United States law, when in reality... And it looks, Newsgrid viewers, as if the fracas were deliberately created by Miranda Sharifi for hidden Huevos Verdes motives, about which we can only... Miranda Sharifi never moved. Eventually, moderator Youngers, having no real choice, recessed for lunch. I pushed my way to the front of the chaotic forum chamber, trying to shadow Miranda Sharifi, which was of course impossible. The Y shield stood between us, and spectacularly built bodyguards muscled her and Lisha Camden out a rear door. I caught sight of them again on the roof, having knocked over 4 people to get there. They climbed into an air car. Several other cars followed in close pursuit, but I was convinced it wasn't going to do any of them, reporters, GSEA, FBI, rogue geneticists, whoever, any good. They weren't going to learn any more than I had. What had I learned? The journalist in yellow stripes was right. Miranda Sharifi's performance had just ensured that Case 1892A was dead. She had insulted not only the intellectual and technical competence of 8 scientists, but their characters as well. I had cursorily researched 3 of those scientists, the Nobel laureates, and I knew they were not venial sellouts but people of integrity. Miranda must know that too. So, why? Maybe, despite any research she'd done, she genuinely believed all sleepers were corrupt. Her grandmother, a brilliant woman, had believed it, but somehow I didn't think Miranda did. Maybe she believed the 5 non-laureate scientists, mediocrities with good political connections, would inevitably outvote the impartial laureates. But if so, why alienate her 3 potential allies? And why agree to seating the 5 mediocrities in the first place? All panelists had been agreed upon by both sides. No, Miranda Sharifi wanted to lose this case. She wanted a decision against the cell cleaner. But maybe I was being too anthropomorphic. Miranda Sharifi was, after all, completely different from me. Her mental processes were different, which included her motives. Maybe she'd alienated the panel to... what? To make it harder to obtain official approval for the patent. Maybe she only valued victory if it was hard won. Maybe making everything as difficult as possible was part of some sleepless code of honor, built upon the fact that things came so easily to them. How the fuck would I know? All this ratiocination translated itself into self-disgust. Despite the heat, it was a gorgeous day in Washington, one of those clear blue sky and golden light afternoons that seemed to have blown in from some more favored city. I walked along the mall, attracting attention. The crazy donkey dressed like a gone native liver. Drug dealers and lovers and grav-boarding teenagers left me alone, which was just as well. I was having one of those brief, sharp self-questionings that leave you both enervated and embarrassed afterwards. What was I doing, skulking around in these silly plastic clothes, trying to manufacture some difficult personal meaningfulness out of following around people who were clearly my superiors? For the Sleepless were my superiors, and in more than intelligence. In discipline, in sheer sweep of vision, in the enviable certainty that accompanies purpose, even if I didn't know what that purpose was, whereas all I had was an aimless, drifting alarm about where my country was headed, an alarm set off by a semi-sentient pink dog hurling over a terrace railing. When I thought of that now, it sounded silly. I couldn't even define where I thought my country ought to head. I could only impede, not propel, and I wasn't even sure what I was impeding. It was sure as hell more than Case 1892A. I didn't know what the Sleepless were trying to do. Nobody knew. So what made me so damn sure I should be stopping them from doing it? On the other hand, nothing I had done so far, or seemed likely to do in the near future, had had the slightest effect on Miranda Sharifi's plans. I had not reported on her to the GSEA, not kept her under constant surveillance, not even reached a coherent conclusion about her in the private and unsought-after recesses of my mind. I was completely irrelevant. So there was nothing for me to regret, nothing to agonize over doing or not doing, nothing to change. Zero, whatever you multiply or divide it by, is still zero. Somehow this failed to cheer me up. The next 4 days were a letdown. People primed for scientific theater, I include myself, instead received hours of incomprehensible graphs, tables, equations, explanations, and hollow models of cells and enzymes and such. Much time was given to the tertiary and quaternary structure of proteins. There was a spirited and incomprehensible debate on Worthington's transference equations as applied to redundant RNA coding. I fell asleep during this. I was not alone. Fewer people showed up each day. Of those who did, only the scientists looked rapt. It didn't seem fair somehow. Miranda Sharifi had told us we were looking at the greatest medical breakthrough in 200 years, and to most of us it looked like alchemy. The people must control science and technology. Yes, right. How do churls make decisions about wizardry we can't understand? In the end, they rejected it. 2 of the Nobel laureates wrote dissenting opinions, Barbara Paluicas and Martin Exford. They favored allowing beta testing on human volunteers and didn't rule out possible future licensing. They wanted the scientific knowledge. You could see, even through the formal wording of their brief, joint opinion, that they panted for it. I saw Miranda Sharifi watching them carefully. The majority opinion did everything but print copies of itself on the American flag. Safety of United States citizens, sacred trust, preservation of the identity of the human genome, blah, blah, blah. Everything, in fact, that had led me to join the GSEA the day Cattouse hurled himself off my balcony. At some deep level, I still believed the majority opinion was right. Unregulated biotech held the potential for incredible disaster. And nobody could really regulate Huevos Verdes biotech because nobody could really understand it. Super sleepless intelligence and American patent protection combined to ensure that. And if you can't regulate it, better to keep it out of the country entirely. Nonetheless, I left the courtroom profoundly depressed, and immediately learned that my ignorance about cellular biology was not my only or worst ignorance. I thought I was a cynic. But cynicism is like money. Somebody else always has more of it than you do. I sat on the steps of the science court, my back to a Doric column, the thickness of a small redwood. A light wind blew. 2 men paused in the shelter of the column to light sunshine pipes. I'd noticed that Easterners like it smoked. In California, we preferred to drink it. The men were Jean Maud handsome, dressed in the severe, sleeveless black suits fashionable on the Hill. Both ignored me. Livers noticed instantly that I wasn't one of them, but donkeys seldom looked past the jacks and soda can jewelry, sufficient grounds for dismissal. So, how long do you think? One man said. 3 months to market, maybe. My guess is either Germany or Brazil. What if Huevos Verdes doesn't do it? John, why wouldn't they? There's a fortune to be made. And that Sharifi woman is no fool. I'm going to be watching the investment trends very carefully. You know, I don't even really care about the investment factor. John's voice was wistful. I just want it for Jana and me and the girls. Jana's had these growths on and off for years. What we've got now only restrains them so far. The other man put a hand on John's arm. Watch Brazil. That's my best guess. It'll be quicker than if we'd licensed it here. And without all the complications of every blighted liver town clamoring for it for their med unit at some undoable cost. Pipes lighted, they left. I sat there, marveling at my own stupidity. Of course. Turn down the cell cleaner for American development, make huge political capital from your protection of livers, save a staggering amount of credits from not offering it to your political constituency, and then buy the medical breakthrough for yourself and your loved ones overseas. Of course. The people must control science and technology. Maybe Dr. Li Chang was right. Maybe the cell cleaner would run amok and kill them all but the livers, who would then rise up to establish a just and humane state. Yes, right. Desdemona's mommy and the other livers I'd seen on the train controlling biotech that could eventually alter the human race into something else. The blind splicing genes blindly. Right. Inertia, first cousin to depression, seized me. I sat there, getting colder, until the sky darkened and my ass hurt from the hard marble. The portico was long since deserted. Slowly, stiffly, I got my body to its feet, and had my first piece of luck in weeks. Miranda Sharifi walked down the wide steps, keeping to the shadows. The face wasn't hers, and the brown jacks weren't hers. And I had seen her and Lisha Camden climb into an air car, which took off 2 hours ago, pursued by half of Washington. This liver had pale skin, and a large nose, and short, dirty blonde hair. So why was I so sure this was Miranda? The big head, and the tip of red ribbon that I, zoom-lensed, saw peeking from her back hip pocket. Or maybe it was just that I needed it to be her, and the Miranda who took off with Lisha Camden to be a decoy. I groped in my pocket for the mid-range infrared sensor Colin Kowalski had given me, and surreptitiously aimed it at her. It went off the scale. Miranda or no, this person had the revved metabolism of a super Sleepless, and no GSEA agents in sight. Not, of course, that I would see them. But I refused to give in to negativity. Miranda was mine. I followed her to the Gravrail station, pleased at how easily all my old training returned. We boarded a local train traveling north. We settled into a crowded, malodorous car with so many children it seemed the livers must be breeding right there on the uncleaned floor. We stopped every 20 minutes or so at some benighted liver town. I didn't dare sleep. Miranda might get off someplace without me. What if the trip lasted days? By morning, I had trained myself to nap between stops, my unconscious set like an edgy guard dog to nip me awake each time the train slowed and lurched. This produced very strange dreams. Once it was David I was following. He kept shedding his clothes as he danced away from me, an unreachable succubus. Once, I dreamed I'd lost Miranda and the science court had me on trial for uselessness against the state. The worst was the dream in which I was injected with the cell cleaner and realized it was in fact chemically identical with the industrial strength cleaner used by the household bot in my San Francisco enclave, and every cell in my body was painfully dissolving in bleach and ammonia. I woke, gasping for air, my face distorted in the black glass of the window. After that, I stayed awake. I watched Miranda Sharifi as the Grav train, miraculously not malfunctioning, slid through the mountains of Pennsylvania and into New York State. 7. Drew Arlen, Seattle. There was a latticework in my head. I couldn't make it go away. Its shape floated there all the time now, looking a little like the lattices that roses grow on. It was the dark purple color that objects take on in late twilight, when it's hard to see what color anything really is. Murray once told me that nothing really is any color. It was all a matter of circumstantial reflected wavelengths. I didn't understand what she meant. To me, colors are too important to be circumstantial. The lattice bent around and met itself to form a circle, I couldn't see what was inside the circle, even though the lattice had diamond-shaped holes. Whatever was inside remained completely hidden. I didn't know what this graphic was. It suggested nothing to me. I couldn't will it to suggest anything or to change form or to go away. This hadn't ever happened to me before. I was the lucid dreamer. The shapes that came from my deep unconscious were always meaningful, always universal, always malleable. I shaped them. I brought them outward, to the conscious world. They didn't shape me. I was the lucid dreamer. I watched Miri's final day in science court on hologrid in a hotel room in Seattle, where I was scheduled to give the revised The Warrior concert tomorrow afternoon. The robocams zoomed in close on Lisha and Sarah as they climbed into their air car on the forum roof. Sarah looked exactly like Miri, the hollow mask over her face, the wig, the red ribbon. She even talked like Miri. Lisha's eyes had the pinched look that meant she was furious. Had she already discovered the switch? Or maybe that would come in the car. Lisha wouldn't take it well. Nothing frustrated her more than being lied to, maybe because she was so truthful herself. I was glad I wasn't there. Spiky red shapes taut with anxiety sped around the purple latticework that never went away. Sarah, Miri, closed the car door. The windows, of course, were opaque. I turned off the news grid. It might be months before I saw Miri again. She could slip in and out of East Oleanta. She had, in fact, come to Washington from there. But Drew Arlen, the lucid dreamer in his state-of-the-art power chair, followed everywhere by the GSEA, could not. And even if I went to Huevos Verdes, Nikos Dimitrios or Toshio Omura or Terry Umwakambe might decide a shielded link with East Oleanta was too great a risk for just personal communication. I might not even talk with Miri for months. The spiky red shapes eased a little. I poured myself another scotch. That slowed down the anxiety shape sometimes. But I tried to be careful with the stuff. I did try. I could remember my old man in the stinking Delta town where I grew up. Don't you lib me, boy. You ain't nothing, you, but a shit-bottom baby. I ain't no baby, me. I'm 7 years old. You're a shit-bottomed teat sucker, you, who ain't never gonna own nothing, so shut up and hand me that beer. I'm gonna own Sanctuary, me, someday. You, a stupid bayou rat. Laughter. Then after thinking it over, the smack. Whap. Then more laughter. I downed the scotch in a single gulp. Lisha would have hated that. The comlink shrilled in 2 short bursts. Twice meant the caller wasn't on the approved list, but Kevin Baker's comlink program had nonetheless decided it was somebody I might want to see. I didn't know how it decided that. Fuzzy logic, Kevin said, which made no shapes in my mind. I think I would have talked to anybody just then, but I left off the visual. Mr. Arlen, are you there? This is Dr. Elias Malek. I know it's very late, but I'd like a few minutes of your time, please. It's extremely urgent. I'd rather not leave a message. He looked tired. It was 3 in the morning in Washington. I poured myself another scotch. Visual on. I'm here, Dr. Malek. Thank you. I want to say right away this is a shielded call and it's not being recorded. Nobody can hear it but us two. I doubted that. Malek didn't understand what Terry Umwakambe or Toshio Omura could do. Even if Malek's Nobel had been in physics and not medicine, he wouldn't have understood. Malek was a big man, maybe 65, not gene mod for appearance. Thinning gray hair and tired brown eyes. His skin fell in jowls on either side of his face, but his shoulders were square. I felt him as a series of solid navy cubes, unbreakable and clean. The cubes hovered in front of the unmoving lattice. I'm not sure exactly where to begin, Mr. Arlen. He ran his hand through his hair, and the navy cubes took on a reddish tinge. Malek was very tense. I sipped my drink. As you undoubtedly know by now, I voted against allowing further development of the Huevos Verdes patent claim in the Federal Forum for Science and Technology. The reasons for my vote are stated clearly in the majority opinion, but there are things that a public document can't contain. Things I want permission to inform you about. Why? Malek was blunt. Because we have no way to talk to Huevos Verdes. They accept messages, but not two-way communication. You represent the only path by which I can convey information directly to Ms. Sharifi about genetic research. The shapes in my mind rippled and twisted. I said, how did you leave any messages for Huevos Verdes? How'd you get the access code to leave any messages? That's part of what I want to tell you, Mr. Arlen. In 5 minutes, 2 men will request access to your suite. They want to show you something approximately half an hour from Seattle by plane. The purpose of my call is to urge you to go with them. He hesitated. They're from the government. GSEA. No. I understand, Mr. Arlen. That's the purpose of my call, to tell you this isn't a trap or a kidnapping or any of the other atrocities you and I both know the government is capable of. The GSEA agents will take you outside the city, keep you about an hour, and return you safely without implants or truth drugs or anything else. I know these men personally, and I'm willing to stake my entire professional reputation on this. I'm sure you're recording my call on your end. Send copies to anyone you like before you so much as open your hotel door. You have my word. You will return safe and unaltered. Please consider what that's worth to me. I considered. The man filled me with shapes I hadn't felt in a long time, light, clean shapes, without any hidden agenda. Nothing like the shapes at Huevos Verdes. Of course, Malek might be completely sincere and still be used. Somehow, the glass of scotch, my fourth, was empty. Malek said, "If you want to take extra time to call Huevos Verdes for instructions." No, I lowered my voice. No, I'll go. Malek's face changed, opened, growing years younger and hours less tired. A light, cleansing rain falling on the Navy cubes. "Thank you," he said. "You won't regret it. You have my word, Mr. Arlen." I would bet anything that he, an eminent donkey, had never seen any of my concerts. I cut off the link, sent off copies of the call to Lisha, to Kevin Baker, to a donkey friend I trusted in Wichita. The link shrilled, once. Even before I answered it, Nikos Dimitrios appeared on visual. He wasted no words, him. "Don't go with him, Drew." There was another glass of scotch in my hand. It was half empty. "That was a shielded call, Nick. Private." He ignored this. "It could be a trap. Despite what Malek says, they could be using him. You should know that." Impatience had crept into his voice, despite himself. The stupid sleeper had overlooked the obvious once again. I saw him as a dark shape with 1,000 shades of gray, undulating in subtle patterns I would never understand. "Nick, just suppose that I wanted me to talk to somebody private, somebody who I don't want you listening to, somebody who isn't them no part of Huevos Verdes. Somebody else?" Nick stared. I heard then me how I was talking. Liver talk. My glass was empty again. The hotel system said politely, "Excuse me, sir. There are 2 men requesting access to your suite. Would you like visuals?" "Nah," I said. "Send the men in, them." "Drew," Nick began. I blanked him. It didn't work. Some sort of super sleepless override. Wasn't there anything they couldn't do, them? "Drew, listen, you can't just—" I disconnected the terminal from the Y Energy power unit. The GSEA agents didn't look like GSEA agents. I guess they never do, them. Mid-40s, donkey handsome, donkey polite, probably donkey smart. But if they thought them in donkey words, at least the words would come one at a time, not in bunches and clusters and libraries of strings. Snow fell on the purple lattice, cool and blank. "You guys like a drink, you?" "Yes," one said, a little too fast. Going along with me. But he felt him almost as solid, almost as clean as Malek. That confused me. They were GSEA, them. How could they feel unhidden? "Changed my mind," I said. "Let's go now, us. Wherever you're taking me." I powered my chair toward the door. It hit the jamb, and hurt my legs. But on the hotel roof, the cold sobered me. Some, anyway. Cars landed, bringing home early partygoers. It was just a little after midnight. Seattle was built on hills, and the hotel was on top of a big one. I could see way beyond the enclave, the dark waters of Puget Sound to the west. Mount Rainier, white in the moonlight. Cold stars above, cold lights below. Liver neighborhoods at the bases of the hills, except along the Sound, which was waterfront land too good for livers. The GSEA air car, armored and shielded, took off to the east. Pretty soon, there were no more lights. Nobody spoke. I might have slept, me. I hope not. "Don't bother your daddy, Drew. He's asleep." "He's drunk, him." "Drew!" "Drew," Nick said on the comlink. Huevos Verdes said. Miranda Sharifi said. "Drew, do this. Give this concert. Spread this subconscious idea. Drew." The lattice curled in my mind, floating like swamp gas in the bayou where my daddy finally drowned him, dead drunk. Some kids found him long after. They thought the thing in the water was a rotten log. We're here, Mr. Arlen. Please wake up. We had landed on a pad somewhere in wild, dark country, dense and wooded, with huge outcroppings of rock that I slowly realized were parts of mountains. My head pounded. One of the agents turned on a portable Y-lamp and cut the car's lights. We got out. I realized for the first time I didn't know their names. Where are we? Cascade Range. But where are we? Just another few minutes, Mr. Arlen. They looked away while I pulled myself into my chair. It floated on its grav unit 6 inches above a narrow dirt track that led from the landing pad into thick woods. I followed the agents, who carried the lamp. The blackness on either side of the track, under the trees, was like a solid wall, except for rustlings and distant, deep hoots. I smelled pine needles and leaf mold. The track ended at a low, foam-cast building hidden by trees, a building too small to be important. No windows. An agent had his retina scanned and spoke a code to the door, and it opened. The inside lit up. An elevator filled the interior, and that too had retinal scanner and a code. We went underground. The elevator opened on a large laboratory crowded with equipment, none of it running. The lights were low. A woman in a white lab coat hurried through one of many side doors. Is that him? Yes, an agent said, and I caught his quick involuntary glance to see if the lucid dreamer minded not being recognized. I smiled. Welcome, Mr. Arlen, the woman said gravely. I'm Dr. Carmela Clementi Rice. Thank you for coming. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, even lovelier than Lisha. Hair so black it looked blue, enormous eyes of a clear navy, flawless skin. She looked about 30, but of course might have been much older. Donkey gene mods. She was wreathed with the wispy shapes of sorrow. She held her hands lightly clasped in front of her. You're wondering why we brought you here. This isn't a GSEA installation, Mr. Arlen. It's an outlaw gene facility we discovered and captured. Setting up the law enforcement operation took an entire year. The trial of the scientists and technicians working here took another year. They're all in prison now. Ordinarily, the GSEA would dismantle an outlaw lab completely, but there are reasons we couldn't dismantle this one, as you'll see in a minute. She unclasped her hands and made a curious gesture, as if she were pulling me toward her, or pulling my mind toward her. The navy blue donkey eyes never left my face. The beasts working here were creating illegal gene mods for the underground market. One of the underground markets. These facilities exist across the United States, Mr. Arlen, although fortunately most of them aren't as successful as this one. The GSEA expends a lot of money, time, manpower, and legal talent putting them out of business. Follow me, please. Carmela Clementi Rice led the way back through the same side door. We followed. A long white corridor. How big was this underground place? Was lined with doors. She led me through the first one and stepped aside. There were two of them, male and female, both naked. They had the dreamy, unfocused expressions of heavy users, but somehow I knew they didn't exist on drugs. They just existed. Both of them were masturbating with a dreamy non-urgency that matched their expressions. The woman had one hand in the vagina between her legs, the other in the one between her breasts. But her other vaginas, between her eyes and on each palm, had also gone label, their tissues swollen and flushed. The man fondled both his gigantic erect penis and his vagina, and I saw that he had pushed what looked like a food utensil of some kind up one asshole. For the sex trade, Carmela Clementi Rice said quietly behind me. Underground genetic embryonic engineering. There's no way we can undo it. No way we can raise their IQs, which are about 60. All we can do is keep them comfortable and out of the market they were designed for. I powered my chair out of the room. You're not showing me anything I don't already know about, lady, I said, more harshly than I intended. The sex slaves made bruised, painful shapes in my mind. This stuff has been around for years, long before Huevos Verdes existed. Huevos Verdes doesn't quarrel with the GSEA outlawing it and shutting it down. Nobody sane argues in favor of this kind of genetic engineering. She didn't answer, just led me down the corridor to another door. 4 of them this time, in a much larger room, with the same dreamy expressions. They weren't naked, although their clothes were odd. Jacks clumsily hand-sewn to fit around the extra limbs and the deformities. One had 8 arms, one 4 legs, another 3 pairs of breasts. Judging from its body shape, the extra organs on the 4th must have been internal, pancreases or livers or hearts. Could the genes be programmed to grow extra hearts? For the transplant market, Carmela said. But then you probably already knew about that, too. I had, but didn't say so. These are luckier, she continued. We can remove the extra limbs and return them to normal bodies. In fact, Jessie is scheduled for surgery on Tuesday. I didn't ask her which one was Jessie. The scotch made nauseous burbles in my stomach. In the next room, the two people looked normal. Dressed in pajamas, they lay asleep on a bed covered with a pretty chintz spread. Carmela didn't lower her voice. They're not sleeping, Mr. Arlen. They're drugged heavily, and will be for most of the rest of their lives. When they're not, they're in intense and constant pain. It's caused by a tiny gene-mod virus designed to stimulate nerve tissue to an unbearable degree. The virus is injected and then replicates in the body, sort of like the Huevos Verdes cell cleaner. The pain is excruciating, but there's no actual tissue damage, so theoretically it could continue for years, decades. It was designed for the international torture market, and there was supposed to be an antidote to be administered, or withheld. Unfortunately, the gene engineers working here had gotten only as far as the nano-torturer, not the antidote. One of the drugged pair, I saw now that it was a girl, barely past puberty, stirred uneasily and moaned. Dreaming, Carmela said briefly. We don't know what. We don't know who she is. Mexican, maybe, kidnapped, or sold on the black market. If you think that the research at Huevos Verdes is anything like... No, it's not. We know that. But everything researched and created from nanotechnology at Huevos Verdes is done with only the public benefit in mind. Everything. Like the cell cleaner. I believe that, Dr. Clemente Rice said. She kept her voice low and controlled. I could feel the effort that cost her. The Huevos Verdes applications are completely different. But the basic science, the breakthroughs, are similar. Only Huevos Verdes has gone much further, much faster. But others could close that gap if they had, for instance, the cell cleaner to dismantle and study. I stared at the sleeping girl. Her eyelids were puckered. My mother's eyelids had done that at the end of her life, when the bone cancer finally got her. I said, I've seen enough. One more, Mr. Arlen. Please. I wouldn't ask if it weren't so urgent. I turned my chair to study her. She was a series of sharp, pale ovals in my mind, with the same clean truthfulness as Malek and the GSEA agents. Probably they had all been picked for just that quality. Then I suddenly realized who Carmela reminded me of. Lisha Camden. A weird pain shot through me, like a very thin lance. I followed her through the last door in the corridor. There were no gene-mod people in this room. 3 heavy-duty shields shimmered from floor to ceiling, the kind that can keep out anything not nuclear. Behind them grew tall grass. Carmela said softly, You said that Huevos Verdes works only on gene mods and nanotechs that are designed for the public benefit. So is this. It was commissioned by a third-world nation with terrible recurrent famines. The grass blades are edible. Unlike most plants, their cell walls are constructed not of cellulose, but of an engineered substance that the human system can convert to monosaccharides. The grass is also amazingly hardy, fast-growing, self-seeding, and efficient in using nutrients from poor soils and water from arid ones. The engineers who developed it estimated that it could furnish 6 times the food of the most concentrated current farming. Furnish food, I repeated idiotically. Food. We planted it in a controlled and shielded ecosphere of 50 ecologically diverse acres, Carmela continued, her hands jammed into the pockets of her lab coat. And within 3 months, it had wiped out every other plant in the ecosphere. It's so well fitted to thrive that it outcompeted everything else. Humans and some mammals can digest it. Other animals cannot. The other plant eaters all starved, including so many larval insects that the insect population disappeared. The amphibian, reptile, and bird populations went with them, then the carnivorous mammals. Our computers figure that, given the right wind conditions, this grass would take about 18 months to be the only thing left on Earth, give or take a few huge trees with extensive root systems that weren't quite done dying. The grass rustled softly behind its triple shield. I felt something on my shoulders, Carmela's hands. She turned my chair to face her, then immediately lifted her hands. You see, Mr. Arlen, we don't think Huevos Verdes is evil, not at all. We know Ms. Sharifi and her fellow super Sleepless believe not only in the good of their research, but in the good of the rest of us. We know she believes in the United States as defined in the Constitution, as the best possible political arrangement in an imperfect world, just as Lisha Camden did before her. I've always been a great admirer of Ms. Camden, but the Constitution works because it has so many checks and balances to restrain power. She licked her lips. The gesture wasn't sexual. She was in such deadly earnest that I could feel her whole body dry and tense with strain. Checks and balances to restrain power. Yes. But there are no checks on Huevos Verdes, no restraints, no balances, because the rest of us simply can't do what Super Sleepless can do, unless they do it first. Then some of us could copy some of the tech, maybe, and adapt it. Some of us, like the people who worked here. I said nothing. The deadly food-rich grass rustled. I can't tell what you're thinking, Mr. Arlen, and I can't tell you what to think. But we, just wanted you to see all sides of the situation, with the hope you'll think about what you've seen and talk about it with Huevos Verdes. That's all. The agents will take you back to Seattle now. I said, what will happen to this grass? We'll destroy it with radiation tomorrow. Not so much as a strand of DNA will be left, and none of the records either. It only existed this long so we could show it to Ms. Sharifi, or failing that, to you. She led me back to the elevator, and I watched her body, taut with unhappiness and hope, walk gracefully between the narrow white walls. Just before the elevator door opened, I said to her, or maybe to all three of them, you can't stop technological progress. You can slow it down, but it always comes anyway. Carmela Clementi Rice said, only 2 nuclear bombs have ever been dropped on Earth as an act of wartime aggression. The science was there, but the applications were left unused. By cooperation or restraint or fear or force, the applications were stopped. She held out her hand. It was damp and clammy, but something electric ran from her touch to mine. The navy blue eyes beseeched me, just as if I held actual power over what Huevos Verdes did. Goodbye, Mr. Arlen. Goodbye, Dr. Clementi Rice. The agents, good as their word, returned me to my hotel room in Seattle. I sat down to wait to see who would arrive from Huevos Verdes and how long it would take. It was Jonathan Markowitz at 5 in the morning. I'd had 3 hours sleep. Jonathan was perfect. His tone was civil and interested. He asked about everything I'd seen, and I described everything to him. He asked a lot of other questions. Did I experience any temperature changes, no matter how slight, at any point in the corridor? Did I ever smell anything like cinnamon? Did the light have a greenish tinge? Did anyone ever touch me? He didn't argue against anything Carmela Rice Clementi had told me. He treated me like a member of the team whose loyalty was unquestioned, but who might have been tampered with in ways I couldn't understand. He was perfect. And all the while I could feel the shapes he made in my mind, and the picture. A man lifting heavy rocks, the rocks mindless and sullen gray. As Jonathan left, I said brutally, they should have sent Nick, not you. Nick doesn't bother to hide it. Jonathan looked at me steadily. For a minute he said nothing, and I wondered what impossibly complex and subtle strings formed in that super brain. Then he smiled wearily. I know, but Nick was busy. When can I see Miranda? Has she left Washington yet for East Oleanta? I don't know, Drew, he said, and the shapes in my mind exploded, spattering the lattice with red. You don't know if she's left, or you don't know when I can see her? Why not, John? Because I'm tainted now? Because you don't know what Carmela Rice Clementi might have done to me when she put her palms on my shoulders or when I shook her hand? Or because you can't control what I'm really thinking about the project? Jonathan said quietly, it was my impression you'd accepted not seeing Miri, without too much regret. That stopped me. Jonathan went on. You have an important role, Drew. We need you. We don't... The computer projects a steeply rising curve in the general social breakdown due to the unexpected Duragem situation. We have to accelerate the project. Kevorkian's equations, mitochondrial regression, dialasial urban engineering. And that was how my anger ended, in a bunch of words from Super Sleepless shorthand. I didn't understand the words, and didn't understand how they went together, and didn't understand why I was being told them. I couldn't answer, and so I stood there, mute and bleary-eyed from lack of sleep, while Jonathan quietly left. Did he say words from his string because he thought they were so basic that even the liver sleeper Drew, him, would understand? Or did they just slip out because Jonathan was upset too? Or did he say them because he knew I wouldn't understand? And what better way to put me in my place? I'm going to own Sanctuary me someday. You, a stupid bayou rat. Whap. I had to sleep. My concert was in less than 5 hours. I rolled into bed, still in my clothes, and tried to sleep. On the way to the Seattle Kingdome, the air car broke down. We had left the enclave and were above the liver city, which from the air looked like a lot of small liver towns organized in blocks around cafes and warehouses and lodge buildings. The Senator Gilbert Torrey Bridewell Kingdome was 20 years old. Somebody had told me it was named for some historical site. It sat well outside the enclave, of course, a huge foam-cast hemisphere with a shielded landing pad that now we might not reach. The car bucked, back to front, and listed to the left, an ocean liner rolling, a toxic dump swelling in sickly pink bubbles. My stomach rose. Jesus H. Christ, the driver said, and began punching in override codes. I didn't know how much he could actually do. Air cars are robo-machinery, but maybe he did know about it. He was a donkey. The car rolled and I fell against the left door. My power chair, folded into traveling size, slammed against me. The car gave a little buck, and I thought, I'm going to die. Warm, blood-red shapes filled my mind, and the lattice disappeared. Christ, 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 the driver said, punching frantically. The car bucked again, then righted. I closed my eyes. The lattice in my mind disappeared. It wasn't there. Okay, the driver said in a different voice, and the car limped down onto the landing pad. We sat there, safe, while figures rushed toward us from the Kingdome, and the lattice reappeared in my mind. It had disappeared when I thought I was going to die, and now it was back, still closed tightly around whatever was hidden inside. It's the lousy grav units, the driver said, in the same pleading voice he'd said, okay. He twisted in his seat to look directly into my eyes. They cut costs on materials. They cut costs on robo-testing. They cut costs on maintenance because those lousy robo-units break. The whole franchise is going under. 2 crashes in California last week, and the news grids paid to keep them quiet. I'm never riding in one of these things again. You hear me? Never again. All said in the same low, pleading voice. In my mind, he was a crouching, black, squashed shape in front of the purple lattice. Mr. Allen, a woman cried, throwing open the air car door. Are y'all okay in there? Her southern accent was thick. Sally Edith Gardiner, freshman congresswoman from Washington State, who is paying for this concert for her liver constituents. Why did a congresswoman from Washington State sound like Mississippi? Fine, I said. No damage. Well, it's just shocking, is what it is. Has it really come to that? That we can't even make a decent air car anymore? Do you want to postpone the concert a bit? No, I'm fine, I said. The accent wasn't Mississippi after all. It was fake Mississippi. She was all flaking gilded hoops in my mind. I thought suddenly of Carmela Clementi Rice, clean, pale ovals. Why had the lattice in my mind disappeared when I thought I was going to die? Well, the truth is, Mr. Arlen, Congresswoman Gardiner said, chewing on her perfect bottom lip, a tiny delay for you might be a good idea anyway. There's a little problem with the grav rail coming in from South Seattle, and just a tiny problem with the security bot system. We have techs working on it now, naturally. So if you come this way, we'll go to a place you can wait. My system was installed on stage yesterday, I said. If you can't guarantee security for it. Oh, of course we can, she cried, and I saw she was lying. The air car driver climbed out and leaned against the car, muttering under his breath. His prayerful pleading had finally turned to anger. I caught falling apart, and fucking societal breakdown, and can't support so many fucking people, before Congresswoman Gardiner threw him a look that would rot plasticine. She hadn't asked if he was hurt. He was a tech. Your wonderful equipment will be just fine, Congresswoman Gardiner said. Fine. And we're all looking forward so much to your performance. You come this way, please. I powered my chair after her. She wouldn't watch the performance. She'd leave after she introduced me and the grid cameras had their fill of her. Donkeys always left then. But it didn't happen that way. I sat in my chair in an anteroom of the Kingdome for 2 hours. I might have slept. People came and went, all telling me everything was fine. The lattice in my mind snaked in long, slow undulations. Finally, the Congresswoman came in. Mr. Arlen, I'm afraid we have an unpleasant complication. There's been a just terrible accident. An accident? A grav rail crashed coming from Portland. There are a number of livers dead. The crowd heard about it, and they're upset. Naturally. Naturally. Her voice sounded upset, but her eyes were resentful. The first big event she'd sponsored since her election, and a lot of inconsiderate livers had to go die and ruin it. An unpleasant complication. I would have bet 250,000 credits against her re-election. We're going to go ahead with the concert anyway, unless you object. I'm going to introduce you in about 5 minutes. Try drawing out your vowels slightly less, I said. It would be at least a little more authentic. I had underestimated her. Her smile didn't waver. Then 5 minutes is all right with you? Whatever you say. The lattice in my head was shaking now, as if in a high wind. They had built a floating grav platform at one end of the arena, with a wide catwalk to the upper room where I waited. The grav train had crashed. The air car had faltered. I knew that grav devices didn't really manipulate gravity, but magnetism. I didn't understand how. What were the odds of 3 magnetic devices failing me in an evening? Jonathan Markowitz would know, to the 20th decimal. One of the premier artists of our times, Congressional Gardener broadcast from the stage. Toms. Of course, it might not have been the grav unit itself that failed in the train. A grav rail might have hundreds of different moving parts, thousands for all I knew. What were they all made of? With deep gratitude for the opportunity to bring y'all the lucid dreamer, I, the donkey's favorite word. In Huevos Verdes, at least they said we, and meant more than just the super sleepless. Pale green grass rippled in front of the purple lattice, grew over it, through it, around it, took over the world. I clasped my hands hard in front of me. I had to perform in 2 minutes. I had to control the images in my mind. I was the lucid dreamer. Understandably grieved about the tragedy, but grief is one of the emotions, the lucid dreamer. What the fuck do you know about grief, you? Someone unseen screamed, so loud I jumped. Somebody in the audience had a voice magnifier as powerful as my own sound system. From where I sat, I couldn't see the audience, only Congresswoman Gardner. But I heard a low rumble, almost like the delta in flood. Pleased to introduce, get off you, bitch, the same magnified voice. I powered my chair forward. Halfway across the catwalk, the Congresswoman passed me, her head high, her lips smiling, her eyes burning with anger. There was no applause. I powered my chair to the center of the floating platform and put my lenses on zoom. The kingdom was only half full. People stared at me, some sullen, some uncertain, some wide-eyed, but nobody smiling. I hadn't ever faced anything like this. They were balanced on an edge, right between an audience and a mob. That a donkey chair you sit in, Arlen, you? The magnified voice shrieked, and I identified its owner when several people turned to him. A man pushed him hard. Another glared. A third moved protectively in front of the heckler and stared hard-eyed at the platform. Somebody down front called faintly, unmagnified. The lucid dreamer ain't no donkey, him. You shut up. I said, so softly that everyone had to quiet to hear. I'm no donkey, me. Another rumble went up from the audience, and in my mind I saw water flooding the delta where I was born. The water not fast, but relentless, unstoppable, rising as steeply as any Huevos Verdes curve of social breakdown. People are dead, damn, in the lousy donkey trains nobody bothers to keep up, the magnified voice cried. Dead. I know, I said, still softly, and the lattice stopped shaking as my mind filled with slow, large shapes, moving with stately grace, the color of wet earth. I pressed the button on my chair, and the concert machinery began to dim the stage lights. I was supposed to give The Warrior, designed and redesigned again to encourage independent risk-taking, action, self-reliance. Stored in the concert machinery were also the tapes and hollows and subliminals for Heaven, the most popular of my concerts. It led people to a calm place inside their own minds, the place all of us could reach as children, where the world is in perfect balance and we with it, and the warm sunlight not only falls on our skin but goes all the way through to the soul and draws us into blessed peace. It was a concert of reconciliation, of repose, of acceptance. I could give that. In 10 minutes, the mob would be a yielding pillow. I began the warrior. Once, there was a man of great hope and no power. When he was young, he wanted everything. The words quieted them, but the words were the least of it, were unimportant, really. The shapes were what counted, and the way the shapes moved, and the corridors the shapes opened to the hidden places in the mind, different for each person. And I was the only one in the world who could program those shapes, working off my own mind, whose neural pathways to the subconscious had been opened by a freak illegal operation. I was the lucid dreamer. He wanted strength, him, that would make all other men respect him. No one on Huevos Verdes could do this, seize the minds and souls of 80% of the people, lead them, if only deeper, into themselves, shape them. No, give them their own shapes. Do you understand what it is you do to other people's minds? Mary had asked me in her slightly too slow speech, shortly after we met. I had braced myself, even then, for equations and Lawson conversion formulas and convoluted diagrams, but she had surprised me. You take people into the otherness. The otherness. The reality under the reality. You pierce the world of relativities so that the mind glimpses that a truer absolute lies behind the fragile structures of everyday life. Only glimpses it, of course. That's all even science can really give us, a glimpse. But you take people there who couldn't ever be scientists. I had stared at her, strangely frightened. This wasn't the Miri I usually saw. She brushed her unruly hair away from her face, and I saw that her dark eyes looked soft and far away. You really do that, Drew. For us supers as well as the livers. You hold aside the veil for just a glimpse into what else we are. My fright deepened. She wasn't like this. Of course, she added. Unlike science, lucid dreaming isn't under anybody's control, not even yours. It lacks the cardinal quality of replicability. Miri saw my face then, and realized her last words were a mistake. She had ranked what I do second, again. But her stubborn truthfulness wouldn't let her back down from what she did in fact actually believe. Lucid dreaming lacked cardinal quality. She looked away. We had never spoken of the otherness again. Now the liver faces turned up to me, open. Old men with deep lines and bent shoulders. Young men with jaws clenched even as their eyes widened like the children they had so recently been. Women with babies in their arms, the tiredness fading from their faces when their lips curved faintly, dreaming. Ugly faces and natural beauties and angry faces and grieving faces and the bewildered faces of people who thought they'd been running their lives and were just now discovering they weren't even on the border of correctness. He wanted sex, him, that would make his bones melt with satisfaction. He wanted love. Mary was probably already in the underground facility at East Oleanton, and I was too cowardly to admit that I was glad. Well, I'd admit it now. She was safer there than at Huevos Verdes, and I didn't have to see her. Eden. The carefully programmed subliminals on Cafe HTs throughout New York's Adirondack Mountains called it Eden. Not that the livers knew what this new Eden meant. I didn't either, not really. I knew what the project was supposed to do, but not what it would ultimately mean. I'd been too cowardly to admit my question, or admit that even super sleepless confidence might not add up to automatic rightness. Pale, deadly grass waved in my mind. Ah, a man sighed, somewhere close enough that I could hear him over the low music. He wanted excitement, him. A man in the 6th or 7th row wasn't watching. He glanced around at everyone else's rapt face. He was first puzzled, then uneasy. A natural immune to hypnosis. There were always a few. Huevos Verdes had isolated the brain chemical necessary to respond to lucid dreaming. Only it wasn't a single brain chemical, but a combination of what Sarah Sorelli called necessary prerequisite conditions, some of which depended on enzymes triggered by other conditions. I didn't really understand, but I didn't need to. I was the lucid dreamer. The unaffected man shuffled restlessly, then settled down to listen anyway. Afterwards, I knew he wouldn't say much to his friends. It was too uncomfortable being left out. I knew all about that. My concerts counted on it. He wanted every day to be filled with challenges only he could meet. Miri loved me in a way I could never love her back. It burned, that love, as hard as her intelligence. It was the love, not the intelligence, that had made me never say to her directly, "Should we go ahead with the project? What proof do we have that this is the right thing to do?" She would tell me, of course, that proof was impossible, and her explanation of why not would contain so many things, equations and precedents and conditions, that I wouldn't understand it. But that wasn't the real reason I'd never pushed my doubts. The real reason was that she loved me in a way I could never love her, and I had wanted sanctuary since I was 6 years old and discovered that my grandfather died building it, a grunt worker before livers were taken care of by a vote-hungry government. That was why I had turned my mind, so much weaker than hers, over to Huevos Verdes. But now, there was the pale grass, growing over the lattices in my mind, growing over the world. He wanted to belong to himself again. The shapes slid around my chair, the subliminals flickered in and out of my audience's consciousness. Their faces were completely unguarded now, oblivious to each other and even to me, as the private doors of their minds swung briefly open, to the desires and fearlessness and confidence that had been buried there for decades, under the world that needed order and conformity and predictability to function. This was my best concert of the warrior yet. I could feel it. At the end, almost an hour later, I raised my hands. I felt the usual outpouring of holy affection for all of them. Like a pope or a lama? Miri had asked. But it wasn't like that. Like a brother, I'd answered, and watched her dark eyes deepen with pain. Her own brother had been killed on sanctuary. I'd known my answer would hurt her. That was a kind of power, too, and now I felt ashamed of it. But it was also the truth. In a moment, when the concert ended, these livers would go back to being the same whining, complaining, ineffectual, ignorant people they'd been before. But for this instant before the concert ended, I did feel a brotherhood that had nothing to do with likeness. And they wouldn't go completely back to what they had been. Not completely. Huevos Verdes' computer programs had verified that. Back to his kingdom. The music ended. The shapes stopped. The lights came up. Slowly, the faces around me dissolved into themselves, first blinking wide-eyed, then laughing, and crying, and hugging. The applause started. I looked for the man with the voice magnifier. He wasn't standing in his same place in the crowd, but I didn't have to wait long to find him. "Let's go, us, to that grav train crash. It's only a half-mile away. There's still folks hurt there, them. More than there are med units. I saw, me. And not enough blankets. We can help, us, to bring the injured here. Us! Us, us, us. There was confusion in the crowd, but a surprising number of livers followed the new leader, burning to do something, to be heroes, which is the true hidden driver of the human mind. Some people started organizing a hospital corner. Others left, but from behind the now opaqued shield that let me watch them without being seen, I observed even the departing livers donating spare jackets and shirts and blankets for the aid of the wounded. Congresswoman Sally Edith Gardiner bustled over the catwalk toward me. "Well, Mr. Arlen, that was just marvelous." Marvelous. You didn't watch it. She wasn't listening. She stared at the activity in the King Dome. "What's all this now?" I said, "They're getting ready to help the survivors of the grav rail crash." "Them? Help how?" I didn't answer. All of a sudden I was very tired. I'd had only a few hours' sleep, and I'd spent the previous night viewing man-made horrors. Like this woman. "Well, they can all just stop this nonsense right now." Rot now. She bustled away. I watched a little longer, then went to find my driver, who had, of course, vowed to never drive an air car again. But that was before the grav rail crash showed that nothing else was any better. Still, I'd find some way back to Seattle, and to the airport, and to Huevos Verdes, and from there to East Oleanta. There were things I had to ask Miranda, critical things I should have asked a long time ago, and I was going to say them. I, Drew Arlen, who had been the lucid dreamer long before I met Miranda Sharifi. 8. Billy Washington, East Oleanta. The floor of the State Representative Anita Clara Taguchi Hotel was covered in leaves. It was late August. No leaves falling yet, then. That meant these leaves were left over from last year, blowing into the hotel last October and November and lying around ever since, without no bot to clean them out. I hadn't been nowhere near the hotel me all those months, but I was now. The funny thing was that for a few days I didn't even notice the leaves me. I didn't notice nothing. My head was a fog, and I stumbled toward the Hotel HT on its red counter and didn't see nothing else. Lizzie was too sick. The HT turned on when I come near, like it had been doing for the past 4 days. May I help you? I put both hands me on the counter, like that would help. I need the med unit, me. An emergency. I'm sorry, sir. The County Legislator Thomas Scott Drinkwater Medical Unit is temporarily out of service. Albany has been notified, and a technician will shortly... I don't want Albany, me! I want a med unit! My little girl's sick bad! I'm sorry, sir. The County Legislator Thomas Scott Drinkwater Medical Unit is temporarily out of service. Albany has been... Then get me another med unit, you! It's an emergency! Lizzie's coughing her guts up, her! I'm sorry, sir. There's no med unit immediately available due to the temporary inoperability of the Senator Walker Vance Morehouse Magnetic Railway. As soon as the railway is repaired, another medical unit can be rushed in from... The grav rail ain't inaccessible, it's busted, I screamed at the HT. I would have busted it with my bare hands if it had helped. Let me talk to a human being. I'm sorry, your elected officials are temporarily unavailable. If you wish to leave a message, please specify whether it's intended for United States Senator Mark Todd Ingalls, United States Senator Walker Vance. Off! Turn the hell off! Lizzie'd been sick, her, for 3 days. The grav rail had been down for 5. The med unit had been out for who knows how long. Nobody'd got sick then, since Doug Kane's heart attack. The politicians had been assholes as long as anybody could remember. Lizzie was sick bad. Oh, sweet Jesus, Lizzie was sick bad. I squeezed my eyes shut, me, and my head swung down, and when I opened my eyes, what did I see? Leaves that no cleaning bot had swept out in nearly a year, and that nobody else didn't bother with neither. Dead leaves, brittle as my old bones. There's a HT with override at the cafe, a voice said. The mayor can contact your county legislator directly. You think I ain't tried that? Do I look that stupid? I was relieved, me, to yell at somebody. I didn't care who. Then I saw it was the donkey girl dressed like a liver, the one who got off the train a week ago. She was the only person, her, staying in the State Representative Anita Clara Taguchi Hotel. Since the grav rail breakdowns got worse, there ain't much traveling. Nobody knew why this donkey was in East Oleanta, and nobody knew why she dressed like a liver. Some people didn't like it then. I didn't have no time to talk to a crazy donkey. Lizzie was sick bad. I shuffled back through the leaves to the door. Only where was I supposed to go, me, without no med unit? Wait, the donkey said. I heard you, me. You said, don't try to talk like no liver when you ain't one. You hear me, you? I don't know where I got the anger to yell at her like that. Yes, I do. Lizzie was sick bad, and the donkey was just there, her. You're quite right. No point in unnecessary subterfuge, is there? My name is Victoria Turner. I didn't care, me, what her name was, although I remembered her telling somebody else it was Darla Jones. I'd left Lizzie gasping and clawing for breath, her little face hot as a bonfire. I broke into a run, me. The leaves under my boots whispered like ghosts. Maybe I can help, the donkey said. Go to hell, I said. But then I stopped, me, and looked at her. She was a donkey, after all. She must be here, her, for something, just like that other girl in the woods last summer. The one that saved Doug Kane's life must have been there for something. I couldn't guess for what, but I wasn't no donkey. Still, sometimes donkeys could do things, them, that you didn't expect. The girl stood. Her yellow jacks had a tear in them, like everybody else's since the warehouse just stopped opening up for distrib, but they was clean. Jacks don't get dirty or creased. Dirt don't stick to them somehow, or it washes off easy. But the girl wasn't really no girl, her. When I looked closer, I saw she was a woman, maybe as old as Annie. It was the Jean Maud violet eyes and that body that made me think, me, that she was a girl. I said, How can you help? I won't know till I see the patient, will I? She said, crisp and no nonsense. That made sense, at least. I led her, me, to Annie's apartment on J Street. Annie opened the door. I could hear Lizzie coughing her, a sound that pretty near tore my own guts out. Annie pushed her big body out into the hall and pulled the door closed behind her. Who's this? What are you bringing her here for, Billy Washington? You, get lost. We already seen us how much help you donkeys are when everything's going wrong. I never saw Annie so mad. Her lips pressed together like they'd been mortared, and her fingers curled into claws like she was going to rake this Victoria Turner across her Jean Maud donkey face. Victoria Turner looked at Annie coolly, her, and didn't step back an inch. He brought me because I may be able to help the sick child. Are you her mother? Please step back so I can try. I stepped back, but then forward again because it hurt me. Annie's face. It was furious and scared and exhausted. Annie hadn't left Lizzie, her, to sleep or wash, not in 2 days. But Annie was used to letting donkeys solve her problems, and that was on her face too, along with just the start of hope. Annie wanted something to hit and something to trust, her, and I thought I was both of those things. But here was this Victoria Turner, and she was better, her, for both. Annie reached behind herself and opened the door. Lizzie lay on the couch where I usually sleep. She was burning up, her, but Annie tried to keep a blanket on her. Lizzie kept kicking it off. There was water and food from the cafe, but Lizzie hadn't taken any, her. She tossed and cried out, and sometimes her cries didn't make no sense. She threw up just once, but she coughed all the time, great racking coughs that tore my heart. Victoria Turner put her hand on Lizzie's forehead, and her violet eyes widened. Lizzie didn't seem to know her that anybody was there. She gave another cough, a small one, and started moaning. I felt despair start in my bowels, the kind you feel when there's no hope and you don't see how you can bear it. I hadn't felt that kind of despair in me since my wife Rosie died 12 years ago. I never thought I'd have to feel it again. Victoria Turner took a scarf out of her pocket and knelt by Lizzie. She didn't seem at all afraid, her. One of the thoughts I'd had in the night, God forgive me, was, is this sickness catching? Could Annie get it, her, and die too? Annie. Cough for me, sweetheart, Victoria Turner said. Come on, cough into the scarf. In a few minutes Lizzie did, her, though not because she was asked. Big, slimy gobs of stuff from her tortured lungs, greenish-gray. Victoria Turner caught it, her, in the scarf, and looked at it closely. Me, I had to look away. That was Lizzie's lungs coming up. Lizzie's lungs, rotting themselves away. Excellent, Victoria Turner said. Green. It's bacterial, now we know. You're in luck, Lizzie. Luck? I saw Annie curve her claws again, her, and I even saw what for. This donkey was enjoying this, her. It was some kind of exciting. Like a Holovid story. Bacterial is good, Victoria Turner said, looking up at me, because the medication can be far less specific. You have to tailor antivirals, at least grossly, but wide-spectrum antibiotics are easy. Annie said roughly, What's Lizzie got, her? I haven't the faintest idea, but this will almost surely take care of it. From another pocket, she drew a flat piece of plastic, tore it open, and slapped a round blue patch on Lizzie's neck. But you should force more water down her. You don't want to risk dehydration. Annie stared her at the blue patch on Lizzie's neck. It looked like the ones the med unit put on. But how did we really know, us, what was in it? We didn't really know nothing. Lizzie sighed and quieted. Nobody said nothing. After a few minutes, Lizzie was asleep. Best thing for her, Victoria Turner said crisply. I saw again, me, that she liked this. Not even Miranda Sharifi herself could equal the benefits of sleep. I remembered, me, hearing that name, but I couldn't think where. Annie was a different woman, her. She gazed at Lizzie, sleeping peacefully, and at the patch, and Annie seemed to shrink and calm down, both, like a sail collapsing. She looked at the floor, her. Thank you, Doctor. I didn't realize, me. Dr. Turner looked surprised, her, then she smiled, like something was funny. You're welcome, and maybe in return you can do something for me. Annie looked wary, her. Donkeys don't ask livers to do favors, them. Donkeys pay taxes to us. We give votes to them. But we don't tell each other, us, more than we got to, and we don't ask things of each other. That ain't the way it's done. But then donkey doctors don't go wandering around East Oleanta dressed in torn yellow jacks, neither. We ain't even seen a doctor in East Oleanta, us, since a new plague broke out 4 years ago, and a doctor came from Albany to vaccinate everybody with some new stuff the med unit didn't have. I'm looking for someone, Dr. Turner said. Someone I was supposed to meet here, but we apparently got our data confused. A woman, a girl really, about this tall, dark hair, a slightly large head. I thought me of the girl in the woods, and quick tried to look like I wasn't thinking of nothing at all. That girl came from Eden, I was sure of it, me, and Eden don't got nothing to do with donkeys. It's about livers. Dr. Turner was watching close, her. Annie shook her head, cool as ice, even though I knew she probably remembered that other girl, the big-headed one she said she saw at the town meeting when Jack Sawicki called the district supervisor about them rabid raccoons. Or maybe it was the same big-headed girl. I hadn't thought, me, about that before, me. How many big-headed, maybe donkey girls did we have running around the woods near East Oleanta? Why did we have any? Annie said, polite, but not very, "How do you miss your friend? Don't she know her where you are?" I fell asleep, Dr. Turner said, which explained nothing. She said it funny, too. I fell asleep on the grav rail, but I think she might be around here someplace. I never saw nobody like that, me, Annie said firmly. How about you, Billy? Dr. Turner said. She probably knew my name, her, even before Annie said it. She'd been in East Oleanta for a week, eating at the cafe, talking to whoever would talk to her, which wasn't many. I never saw nobody like that, me, I said. She stared at me hard. She didn't believe me, her. Then let me just ask something else. Does the name Eden mean anything to you? A gust of wind could have blown me over. But Annie said, cool as January, "It's in the Bible, where Adam and Eve lived, them." Right, Dr. Turner said. Before the fall. She stood up and stretched. Her body under the jacks was too skinny, at least by me. A woman should have some softness on her bones. I'll come back to look in on Lizzie tomorrow, Dr. Turner said. And I saw, me, that Annie didn't want her to come back. And then that Annie did. This was a doctor. Lizzie slept peaceful, her. Even from by the door, she looked cooler to me. When the doctor left, Annie and I looked at each other, us. Then Annie's face broke up. Just went from solid flesh creased with worry to a mess of lines that didn't have nothing to do with one another, and she started to cry, her. Before I even thought about it, I put my arms around her. Annie clung back, hard, and at the feel of her soft breasts against my chest, I went a little crazy. I didn't think, me. I just raised her face to mine and kissed her. And Annie Francie kissed me back. None of your grateful daughter crap, neither. She cried, and pointed to Lizzie and kissed me with her soft berry lips and pushed her breasts against me. Annie Francie. I kissed her back, my mind not even working it. The words only came later, and then it was like we just met instead of knowing each other for years. Instead of me being 68 and Annie 35, instead of everything breaking down and East Oleanta coming apart like it was. Annie Francie kissed me like I was a young man, me, and I was. I ran my hands, me, over her body, and I led her into the bedroom, leaving Lizzie sleeping peaceful as an angel, and I closed the door. Annie was laughing and weeping, the way I forgot, me, that women can do, and she lay her big, beautiful body on the bed with me like I was 35, too. Annie Francie. If that donkey doctor in Yellow Jacks had come back then and asked me again where Eden was, if she'd have done that, I could have told her, me. In this room, on this bed, with Annie Francie. Here. We slept till morning, us. I woke up before Annie. The light was pale gray, thin. For a long time I just sat, me, on the edge of the bed, looking at Annie. I knew this was a one-time thing. I could feel it, even before she fell asleep. In that little space of time when we held each other afterwards. I could feel it, me, in her arms, and in the set of her neck, and in her breathing. What I needed, me, was the words to tell her that it was all right. That this was more than I expected, me, although less than I dreamed. I wasn't going to tell her that part. You always dream more. But Annie didn't wake her, and so instead I went to check on Lizzie. She was sitting up, her, looking woozy. "Billy, I'm hungry, me." "That's a good sign, Lizzie. What you want to eat, you?" "Something hot." "I'm cold, me. Something hot from the cafe." Her voice was whiny, and she smelled awful, but I didn't care, me. I was too glad to her. Her cold, when just yesterday she'd been burning up, her, with fever. That donkey doctor really was as good as a med unit. "Don't go waking your mother, you. Just sit there until I get your food. Where's your meal chip, Lizzie?" "I don't know, me. I'm hungry." Annie must have taken Lizzie's meal chip, her. I could get enough food on mine. I don't eat all that much anymore, me. And this morning I felt I could live on air. There wasn't nobody in the cafe then, except for Dr. Turner. She sat eating her breakfast and watching a donkey channel on the hologrid. She looked tired, her. "Up early, you," I said. I got myself a cup of coffee and a bun, and Lizzie some eggs and juice and milk and another bun. Annie or I could reheat the eggs on the Y energy unit, us. I sat down, me, next to Dr. Turner, just to be sociable for a minute, or maybe to think what to say to Annie. Dr. Turner stared at the eggs like they was a 3-day dead woodchuck. "Can you actually eat those, Billy?" "The eggs?" "Eggs. Soy synth stamped out and died like all the rest of it. Haven't you ever tasted a real natural egg?" And the weird thing was, the minute she said that, I remembered what a real egg tasted like. Fresh from the chicken, cooked by my grandmama 2 minutes and served with strips of hot toast with real butter. You dipped the toast into the egg, and the yellow yolk coated it, and then you ate them together hot. All those years, and at that minute I remembered it, and not before. My mouth filled with sweet water. Look at that, Dr. Turner said, and I thought she still meant the egg, but she didn't, She'd turned back to the hologrid. A handsome donkey sat at a big wood desk, talking, like they always do. I didn't understand all the words. If even a possibility of an escaped self-replicating dissembler, not verified. Duragem. Government should put the facts before us. Emphasize restricted to certain molecular bonds, and these are non-organic. Very important distinction. Duragem. GSEA, underground facility, understaffed in current difficult economic climate. Duragem. I said, sounds like the same old stuff to me. Dr. Turner made a sound in the back of her throat. A sound so strange and so unexpected I stopped eating with my plasticine fork halfway to my mouth. I must have looked a moron. She made the sound again, and then she laughed, and then she covered her face with her hand, and then she laughed again. I ain't never seen no donkey behave like that before, Never. No, Billy, this isn't the same old stuff. It's definitely not. But it might all too easily get to be the same new stuff, in which case we should all worry. About what? I ate faster, to bring Lizzie her food still hot. Lizzie was hungry, a good sign. What the hell is this shit? A stomp kid asked, the second he stepped through the cafe door. Who's playing this donkey crap, them? He saw Dr. Turner, and he looked away. I could have sworn he didn't want no part of her, which was so weird. Stomps don't back off shoving nobody, them. I stopped eating for the second time and just stared. The stomp said loudly, Channel 17, and the hologrid switched to some sports channel, but still the stomp didn't look at Dr. Turner. He got his food off the belt and went to sit at a far table in the corner. Dr. Turner smiled a little. I tangled with him 2 nights ago. He got grabby. He doesn't want it to happen again. You armed, you? Not like you think. Come on, let's go see how Lizzie is doing this morning. She's just fine, I said. But Dr. Turner was already standing up, and it was clear she was going with me. I couldn't think of no reason she shouldn't, except that I still didn't know what words I was going to say to Annie about what happened last night. A little cold lump was growing in me that maybe Annie would think that I shouldn't come around no more, because of being embarrassed, her or me or us. If that happened, I wouldn't have no more reason to go on dragging around this old body with its old fool head. Lizzie was sitting up on the couch, playing with a doll. Mama went to get water to wash me, she said. She said I can't go to the baths yet, What did she bring me to eat, Billy? Eggs and bun and juice. Now don't you overdo, you. Who's this? The black eyes were bright again, but Lizzie's face still looked thin and drawn. I got scared all over again, I'm Dr. Turner, but you can call me Vicky. I gave you some medicine last night. Lizzie studied the situation, I could see that smart little mind going. You from Albany, you? No, San Francisco. On the Pacific Ocean? Dr. Turner looked surprised, Yes. How do you know where it is? Lizzie goes to school a lot, I said, fast in case Annie came in and heard. But her mother ain't crazy about that. I worked through all the high school software. It wasn't hard. Probably not, Dr. Turner said dryly. And so now what? College software? With the location of the Indian Ocean? I said, her mama don't... There ain't no college software in East Oleanta, Lizzie said. But I already know where the Indian Ocean is. Her mama really don't... Can you get me some college software? Lizzie said, soft but not scared, just like it was an everyday thing to ask donkeys for work they're supposed to do for our benefit. Or something. Lately, I wasn't so sure of that I knew who was studying and working for who. Maybe, Dr. Turner said. Her voice had changed, and she looked at Lizzie real hard. How are you feeling this morning? Better, but I could see Lizzie was tiring her. I said, you eat and then lie down again. You've been very sick, you. If that medicine... The door opened behind me, and Annie came in. I couldn't see her, but I could feel her. She was warm and soft and big in my arms. Only that wasn't ever going to happen again. Dr. Turner was watching her with that sharp donkey stare. I fixed my face and turned around. Morning, Annie. Let me help you with them buckets. Annie looked at me, and then at Lizzie, and then at Dr. Turner. I could see she didn't know her who to get stiff with first. She chose Lizzie. You eat that food and lie down, Lizzie. You've been sick. I'm better now, Lizzie said sulky. She's better now, her, Annie said to Dr. Turner. You can leave. It wasn't like Annie to be so rude, her. She was the one who believed even donkeys have their place. Not just yet, Dr. Turner said. I'm going to talk to Lizzie first. This is my home, Annie said, between pressed-together lips. I wanted to say to Dr. Turner, she ain't mad at you, her. She's confused at me. But there ain't no way to say that to a donkey doctor dressed in torn yellow jacks standing in a living room that ain't even yours, and that you're afraid you're about to get tossed out of yourself for loving in the wrong way. No way to say that. Lizzie said, Please let Vicky stay, Mama, please. I feel better me when she's here. Annie set down the 2 buckets of water she carried. She looked ready to explode, her, but then Dr. Turner said, I do need to examine her, Annie, to make sure the medication is the right one. You know that if the med unit were working, it would check her every day and sometimes change the dosage. A live doctor isn't any different. Annie looked ready to cry, but all she said was, She got to get washed first, her. Billy, bring this water into Lizzie's bedroom. Annie dragged up Lizzie and half carried her to the bedroom, ignoring Lizzie's squawk. I can walk, me. I followed with the water, set it down, and came back out. Dr. Turner had picked up Lizzie's doll. It was plasticynth from the warehouse, with black curls and green eyes and a Jean Maud face. But Annie had sewn it jacks from a pair she ripped up, and Lizzie had made it soda can jewelry. Annie doesn't want me here. Well, I said, we don't get many donkeys, us. No, I imagine not. We stood in silence. I didn't have nothing to say to her, or her to me, except one thing. Dr. Turner. Call me Vicky. I knew me that I wasn't going to do that. What you watched you on that donkey channel, the stuff you said wasn't more of the same old government shit. What was it? What's happening? She looked up from the doll, then more sharp than before. What do you think it meant? I don't know, me. I don't know those words. It sounded like just more worry over the economy, more excuses why the government can't get things working right then. This time it's not an excuse. Maybe. Do you know what a dissembler is? No. A molecule? No. An atom? No. Dr. Turner shook Lizzie's doll. This is made of atoms. Everything is made of atoms. They're very tiny pieces of matter. Atoms clump together into molecules like snow sticking together into a snowball. Only there's all kinds of atoms, and they stick together in different ways, so you get different kinds of matter, wood or skin or plastic. She looked at me hard, her, trying to see if I understood. I nodded. What holds molecules together are molecular bonds, sort of, an electrical glue. Well, dissemblers take those bonds apart. Different kinds of dissemblers take different kinds of molecular bonds apart. Enzymes in your stomach, for instance, break the bonds on food so you can digest it. I heard Lizzie laugh her behind the bedroom door. It was a tired kind of laugh, and the worry about her started up in my gut again. And in another few minutes, Annie would come out. I didn't know me what to say to Annie. But I knew what Dr. Turner was saying was important. I could see it on her donkey face, and I tried me to listen, to understand. We can make dissemblers and have for years. We use them for all kinds of things, disposing of toxic waste, recycling, cleaning. The dissemblers we make are pretty simple, and each one can only break one kind of bond. They're made out of viruses mostly. That means they're Jean Maud. Could a dissembler break bonds, that cause rabies? Rabies? No, that's a complex organic condition that... Why do you ask, Billy? Her look was sharp again. No reason. No reason? No. I stared her down, me. Anyway, she said, the making of dissemblers is very carefully controlled by the GSEA, the Genetic Standards Enforcement Agency. Naturally, they have to control anything that can go around dissembling things. But the GSEA is constantly ferreting out and busting illegal gene mod operations run outside the law for profit, or even pure research, creating things without proper controls, including dissemblers. A lot of them are self-replicating. That means they can reproduce themselves like small animals. Animals? Sex? I could feel the surprise on my face. She smiled. No, like algae on a pond. But GSEA-approved dissemblers have built-in clocking mechanisms for control. After a certain number of replications, they stop reproducing. Illegal ones sometimes don't. Now there are rumors, still just rumors, that an illegal replicator without a clocking mechanism is loose. It attacks the molecular bonds of an alloy called Duragem that's used in many machines. Many machines. I suddenly saw. It's causing all these breakdowns, the grav rail in the food belt and the warden bot in the med unit. My God, some crazy donkey germ is breaking everything. Not exactly. Nobody knows yet, but maybe. You people are doing it to us again. She stared at me, her. I said, you take everything you away from us and call it aristo living, and then you wreck the what's left. Not me, she said hard. Not the government. The government is what kept all of you alive after you became utterly unnecessary to the economy, rather than just eliminate 70% of the population the way they did in Kenya and Chile. Donkey gene mod science could do that too, but we didn't. The bedroom door opened and Lizzie came out, cleaned up, leaning on Annie. Lizzie laid on the couch and said, Tell me something, Vicky. Tell you what, Dr. Turner said. She was still mad, her. Anything. Anything. I don't know me. Anything new. Dr. Turner's expression changed again. For a second, she almost looked afraid, her. Annie said, Can I see you a minute, Billy? This was it, then. Annie was ready, her, to send me away. I followed her into Lizzie's bedroom. She shut the door. Billy, what we did us last night? She didn't look at me. I couldn't help her or me, even if I'd have wanted to. My throat was too closed up, and I didn't want to. Billy, I'm sorry. I behaved me like a fool. It just been too long. I didn't mean to make you... I can't... Can we just go back, us, to the way we was before? Friends? Partners, sort of? But not... She raised her beautiful chocolate eyes to me. I felt light, me, filled with light, like I might float off the floor. She wasn't going to send me away. I could stay, me, with her and Lizzie, just like we were before. Sure, Annie. I understand, me. We won't never talk about it again. She let out a long sigh, her, like she'd been holding it in since last night. Maybe she was. Thank you, Billy. You're a good friend, you. We went back out to Lizzie, who was listening hard to Dr. Turner talk donkey talk. Here was more trouble. Isn't like that, Lizzie. The basic principle of the computer is binary, which just means two. Tiny switches too small to see, with two positions, on and off. They make a code. Like base 2 in math, Lizzie said eagerly. But underneath her eagerness, she was tired, so deep, her, she could hardly keep her eyes open. Annie said sharply, She has to sleep now, her. Is the examination done, Doctor? Yes, Dr. Turner said, standing up. She looked bewildered, her. I didn't see no reason why. But I'll come back this afternoon. Med unit don't see people twice a day, Annie said. No, Dr. Turner said, still looking bewildered. She stared at Lizzie, who was already asleep, her. That's a remarkable child. Bye, Doctor, Annie said. Dr. Turner ignored her. She stood quiet, her, but tensed up inside, like she was making some kind of important decision. Billy, listen to what I'm going to tell you. Stockpile whatever you can from the food line here in this apartment. And if the warehouse reopens, stockpile blankets and jacks and, toilet paper and soap, and whatever else occurs to you, and buckets for water. Lots of buckets. Do it. She said it like nobody else but her could have thought of all that. Like I couldn't have thought of it. Annie said, Folks start stockpiling them, there ain't going to be enough for everybody else. Dr. Turner stared at Annie bleakly. I know, Annie. Ain't right, the doctor said softly. A lot of things ain't right. So you telling us you to make it more not right? Dr. Turner didn't answer. I had the weird feeling, me, that she didn't have an answer. A donkey without an answer. With a last look at Lizzie, Dr. Turner left. Annie said, I don't want her around here no more. She can just leave Lizzie alone. I could have told Annie me that wasn't going to happen. Not from the look in Lizzie's tired, sick eyes when the donkey doctor was telling her about that computer code. This was what Lizzie'd been looking for her all her life. Looking in the school software that Dr. Turner talked down, and in the East Oleanta Library when we still had one, and in taking apart the apple peeler bot in the Congresswoman Janet Carroll Land Cafe kitchen. This. Somebody who could tell her them what that smart little throwback mind wanted to know. And Annie wasn't going to be able to stop it. Annie didn't know that, but I did. Lizzie was already nearly 12 years old, and ain't nobody been able to really stop her from anything since she was 8. But I didn't say nothing, to Annie. Not then. Annie watched Lizzie sleep with her whole heart in her eyes, and I couldn't say nothing, because I was too busy, watching them both. That afternoon, though, I did hunt up Jack Sawicki, and ask him for a terminal password. He gave it to him without asking too many questions. We go back a long way, Jack and me, and besides, he had his hands full. A technician actually arrived from Albany to fix the med unit, and there was supposed to be a big all-lodge dance that night in the cafe. 3 lodges combined, to give the party. There was a dance jam and betting games, and some kind of bare-breasted beauty contest, and most of the young people in town were going, which meant testing all the security bots, especially since the grav rail was running again yet, and word of the dance might have traveled to other towns. Jack didn't even ask him why I wanted the password. I walked to the hotel. Dr. Turner wasn't around. It had turned cool for August. Maybe she went for another walk in the woods looking for Eden. She wasn't going to find it. I had looked, and there wasn't nothing nowhere near where Doug Kane had keeled over beside that rabid raccoon. No place that big-headed girl could have come from. I said to the Hotel HT, "Newsgrid mode, password Thomas Alva Edison." Jack don't want the whole town knowing the Hotel HT can go newsgrid. You'd have every Tom, Dick, and Harry in here, who want to watch a different channel than the HT at the cafe or the lodge houses. "Newsgrid mode," the HT said cheerfully. It's always cheerful, it. "What channel, please?" "Some donkey channel." "What channel, please?" I tried different numbers, until I found a donkey newsgrid. Then I sat and watched for an hour, trying to remember the words Dr. Turner explained. Molecular bonds, dissemblers, alloy, Duragem. Only the newsgrid didn't use those words yet, except for Duragem. Instead, it used words like proposed epicenter, and replication rate equations, and Stoddard equations for field failure curves, and manual replacement efforts falling behind incident rate. I watched anyway, After an hour, I got up and said, "Information mode." I went home, and got Lizzie's and Annie's meal chips. When nobody in the cafe was near the food belt, I took everything the chips would give me and put it all in a clean, covered bucket and carried it home. Lizzie was still asleep, holding her doll. I went to the warehouse, which was opened again after a new shipment came on the grav rail, and got 2 more buckets, 3 blankets, and 3 sets of jacks on all our chips, plus a new door lock, flower pots, and a suitcase. The tech there looked at me funny, but didn't say nothing. I filled all the buckets with clean water one at a time and lugged them, up the stairs to Annie's apartment. At the end, my back ached, and I was panting like the old fool I was. But I didn't stop, I rested for 10 minutes and then borrowed Annie's broom. I took it down to the hotel. People were carrying plasticloth banners into the cafe to decorate for the dance. They laughed and joked them. A young girl flashed her breasts, getting ready for tonight's contest. A few strangers checked themselves into the hotel on their New York State chips. They chattered on about the dance. Dr. Turner was still gone, I took Annie's broom, and swept all the dead leaves out of the hotel lobby, all the leaves left by the broken cleaning bot that wasn't never going to get fixed now, because it wasn't all that important compared to other breakdowns, all the leaves that had died them since last year, before all the breakdowns started, and the rabid coons first come to East Oleanta. 9. Drew Arlen, Florida. When I left Seattle for Huevos Verdes, it was on a plane from Kevin Baker's corporate fleet. Kevin's reasons for not following the rest of the Sleepless to Sanctuary, unlike Lisha's, were not idealistic. He was Sanctuary's financial liaison with the rest of the planet. I figured that a Sleepless plane was the least likely in the world to crash from Duragem dissembler damage. The plane would have been checked and rechecked compulsively. The Sleepless do safety very well. "Because we've had so little of it," Kevin said somberly when I phoned him and begged the use of plane and pilot. I was not interested at that moment in the social problems of the Sleepless. Kevin had never liked me, and I'd never asked him for any favors before. But I did now. I was going to force a showdown at Huevos Verdes, learn some important answers. Maybe Kevin knew that. You never know how much they know. The unceasing lattice closed tight, swayed in my mind. "There's just one thing, Drew," Kevin said, and I thought I saw the shades and shapes of apology flit across his face on the vid screen. Like all his generation of Sleepless, he looks a handsome 35. Lisha insists on going with you. How did Lisha even know I was going to Huevos Verdes? As far as she knows, I'm on a concert tour. I don't know, Kevin said, which may or may not have been true. Maybe Lisha had her own electronic spies in my hotel room or at the Seattle concert, although it was hard to imagine she and Kevin could do that without Huevos Verdes knowing. Maybe the supers did know and tolerated Lisha's information system. Maybe Lisha just knew me so well that she guessed what I was feeling. Maybe she had some kind of probability program predicting what I would do, what any norm would do. You never know what they know. And if I say no to Lisha, I said. Then no plane, Kevin said. He didn't meet my eyes. I saw that he felt he owed her this, for old debts, things that had happened before I was born. I saw, too, that there was just the slightest sign of puffiness along his jaw, the very beginning of a sag to his handsomeness. He was 110 years old. Flat, low shapes slid through my mind, the color of tarnished silver. Kevin was not going to change his mind. Before Huevos Verdes, the plane went to Atlanta to drop off something very secret and very industrial, in which I was not interested at all. Before that, it landed in Chicago to pick up Lisha. There were no reporters. The GSEA agents must have been there, of course, somewhere, but I didn't see them. Lisha climbed on board with a lawyerly briefcase and a small green overnight case, her golden hair blowing in the brisk wind off Lake Michigan. She wore white pants, sandals, and a thin yellow shirt. I stared straight ahead. I have to go with you, Drew, Lisha said with no hint of apology. This was her straightforward, reasonable voice. It made me feel like a kid again, being chided for flunking out of the expensive donkey schools she'd sent me to. Schools no liver could have succeeded in, or so I told myself at the time. I love Miranda too, you know, and I have to know what you and she and the other supers are up to, because if it's what I think it is. A hint of anger had crept into her voice. Lisha would feel entitled to anger just for being excluded from knowledge. I didn't answer her. Miri once told me that there were only 4 important questions you could ask about any human being. How does he fill up his time? How does he feel about how he fills up his time? What does he love? How does he react to those he perceives as either inferior or superior to him? If you make people feel inferior, even unintentionally, she had said, her dark eyes intense, they will be uncomfortable around you. In that situation, some people will attack. Some will ridicule, to cut you down to size. But some will admire and learn from you. If you make people feel superior, some will react by dismissing you, some by wielding power, just because they can, in greater or lesser ways. But some will be moved to protect and help. All this is just as true of a junior lodge clique as of a group of governments. I had wondered how she could possibly know anything about junior lodge cliques, but admiring her and wanting to learn, I hadn't said anything. I only want to protect you and Miranda, Drew, Lisha said, and to help any way I can. I looked out the plane window at the sunlight reflected blindingly on the metal wings, until the shapes behind my eyelids blotted out the ones in my mind. The plane, which had been so carefully checked for Duragem dissembler contamination in Seattle, must have become contaminated in Atlanta. It went down over upcountry Georgia. It was the King Dome all over again, except that this pilot didn't pray or curse or moan, and we were flying at 20,000 feet. The sky was a hazy blue, with clouds below that blocked any view of the ground. The plane listed to the left, just slightly, and I saw the flesh on the back of the pilot's neck change from light brown to a mottled maroon. Lisha looked up from her briefcase. Then the plane righted, and I could feel my mind, which had clenched into a tight, hard shape like constipation, open again. But the next moment, the plane lurched again and began to shudder. The pilot spoke to his console in low, urgent orders, simultaneously punching in manual commands. The plane nosedived. The pilot pulled it up so hard I was thrown against Lisha. Her bright hair filled my mouth. Her briefcase hurled forward against the back of the front seat. The briefcase said, "For maximum utility, please hold this unit steady." A long, thin thread spun itself in my mind. Lisha grabbed the back of the front seat and pulled herself off me. "Drew, are you all right?" The plane dropped. The pilot stayed with it, issuing orders in a monotonous voice, controlled as machinery, manipulating the manual. Lisha's briefcase said, "This unit is deactivating," in a clear, high voice like a trained soprano. Lisha's hand groped to check my restraints. Drew! I'm all right, I said, thinking this is not all right. The thread spun itself out, stretching tauter and tauter. We plunged through the clouds. There was a shrieking high in the air, almost sounding above us, as if it were coming from some entirely different machinery. Then the plane hit flat on its belly on marshy ground. I felt the hit in my teeth, in my bones. Lisha, thrown once more against me, said something very low, a single word. It might have been Daddy. The second the plane smashed into the ground, the sides lifted. But it couldn't have been the same second, I thought later, because nobody would design crash equipment that way. But it seemed only a second until the sides lifted and the passenger restraints sprang free. Lisha pushed me out of the plane, the same moment I caught the acrid smell of smoke. I dropped on my belly into 4 inches of water, covering mucky ground. Lisha splashed down beside me, falling to her knees. Without my power chair, I felt myself flailing, a desperate fish, holding myself above water on my elbows. I crawled forward, pulling myself with my upper arms through the muck and away from the plane, dragging my useless legs behind. Lisha staggered to her feet and tried to lift me. No! Run! I screamed, as if the smoke billowing out from the plane blocked sound and not sight. Not without you, she said. I could feel the plane behind me, a bomb. I screamed, I can go faster on my own! Maybe it was true. She kept on tugging at my body, though I was far too heavy for her. The smoke thickened. I didn't hear the pilot climb out. Was he hurt? My left palm slipped in the mud and I fell face first into it. Frantically, I tried to get back up on my hands and drag myself forward. Run! I screamed again at Lisha, who wouldn't leave. Hopeless, hopeless. She wasn't strong enough to carry me, and the plane was going to blow. The thread snapped. The lattice in my mind, as in Seattle, disappeared. Someone ran toward Lisha from the other side of the plane. The pilot? But it wasn't. The man tackled Lisha, and she fell on top of me. Once more my face was pushed into the mud. Then I heard a faint pop. When I fought my eyes free of the mud, I saw the air around the 3 of us shimmering. A force shield. Why energy? How strong was it? Could it withstand? The plane exploded in light and heat and blinding color. I fell back into the muck, pinned under Lisha. The world rocked, and I saw a tiny black water snake, terrified at the intrusions into its swamp, dart forward and bite me on the cheek. The snake started as a thin thread, then became a blur of close motion, and then the world went black as its shiny scales, and I didn't know if the thread held or not. He was a GSEA agent. When I came to, 3 of them stood around me in a circle, like the ring of doctors around my bed decades ago when I was crippled. I lay on my back on a patch of relatively dry, spongy ground at the edge of the shallow lake. Lisha sat a little way off, her back against a custard apple tree, her head bent forward on her knees. Across the swamp, Kevin Baker's plane burned, its smoke rising in billowy clouds. Lisha, I heard myself croak. My voice sounded as alien as everything else. Only it wasn't alien at all. I recognized the heaviness of the muggy air, the whine of insects, the scummy pools and waxy white ghost orchids, and over everything, the gray dripping beards of Spanish moths. I had been raised in upcountry Louisiana. This had to be, Georgia, but much of the swampy country was the same. It was I who had become the alien. Ms. Camden will be all right in a moment, Nate answered. Probably just a concussion. There's help on the way. We're GSEA, Mr. Arlen. Lie still, your leg is broken. Again. But this time I felt no pain. There were no nerves left to feel pain. I raised my chin slightly, feeling the pull in my stomach muscles. My left leg lay bent at a sharp, unnatural angle. I lowered my chin. The shapes slithering through my mind were gray and indistinct on the outside, spiked within. They had a voice. Can't do anything right, can you, boy? Who do you think you are? Some goddamn donkey? I said aloud, like a little boy. A snake bit my cheek. A second man bent to squint at my face. It was covered with mud. He said, not harshly, There's a doctor on the way. We're not going to move you until she gets here. Just lie still and don't think. Don't think. Don't dream. But I was the lucid dreamer. I was. I had to be. Lisha's voice said thickly behind me, Are we under arrest? On what charges? No, of course not, Ms. Camden. We're happy to be able to assist you, said the man who had squinted at my cheek. The other 2 agents stood blank-faced, although I saw one of them blink. You can convey contempt with a blink. Lisha and I consorted with assisted huevos verdes, gene manipulators, destroyers of the human genome. I saw Carmela Clementi Rice standing beside the lattice in my mind, a clean, cool shape, vibrating softly. "You are Genetic Standards Enforcement Agency," Lisha said. It wasn't a question, but she was a lawyer. She waited for an answer. "Yes, ma'am, Agent Thackeray." "Mr. Arlen and I are grateful for your assistance, but by what right—" I never found out what legal point Lisha had been going to make. Men dressed in rags burst from behind trees, through tangled vines, from the mucky ground itself. One moment they weren't there, the next they were. That's how it felt. They hollered and shrieked and whooped. Agent Thackeray and his two contemptuous deputies didn't even have time to draw their guns. Lying flat on my back, I saw the ragged men foreshortened as they raised pistols and fired at what seemed like, but couldn't have been, point-blank range. Thackeray and the two agents went down, the bodies twitching. I heard somebody say, "Hell yes, she's an abomination! That there's Lisha Camden!" And a gun fired again, once, twice. The first time, Lisha screamed. I jerked my head toward her. She still sat with her back against the custard apple tree, but now her upper body leaned forward, gracefully, as if she had fallen asleep. There were two red spots on her forehead, one below the other, the higher spot matting a strand of bright blonde hair that had somehow escaped the mud. I heard a long, low moan, and I thought, "She's alive." The thought a desperate, bright bubble, until I realized the moan was mine. The man who had said, "Hail yes," leaned over me. His breath blew in my face. It smelled of mint and tobacco. "Don't you worry none, Mr. Arlen. We know you ain't no abomination against nature. You're safe as houses." "Jimmy," a woman's voice said sharply, "here they come." "Well, Abigail, you all are ready for 'em, ain't you?" Jimmy said in a reasonable voice. I tried to crawl toward Lisha. She was dead. Lisha was dead. A plane droned overhead. The medical team. They could help Lisha. But Lisha was dead. But Lisha was a Sleepless. Sleepless didn't die. They lived, on and on. Kevin Baker was 110. Lisha couldn't be dead. The woman called Abigail stepped off the high ground into the swamp. She wore hip-high waders and tattered pants and shirt, and she carried a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, ancient in design, but gleaming with spit and polish. The medical plane folded its wings for a grav-powered landing. Abigail aimed, fired, and blew it into a second torch in the swamp. "Okay," Jimmy said cheerfully. "That's it. Come on, y'all, make tracks. They'll be all over here in no time. Mr. Arlen, I'm sorry this is going to be a rough ride for you all, sir." "No, I can't leave Lisha." I didn't know what I was saying. I didn't know. "Sure you can," Jimmy said. "She ain't going to get no deader. And you ain't none of her kind anyways. You're with James Francis Marion Hubley now. Campbell? Where you at? Carry him." "No. Lisha. Lisha. Have a little dignity, son. You ain't no child bawling after its mama." A huge man, fully 7 feet high, picked me up and swung me over his shoulder. There was no pain in my leg, but as soon as my body struck his, red fire darted up my spine to my neck, and I screamed. The fire filled my mind, and the last view I ever had of Lisha Camden was of her slumped gracefully against the custard apple tree, enveloped in the red fire of my mind, looking as if she had just fallen quietly asleep. I woke in a small windowless room with smooth walls. Too smooth. Not a nanodeviance from the smooth, the perpendicular, the unblemished. I didn't realize at the time that I noticed this. My mind filled with grief, welling up in spurts, geysers, rivers of hot lava the color of the two spots on Lisha's forehead. She really was dead. She really was. I closed my eyes. The hot lava was still there. I beat on the ground with my fists and cursed my useless body. If I could have moved to shield her, to put myself between her and the ragged gunmen. Not even trained GSEA agents had been able to shield her, or themselves. I couldn't hold back my tears, which embarrassed me. The lava had swamped the furled lattice in my mind, buried it, as it was burying me. Lisha. "Now you all stop that, son. Keep a little dignity. Ain't no woman sired by a man worth that kind of carrying on." The voice was kind. I opened my eyes, and hatred replaced the hot lava. I was glad. Hatred was a better shape, sharp and cold and very compact. That shape would not bury me. I looked at the concerned face of James Francis Marion Hubley looming over me, and I let the cold, compact shape slide through me, and I knew that I was going to stay alive and stay alert and stay in control of myself, because otherwise I might not be able to kill him. And I knew I was going to kill him, even if that meant his was the last face I ever saw. "That's better," Hubley said genially, and sat down on the tree stump, hands on his knees, nodding encouragingly. It really was a tree stump. The walls snapped into sharp focus then, and I knew what kind of place I was in. I had seen the same kind of walls with Carmela Clementi Rice, and at Huevos Verdes. This was an underground bunker, dug out of the earth by the tiny, precise machines of nanotechnology, plastered over with alloy by other tiny, precise machines. Eating dirt and laying down a thin layer of alloy were not hard, Miri had told me once. Any competent nanoscientist could create non-organic mechanisms to do that. Corporations did it all the time, despite government regulations. It was only organic-based replicating nanotechnology that was hard. Anyone could dig a hole, but only Huevos Verdes could build an island. But Hubley didn't look like a scientist. He leaned forward and smiled at me. His teeth were rotten. Wisps of graying hair hung on either side of a long, bony face with deeply sunburned skin and pale blue eyes. An odd lump under the skin disfigured the right side of his neck. He might have been 40 or 60. He wore cloth rags, not jacks, of a streaky dull brown, but his boots, whole and high, were almost certainly from some goods warehouse someplace. I had never seen him before, but I recognized him. He belonged to the backwater South. In most of the country, the donkey-run district supervisor this warehouse or congressman that cafe had forced out all independent businesses. Livers could get everything they needed for free, so why pay for it? But in the rural South, and sometimes in the West, you still found hard-scrabble businesses, weedy motels and chicken farms and whorehouses, getting poorer and poorer over 40 years, but hanging on, because damn if the government don't have no business running our lives, them. Such people didn't mind much being poor. They were used to being poor. It was better than being owned by the donkeys. They took handicrafts, or chickens, or beans, or other services in trade. They disdained jacks and med units and school software. And wherever these pathetic businesses held on, so did criminals like Hubley. Stealing, too, was outside the government, and so a mark of pride. Hubley and his band would rob warehouses, apartment blocks, even grav rails for what they absolutely needed. They would hunt in the deep swamps and fish, and maybe grow a little of this and that. There would be a still someplace. Oh, I knew Jim Hubley all right. I'd known him all my life, before Lisha took me in. My daddy was a Jimmy Hubley, without the independence to break free from the system he cursed, until the day free government whiskey, not even home distilled, killed him. And this was the man that had killed Lisha Camden. The shapes of hatred have great energy, like robotic knives. I said, "This is an illegal gene mod lab." Hubley's face creased into a huge grin. "That's exactly right. Y'all are sharp, boy. Only this is just a bitty little outstation, where Abigail can see to her equipment and we can pick up supplies. And this place ain't used by the gene abominators no more. Y'all are visiting the Francis Marion Freedom Outpost, Mr. Arlen. And let me say, we're honored to have y'all. We all seen all your concerts. You're a liver, all right. Living with the donkeys and the Sleepless ain't harmed you at all. But then, that's the way with the true blood, ain't it?" There was something wrong with his speech. I fumbled, then got it. He didn't talk like a liver, none of what Miri called intensifying reflexive pronouns. But he didn't talk like a donkey either. There was something artificial about his sentences, and I'd heard this kind of speech before, but I couldn't remember where. I said, to keep him talking, "The Francis Marion Freedom Outpost? Who was Francis Marion?" Hubley squinted at me. He rubbed the lump on the side of his neck. "Y'all never heard of Francis Marion, Mr. Arlen? Really? An educated man like you? He was a hero, maybe the biggest hero this here country ever had. Y'all really never heard of him, sir?" I shook my head. It didn't hurt. I realized then that my leg had been set. I was on painkillers. A doctor must have seen me, or at least a med unit. "Now, I don't want to make y'all feel bad," Hubley said earnestly. His long, bony face radiated regret. Y'all's our guest, and it ain't right to make a guest feel bad about his ignorance, especially ignorance he can't help. It's the school system, a sorry disgrace for a democracy, that's entirely to blame here. Entirely. So don't you fret, sir, about ignorance that just ain't your fault. He had killed Lisha. He had killed the GSEA agents. He had kidnapped me, and he sat there concerned about my feeling bad over not knowing who Francis Marion was. For the first time, I realized I might be dealing with a madman. Francis Marion was a great hero of the American Revolution, son. The enemy called him the Swamp Fox. He'd hide in the swamps of South Carolina and Georgia and just swoop down on them British, hit 'em when they was least expecting it, and then melt back into the swamp. Couldn't never catch him. He was fighting for freedom and justice, and he was using nature to help him, not hinder. I had his speech now. Once Lisha and I had spent a whole night watching ancient movies about a civil rights movement. Not civil rights for Sleepless, but a movement before that, 100 years earlier, about blacks or women, or maybe Asians. I was never too good at history. But I had to do a paper for one of the schools Lisha kept trying to get me through. I don't remember the history, but I remembered that Lisha searched for old movies adapted for decent technology because she thought I wouldn't read through the assigned books. She was right, and I resented that. I was 16 years old, but I liked the movies. I sat in my power chair, pleased because it was 3 a.m. and I wasn't sleepy. I was keeping up with Lisha. I still thought at 16 that I could. All night we watched sheriffs in ground cars busting up places where voters registered in person. This was even before computers. We watched old women sit at the backs of buses. We watched black livers denied seats in cafes even though they had meal chips. They all talked like James Francis Marion Hubley. Or rather, he talked like them. His speech was a deliberate creation, a reenactment of an earlier time, history as far back as was electronically available. Maybe he thought they talked like that in the American Revolution. Maybe he knew better. Either way, it was disciplined and deliberate. He was an artist. Hubley said, Marion was puny, and none too firm in his education, and bad-tempered, and given to black moods. His knees were made wrong right from the day his mother bore him. The British burned his plantation. His men deserted him whenever they got a hankering after their families, and his own commanding officer, Major General Nathaniel Greene, wasn't none too fond of him. But none of that slowed down Francis Marion. He did his duty by his country, his duty as he saw it, whether all hail busted out or not. I said, forcing the words out. And what are you imagining is your duty by your country? Hubley's eyes gleamed. I said y'all was sharp, son, and you are. Y'all got it right off. We're doing our same duty as the Swamp Fox, which is to fight off foreign oppressors. And this time, the foreign oppressors are anybody Gene Mod. Y'all got that right, Mr. Arlen. Livers are the true people of this country, just like Marion's army was. They had the will to decide for themselves what kind of country they wanted to live in, and we got the will to decide for ourselves, too. We got the will, and we got the idea of what this glorious nation ought to look like, even if it don't look like it right now. We, livers. And y'all don't believe it? Hell, just look at the mess the donkeys made of this great country. Debt to foreign nations, entangling alliances that sap us dry, the infrastructure crumbling in our faces, the technology misused, just like the British misused the cannons and guns of their day. My hip began to throb, distantly. The painkiller wasn't quite strong enough. I had heard all this before. It was nothing more than anti-research hatred, dressed up as patriotism. They had gotten Lisha after all, the haters. I couldn't stand to look at Hubley, and I turned my head away. Course, he said, you can't stop genetic engineering, and nobody should stop it. We sure aren't, or we wouldn't have let go this here Duragem dissembler. I turned my head slowly to stare at him. He grinned. His pale blue eyes gleamed in his sunburned face. Don't look like that, son. I don't mean me personally, Jimmy Hubley, or even this brigade. But y'all didn't think this Duragem dissembler got loose by accident, did you? That's when I noticed the walls, nanotech perfect. And I saw again Miri's printouts, unable to pinpoint a single source for the dissembler leak. Hubley said, serious again, there's a lot of us. Y'all need a lot of people to make a revolution. We got the will to decide what kind of country we want to live in, and we got the idea, the technology. I choked out, What technology? All of it. Well, maybe not all, but a lot. Some non-organic nano, some low-level organic nano. The Duragem dissembler. How did you... Now, y'all will learn that in good time. For today, just know that we did. And it's going to bring down the false government, same as the revolution brought down the British. We capture the technology we need, like Marion captured guns right from the enemy. Why, in 1781, right on the Santee River, but you killed the GSEA agents. Gene Mod, Hubley said briefly. Abominations against nature. Hail! Using nanotech to fight the good fight, that ain't no different than using the cannon of General Marion's time. But to use it on human beings, that's a whole different war, son. That ain't right. People ain't things, and shouldn't be treated like things. With their parts altered and retrofitted and realigned, they ain't vehicles, nor factories, nor robots. The donkeys done been treating people like things way too long in this country. Liver people. But you can't just allow organic genetic engineering on microorganisms and expect that it won't happen on people too. If you allow one... Hell no, Hubley stood and flexed his legs. It ain't the same thing at all. It's all right to kill germs, ain't it? Even to kill animals to eat? But it ain't all right to kill human beings. We make that distinction just fine in our laws about killing, don't we? What in hell thinks we can't make them in our laws about gene-mod engineering? I said before I knew I was going to. You can't hide from the GSEA. Hubley gazed at me mildly from those watery blue eyes. Huevos Verdes does, don't it? That's different. They're supers. They ain't gods, or even angels. He stretched his back. Fact is, Mr. Arlen, we've been hiding from the GSEA for nearly 5 years now. Oh, not all of us. The enemy has killed quite a few good soldiers so far, and we inflicted our casualties too. But we're still here, and the Duragem dissemblers out there bringing the whole war to a hastier conclusion. But you can't hide from Huevos Verdes. Well, that's tougher to call, but the fact is, I suspect we're not. I suspect Huevos Verdes knows a whole lot more about us than the GSEA. Stands to reason. Miranda had never said, not to me. Jonathan had never said, nor Christy, nor Nikos. Not to me. Not to me. Up till now, we ain't been strong enough to take on Huevos Verdes as well, so it's been a good thing they've kind of ignored us. But it's all different now. Not even Huevos Verdes can stop the way this government's losing control now that the Duragem dissembler is beyond stopping. But that's enough for now, Hubley said, not unkindly. We gotta get moving now. Those agents of death will cause all hell to bust loose. The company ought to be just about ready to go, and y'all are going with us. But don't y'all worry none, Mr. Arlen. There'll be plenty of time for you and me to talk. I know all this is new to you because y'all did have a faulty education. And y'all spending time with Sleepless, who ain't even human no more. But y'all will learn better. Can't help it. Once you see the real war up close, and we owe you that. You've been a real help to us. I only stared at him. A sickening flood of shapes swept to the edge of my mind, a wave poised to flow over me, swamp me. I've been... Well, of course, Hubley said, in what felt like genuine astonishment. Didn't you already guess that? Your last concert, The Warrior, has been leaving people feeling far more independent and ready to fight with will and idea. Y'all done that, Mr. Arlen. It probably weren't what y'all intended, but that's what's been happening. Since y'all began giving The Warrior, our recruitment's up 300%. I couldn't speak. A door opened, and Campbell loomed over me. Hail, Hubley said. 2 months ago, we even got a cell of gene-mod scientists who joined us voluntarily without no torture or nothing. You've been making all the difference in the world, son. And now, we really got to move out. Campbell will carry you. If that hip starts to hurting too much, y'all be sure to holler. We got more painkillers, and where we're going, there's a doctor. We sure don't want you to suffer, not with all the help you've been giving us, Mr. Arlen, sir. You've been on the right side. It just takes some folk a little longer than others to know it. Handle him careful, Campbell. There. Here we go. Campbell carried me across the swamp for about 2 hours, as near as I could tell. It's hard to be certain about the time because I kept blacking out. He had slung me over his shoulder like a sack of soy, but I could tell he was trying to be gentle. It didn't help. We walked single file, about 10 of us, led by Jimmy Hubley. Hubley knew the swamps. His people sometimes walked on narrow ridges of semi-firm land with mucky pools on either side, the kind of quicksand that as a child I had seen swallow a man in less than 3 minutes. Other times we sloshed through brackish water alive with turtles and snakes. Everybody wore hip-high waders. They kept close to dense tangles of vines, under gray moss dripping from trees. That wouldn't make any difference, of course. As soon as the GSEA brought in a tracking bot, which does 10 times better than the best hound at picking up pheromones, not only following their trail but analyzing their content. I expected to be back with the GSEA in 2 hours. Then I saw that the last person in line was the woman, Abigail, who had blown up the rescue plane with a rocket launcher. She had left that at the outstation. Instead, she carried a curved, dull-colored machine like a metal bow, holding it over her head, parallel to the ground. I knew what it was, a Harrison pheromone obliterator. It released molecules that homed in on any molecular traces of humans and neutralized them. It was classified military equipment, which I happened to know about only through Huevos Verdes, and there was no way the Francis Marion Freedom Outpost could have one. But they did. For the first time, I began to believe Jimmy Hubley that his movement was not made up of isolated fanatics. Abigail was pregnant. With her arms raised above her head, I could clearly see the curve of her belly under her jacks, maybe 5 months along. As she walked, she hummed to herself, a happy, tuneless little song. Her thoughts looked miles and landscapes away. The swamp got thicker and hotter. Branches scratched my face where I hung helpless over Campbell's shoulder. Snakes as thick as a man's wrist slithered into shallow pools. A log heaved up, slid beneath black water, and disappeared in a row of hissing bubbles. Alligator. I closed my eyes. The humid air was thick with the waxy white scent of ghost orchids growing on the trunks of popash trees. They weren't parasites. They lived on air. Insects sang and stung, a constant cloud. "Well, here we are," Jimmy Hubley said. "Mr. Arlen, sir, how are you all faring?" I didn't answer. Every time I looked at him, my mind filled with the shapes of hatred, cold and rotating like knives. Lisha was dead. Jimmy Hubley had killed Lisha Camden. She was dead. I was going to destroy him. He didn't seem to care that I didn't answer. We had halted under an enormous bay tree hung with gray moss. Other trees crowded close. An ancient fallen cypress had half crumbled into pulp, covered with the sucking tendrils of a strangler fig. In the murky half-light, I saw a striped lizard scuttle down a vine. On the other side of the bay tree was a dark green expanse of moss, soft and even as an enclave lawn. The place smelled heavily of jungle rot. "Now, son, this next part might look a little disconcerting to y'all. It's real important that y'all remember you're in no danger. That, and to take a real deep breath, close your mouth and hold your nose. And I'll tell you what, I'll go first, just to reassure y'all. In the ordinary way, Abby would go first, but this time I will, at least in part out of deference to the bride." He grinned at Abigail, flashing his broken teeth. She smiled back and lowered her eyes, but a minute later I caught her shoot a hooded glance at one of the other men, hard and meaningful as a grenade. Jimmy Hubley didn't see it. He gave a rebel yell and jumped into the expanse of moss. I gasped, which sent unexpected pain through my left side. Jimmy sank immediately to his waist in black, jelly-like muck that lay beneath the moss. His only hope now was to stay absolutely still and let Campbell pull him out. But instead he gave a jaunty little wiggle of his upper shoulders, one hand holding his nose, the other nonchalantly clamped to his side. He stayed motionless for maybe 10 seconds, and then something sucked him down into the muck. His chest disappeared, and then his shoulders, and then his head. The moss, lightly spattered with muck, closed over him. My heart hammered against my lungs. Abigail went next. She shoved her Harrison pheromone obliterator into a plastisynth pouch and sealed it. Then she jumped onto the moss and disappeared. "Hold your nose, you," Campbell said. The first words he had spoken. Wait! Hold your nose, you." He threw me out over the muck. My left side screamed. My feet hit the moss first, but there was no feeling there. Had been no feeling there for decades. It wasn't until I'd sunk to my waist that I felt the clammy muck sucking against me like feces, cool after the hot air. It smelled of rot, of death. Black shapes flooded my mind, and I struggled, even while a part of me knew I must hold absolutely still. There was no help unless I held absolutely still. Lisha. Somebody chuckled. Then something grabbed me from below, something incorporeal, but powerful, like a wind. It sucked me down. The muck rose above my shoulders and then to my mouth. It covered my eyes, filling the world with the same fecal shapes as my mind. I went under. For the third time, as I expected death, the purple lattice disappeared. And then, I was lying on the floor of an underground room, while gloved hands seized me and dragged my mucky body. Pain spasmed my left side. Someone wiped my face. The hands stripped my clothes from me and thrust me naked into a sonar shower, and the muck dropped from my head and clothing in dry, scaly flakes that were in turn sucked into a vacuum at the shower's floor. Someone slapped a med patch on my spine, and the pain disappeared. "Y'all can have a real shower, too, if y'all want," Jimmy Hubley said kindly. "Some folks need one, or think they do." He stood before me already dressed in clean jacks, not at all raggedy, indistinguishable from any other liver, except by his uncared-for teeth. Abigail emerged from the water shower, unself-consciously naked, drying her hair. Her pregnant belly waggled slightly from side to side. A bell rang high and sweet, and Campbell was sucked down onto the landing stage, which I saw now extended only a few feet under a low overhang. 2 men immediately pulled Campbell off the stage, wiping his eyes and nose. Campbell stood, covered with the shiny muck, and lumbered into the sonar shower. "Take off them gloves, boys, and help Mr. Arlen here. Chauncey, y'all just have to take your eyes off your lovely bride." One of the 2 men reddened slightly. Hubley seemed to think this was funny, breaking into a guffaw, but I felt in my mind the shapes of Chauncey's anger. He said nothing. Abigail went on coolly drying her hair, her face expressionless. Chauncey and the other man seized me under the armpits, carried me between them out of the sonar shower, and set me down in the middle of the room. Chauncey handed me a set of clean jacks. "What size boots you wear, you?" He was younger than Abigail, with black hair and blue eyes, handsome in a rough way that had nothing to do with genetic engineering. I said, I'd like my own boots back. They were Italian leather. Lisha had given them to me. "Put them in the sonar shower." "Better you wear our boots, you. What size?" 10.5. He left the room. I dressed. The lattice was back in my head, closed tight as one of Lisha's exotic flowers. She was really dead. Chauncey returned with a pair of boots and a wheelchair. It wasn't even grav-powered. It had actual wheels that apparently you turned by hand. "An antique," Jimmy Hubley said. "Sorry, Mr. Arlen, sir. That here thing is the best we can do on such short notice. But y'all just give us a little time." He beamed at me, obviously expecting some surprise that this underground bunker was well enough equipped that an unexpected cripple captive could be provided with a wheelchair. I didn't react. A faint disappointment shimmered over his face. I had his shape then. He wanted to be admired. James Francis Marion Hubley. And he didn't even know that at least 2 of his followers, Abigail and Chauncey, already resented him. How much? I would find out. Chauncey and the other men lifted me into the wheelchair. I pulled on the liver boots. Dressed, seated instead of flopping on the floor like a fish, I felt less hopeless. Lisha was dead, but I was going to destroy the bastards who'd killed her. I studied the room. It was low, no more than 6.5 feet high. Campbell had to stoop. Corridors radiated off in 5 directions. The walls were nanotech smooth. I knew from Miranda that the weak point of any shielded underground bunker is the entrance. That's what's most likely to be detected by GSEA experts. The lab in East Oleanta had an elaborate entrance shield created by Terry Umwakambe. No chance the GSEA would get through that. But these people were not supers. They would have no more advanced technology than the government did. I guessed, however, that the swamp pool entrance was a use of technology that the government hadn't yet thought of, adapted by some crazy scientist who'd grown up in swamp country, and that it was virtually undetectable. So far. How far did the underground tunnel system extend? With nano-diggers, additional construction could be going on even now, miles from here, without much disturbance on the surface. Hubley said that his revolution had been in progress for over 5 years, and these people had loosed the Duragem dissembler on the country, without the GSEA ever figuring out that it was not Huevos Verdes. Or did the GSEA know that, and nonetheless leak to the press that the supers were responsible? Because it was all right to blame Sleepless, but embarrassing to admit you couldn't catch a bunch of livers with captured or renegade nanoscientists on their side. I didn't know. But I did know that in a war this advanced, these tunnels would contain terminals. Miri had made me memorize override codes for most standard programming, And even if the programming wasn't standard, Jonathan Markowitz had made me memorize over and over access tricks that would get through to Huevos Verdes. And Huevos Verdes monitored everything. There had to be a way to reach them. All I needed was a terminal. If Huevos Verdes monitored everything, wouldn't they know about the underground movement? They must know. I remembered Miranda bending over printouts at Huevos Verdes. We can't locate the epicenter of the Duragem problem. But the supers must have at least been aware that the dissembler was being released by some nationwide organized group. Their intelligence was too good not to know it. And Miranda hadn't told me. "Are you hungry, you?" Chauncey said. He spoke to Abigail now, dressed in green jacks, but Hubley answered, "Hell yes! Let's have at it, boys!" He pushed my chair himself. I let him, passive, feeling the shapes in my mind hard as carbon fiber rods. We all went down the left-hand tunnel, passing several closed doors. Eventually, everyone else went through one door, Hubley and I through another. A small white room was furnished with wood, not plasticine, table and chairs. On the wall hung a large hollow portrait of a big-nosed, dark-eyed soldier in some sort of antique uniform. "Brigadier General Francis Marion himself," Hubley said with satisfaction. "I always eat separate from the troops, Mr. Arlen. It makes for better morale. Did you all know, sir, that General Marion was a fanatic on cleanliness? God's own truth. He dry-shaved any soldier who didn't appear neat and clean on parade, and he himself drank vinegar and water every day of his life pretty near, for his health. Drink of the Roman soldiers. Did you know that, sir?" "I didn't know that," I said. My hatred for him burned cold, sleek shapes in my mind. The room held no terminal. "As early as 1775, one British general wrote, 'Our army will be destroyed by damned driblets.' And Francis Marion was the damnedest driblet those poor redcoats ever saw. Just like this war will be won by a damned driblet, sir." Hubley laughed, exposing his brown teeth. His pale eyes crinkled. He never took them off me. "Will and idea, son. We got them both. Will and idea. You know what makes the Constitution so great?" "No," I said. A young boy entered, dressed in turquoise jacks, his long hair tied back with a ribbon. He carried bowls of hot stew. Hubley paid him as much attention as a bot. "What makes the Constitution so great is it brought the common man into the decision-making process. It let us decide what kind of country we want. Us, the common man, our will and our idea." Elisha had always said that what made the Constitution so great was its checks and balances. She was dead. She was really dead. "That's why, sir," Hubley continued, "it's so all-fired necessary that we take back this great country from the donkey masters who would enslave us. By driblets, if necessary. Yes, by God, by driblets." He attacked his stew with gusto. "In fact, preferably by driblets," I said. "You wouldn't like this war nearly as much if you fought it above ground in the courts." I had expected to make him angry. Instead, he laid down his spoon and squinted thoughtfully. "Yes, I do believe you all are right, Mr. Arlen. I do believe you all are right. We each have our God-given temperament, and mine is for fighting in driblets, just like General Marion. Now that's a real interesting insight." He went back to spooning stew. I tasted mine. Standard liver soy base, but with chunks of real meat added, gamey and a little tough. Squirrel? Rabbit? It had been decades since I'd had to eat either. "Not that the Constitution don't have its own limits," Hubley continued. "Now, y'all take Abigail and Chauncey. They understand exactly what those limits need to be. They're manipulating gene combinations in the right way, through human procreation." He dragged out the last two words, savoring each syllable. "Some of Chauncey's genes, some of Abby's, and the final shuffle in God's hands. They respect the clear line in the Constitution between what is God's and what is man's to manipulate." I needed to know everything I could about him, no matter how nutty, because I didn't know yet what I would need to kill him. "Where in the Constitution does it draw that line?" "Ah, son, don't they teach you nothing in them fancy schools? It oughtn't be allowed. No, it ought not. Why, right here in the preamble, it announces clear as daylight that we, the people, are writing the thing in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, and etc. What's a perfect union about letting donkeys control the human genome? It just drives people farther apart. What's justice about not letting Jauncey and Abby's babe start life on an equal footing with a donkey child? How does that make for domestic tranquility? Hell, it makes for envy and resentment. That's what it makes for. And what on God's green earth is the common defense if it ain't the defense of the common people, the livers, to have their kids count just as much as a GMod babe? Abby and Jauncey are fighting for their own, just like natural parents everywhere, and the Constitution gives them the right to do that, right there in its first sacred paragraph. I had never heard anyone use the word babe before. He sat there, spooning his wretched stew, Jimmy Hubley, as artificial and as sincere as anyone I had ever met. Intellectual arguments confuse me. They always have. I felt the helpless feeling rise in me, the one I'd always had arguing with Lisha, with Miranda, with Jonathan and Terry and Christy. The best I could answer, out of confusion and hatred, was, what gives you the right to decide what's right for 175 million people? He squinted at me again. His apologetic voice returned. Why, son, ain't that what your huevos verdes was doing? I stared at him. Sure it is. Only they can't decide for common people 'cause they ain't. Clearly. Not like us. Not like him. He waved his spoon at the portrait of Frances Marion. Stew dribbled off the spoon onto the table. But y'all need to examine your premises, son, he said very gently. Will and idea. He went back to eating. The boy returned carrying 2 mugs. Still brewed whiskey. I left mine untouched, but I made myself eat the stew. I might need my strength. Hatred shone in me like suns. Hubley talked more about Frances Marion, his courage, his military strategy, his ways of living off the land. Why, he wrote to General Horatio Gates to send him supplies because we are all poor continentals without money. Poor continentals. Ain't that a great one? Poor continentals. And so we are. He drained his whiskey. So much for vinegar and water. I choked out, the GSEA will stop you, or Huevos Verdes will. He grinned. You know what the Lieutenant Colonel Benastra Tarleton of His Majesty's Army said about Frances Marion? But as for this damned old fox, the devil himself could not catch him. I said, Hubley, you aren't Frances Marion. Immediately he grew serious. Well, of course not, son. Anybody can see that so clearly it don't hardly need commenting on, does it? Except by somebody crazy. Clear as day, I'm not Frances Marion. I'm Jimmy Hubley. What's wrong with you, Mr. Arlen? You feeling all right? He leaned across the table, his bony face creased with concern. I could feel my heart thud in my chest. He was impenetrable as Huevos Verdes. After a moment, he patted my arm. That's all right, Mr. Arlen, sir. Y'all just a little shocked by events is all. Y'all will be fine in the morning. It's just real upsetting discovering the truth after all this time of believing falsehoods. Perfectly natural. Now don't you worry none, y'all be fine in the morning. You just sleep, and please excuse me, I got a council of war to attend to. He patted my arm again, smiled, and left. The boy wheeled my chair to a bedroom with a single bed, a chemical toilet, and a deadbolt on the door that could only be unlocked from the outside. In the morning, the doctor came to check me. He turned out to be the small man who had helped Jauncey at the landing stage. Jauncey was with him. I saw that Jauncey was guarding him. Apparently the doctor was not here of his own will and idea, but he was allowed to roam the underground compound, which meant he probably knew where the terminals were. Leg looks good, he said. Any pain in your neck? No. Jauncey leaned against the door jamb, smiling. The smile deepened, and I glimpsed Abigail pass by in the corridor. Jauncey stepped away from the door. Giggles and a tussle. I said quickly and very low, Doctor, I can get us out of here, if you can get me to a terminal. I know ways to call for help that will override anything they can possibly have. His small face wrinkled in alarm. Too late I realized that, of course, he was monitored. Hubley's people would overhear everything he heard or said. Jauncey came back, and the doctor hurried off by his side, interested only in staying alive. The lattice in my mind had circled tighter than ever, a huddled, closed shape, hiding whatever was inside. Even the diamond patterns on its outer surface looked smaller. Angry, ineffective shapes flopped sluggishly around it, like beached fish. Hubley left me to my sour shapes until mid-morning. When he opened my door, he looked stern. Mr. Arlen, sir, I understand you all want to get to a terminal and set your friends at Huevos Verdes on us. I stared at him with open hatred, sitting in my antique wheelchair. He sighed and sat on the edge of my cot, hands on his long knees, body bent earnestly forward. It's important that y'all understand, son. Contacting the enemy in wartime is treason. Now, I know y'all ain't a regular soldier, leastways not yet. Y'all are more like a prisoner of war, but just the same, you know Francis Marion never talked like that, don't you? I said brutally. That kind of speech only dates from maybe 150 years ago, from movies. It's phony. As phony as your whole war. He didn't change expression. Why, of course General Marion didn't talk this way, Mr. Arlen. Y'all think I don't know that? But it's different from how my troops talk. It's old-fashioned, and it ain't neither donkey nor liver. That's enough. It don't matter how truth get expressed, long as it does. He gazed at me with kindly, patient eyes. I said, let me wheel my chair around the compound. I'm not going to learn your truths locked in this room. Give me a guard like the doctor has. Hubley rubbed the lump on his neck. Well, could do, I suppose. It ain't like y'all are going to overpower anyone sitting in that chair. The shapes in my mind abruptly changed. Dark red, shot with silver. Hubley's people didn't do very deep background checks. He didn't realize I'd trained my upper body with the best martial arts masters Lisha's money could buy. She'd wanted to give me an outlet for my adolescent anger. What else didn't he know? Lisha, unable to alter my non-sleepless DNA, had nonetheless done what she could for me. My eyes had implanted corneas with bifocal zoom magnification. My arm muscles had been augmented. Probably these things counted as abominations, crimes against the common humanity in the Constitution. I tried to look wistful. Can I have Abigail for my guard? Hubley laughed. Won't do you all no good, son. Abby's going to marry Johnsy in a couple of months. Give that baby a real daddy. Abby's got a whole lot of lace around here someplace for a wedding dress. I saw Abigail in her waders and torn shirt firing a rocket launcher at the rescue plane. I couldn't picture her in a wedding gown. Then it came to me that I couldn't picture Miranda in one either. Miranda. I hadn't hardly thought of her since Lisha's death. But I'll tell you what, Hubley said. Seeing as y'all are so starved for feminine company, I'll assign a woman to guard you. But Mr. Arlen, sir. Yes? His eyes looked grayer, harder. Keep in mind that this is a war, sir. And grateful as we are for the help your concerts gave us, y'all are expendable. Just keep that in mind. I didn't answer. In another hour, the door opened again and a woman entered. She must have been, Campbell's twin, nearly 7 feet tall, nearly as muscled as he was. Her short, shit-brown hair was plastered flat around a sullen face, with Campbell's heavy jaw. I'm the guard, me. Her voice was high and bored. Hello, I'm Drew Arlen. You're Peg. Just behave, you. She stared at me with flat dislike. Right, I said. And what natural combination of genes produced you? Her dislike didn't deepen, didn't waver. I saw her in my mind as a solid monolith, granite, like a headstone. Take me to whatever your cafe is, Peg. She grasped the wheelchair and pushed it roughly. Beneath her green jacks, her thigh muscles rippled. She outweighed me by maybe 30 pounds. Her reach was longer. She was in superb shape. I saw Lisha's body, light and slim, slumped against the custard apple tree, 2 red holes in her forehead. The cafe was a large room where several tunnels converged. There were tables, chairs, a hollow terminal of the simplest receive-only kind. It showed a scooter race. No food belt, but several people were eating bowls of soy stew. They stared frankly when Peg wheeled me in. At least half a dozen faces were openly hostile. Abigail and Johnsy sat at a far table. She was actually sewing panels of lace together by hand. It was like watching someone make candles or dig a hole with a shovel. Abigail glanced at me once, then ignored me. Peg shoved my chair against a table, brought me a bowl of stew, and settled down to watch the scooter race. Her huge body dwarfed the standard-issue plasticent chair. I watched the race while observing everything through the zoom area of my corneas. Abby's lace was covered with a complex design of small oblongs, no two the same, like snowflakes. She snipped out an oblong and presented it, laughing, to Johnsy. 3 men played cards. The one whose hand I could see held a pair of kings. After a while, I said to Peg, Is this how you spend all your days, contributing to the revolution? Shut up, you. I want to see more of the compound. Hubley said I could if you take me. Say, Colonel Hubley, you. Colonel Hubley, then. She seized my chair hard enough to rattle my teeth and shoved it along the nearest corridor. Hey, slow down! She slowed to an insolent crawl. I didn't argue. I tried to memorize everything. It wasn't easy. The tunnels all looked the same, featureless, white, nano-perfect, lined with dirt-resistant alloy and identical white unmarked doors. I tried to memorize tiny bits of dropped food, boot scuffs. Once I saw a small oblong bit of lace half caught under a door, and I knew Abigail must have come that way. Peg pushed me like a bot, impassive and tireless. I was losing track of what I'd tried to memorize. After 3 hours, we passed a cleaning bot, whirling up the things I had used as markers. In the whole tour, I saw only 2 open doors. One was a common bath. The other was only opened for a moment, then closed, allowing the fastest glimpse of high-security canisters, rows and rows of them. Duragem dissemblers? Or some other non-human genome destruction that Jimmy Hubley thought ought to be unleashed on his enemies. What was that? I said to Peg. Shut up, you. An hour later, we returned to the commons area. Lunch was still in progress. Peg shoved me to an empty table and plunked another bowl of stew in front of me. I wasn't hungry. A few minutes later, Jimmy Hubley sat down with me. Well, son, I hope you all are satisfied with your tour. Oh, it was great, I said. I saw all kinds of contributions to the revolution. He laughed. Oh, it's happening all right, but y'all ain't going to provoke me into showing y'all before I'm ready. Time enough, time enough. Aren't you afraid your troops will get restless, doing nothing like this? What did General Marion do with his men between battles? I put down my spoon. I hated him too much to even pretend to eat in his presence. God, I wanted a drink. He seemed surprised. Why, Mr. Arlen, sir, they don't ordinarily do nothing. This here's Sunday, the Sabbath. Come tomorrow, we go back to regular drill. General Marion knew the value of a day for rest and recuperation of the human spirit. He looked around with satisfaction at the desultory gambling, scooter watching, slumped figures, probably on sunshine. Only 3 faces in the whole damn room showed any real animation. Jauncey and Abigail, smiling at each other, Abby still sewing on billowing patterned lace, and Peg. Eat your stew, son, Hubley said kindly. Y'all will need food to keep your strength up. I left my spoon where it lay. No, I said, I won't. Of course he didn't understand that. But Peg, with animal alertness, caught something in my tone. She looked at me hard before she went back to watching Jimmy Hubley, her sullen face transformed by awe and respect and the hopeless longing love of an ordinary person for one clearly as far above her as a god.